Welcome to a world where passion ignites, danger lurks in the shadows, and love defies the limits of the supernatural. Here, shifters claim their fated mates. Powerful alphas fight for the ones they love, and the impossible becomes reality. Whether it's a growly werewolf, a scorching hot dragon, or a possessive vampire, one thing's for sure. These heroes are fiercely protective and undeniably irresistible. Get ready to escape into a story where magic meets seduction, and every heartbeat brings you closer to a love that's out of this world. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. Freya. Freya Bloom ran her fingers along the dried lavender stems, their purple heads crackling softly as she arranged them in perfect bundles. September morning light streamed through the windows of bloom and blossom, carrying the crisp promise of autumn and the earthy sweetness of changing leaves. The familiar ritual should have calmed her nerves, but her stomach twisted tighter with each passing minute. Any moment now, Rowan would walk through the door of her newly opened apothecary with that hopeful smile and the question she'd been dreading. Just say no. Simple as that. She practiced the words under her breath while adjusting the fall display of amber-colored bottles that caught the golden light. Rowan, you're wonderful, but I don't see us that way. Too harsh. I value our friendship too much to risk it. Too cliché. I'm not ready for marriage. True, but incomplete. The truth was messier. She'd known Rowan Ashford since childhood, watched him grow from a gangly boy who pulled her braids to a kind, steady man who brought her tea during late-night study sessions. He deserved better than a woman who felt nothing more than fond affection when he kissed her, especially with harvest season approaching and everyone in Hollow Oak pairing off like it was written in the stars. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating jars of elderflower and bottles of tinctures that lined every available surface. The shop smelled like home, chamomile, rose hips, and the earthy sweetness of healing herbs mixed with the spiced scent of autumn air. This place represented everything she'd worked toward since her grandmother's death 3 years ago. Independence, purpose, a legacy worth honoring. A cool breeze drifted through the open window, carrying the scent of her grandmother's heritage roses from the garden behind the shop. Freya inhaled deeply, expecting the familiar comfort of their perfume, but something sharp and metallic caught in her throat instead. She coughed, her magic recoiling like a startled cat. What the hell? The roses had bloomed beautifully this spring, their deep red petals unfurling with the same vigor they'd shown for 5 generations of bloom women. Grandmother Sage had always said the roses were the heart of their family's magic, connecting them to the earth's power in ways that made their healing gifts possible. They should be showing their final autumn flush now, preparing for winter's rest with the kind of graceful aging that made September in Hollow Oak legendary throughout the Blue Ridge Mountains. Freya shook her head and returned to the lavender. Pre-opening nerves, nothing more. Today marked the official launch of her apothecary, the culmination of years spent learning every remedy in her grandmother's journals. She wouldn't let strange smells derail her focus, especially not with the Harvest Festival only weeks away and half the town already asking about her seasonal preparations. The bell above the door chimed, and Freya's heart jumped. Too early to be Rowan. She looked up to find Maisie Thornwick standing in the doorway, her usually bright expression replaced by something that looked suspiciously like panic. Her pointed ears, a telltale sign of her Fey heritage and distant relation to Twyla Honeytree, twitched with agitation. Freya! Maisie's wild black curls looked like she'd been running her hands through them, and her cheeks were flushed from what must have been a sprint across town. Thank the mother you're here. Something's wrong. Really, really wrong. Slow down. Freya set aside the lavender and moved toward her best friend. What's happened? The plants! Maisie's voice cracked. They're dying, not just wilting or getting sick from the season change. Oh goddess, it's awful. A chill ran down Freya's spine. What plants? Where? Started at the Hollow Mercantile about an hour ago. Edgar came running into the cafe, white as a sheet, begging Twyla to come see. Every single plant in their enchanted goods section is weeping this black stuff, like they're bleeding. Freya's magic stirred uneasily. The Tansley brothers ran Hollow Oak's most eclectic magical supply shop, their mercantile filled with everything from rare crystals to enchanted plants that helped focus supernatural abilities if their botanical inventory was affected. That's not the worst part, Maisie continued. It's spreading. Mrs. Jensen's garden next door started showing signs 20 minutes later. The corruption, or whatever it is, it's moving through town. Corruption? The word tasted bitter on Freya's tongue. That's what Edgar called it. Said he's never seen anything like it in 40 years of dealing with magical plants. Maisie grabbed Freya's hands, her fingers ice cold despite the warm morning. Freya, it started with the heritage roses? The world tilted sideways. What? Your grandmother's roses. They were the first to turn. Edgar said he noticed them from the mercantile window around dawn, all twisted and black, and then it spread to his inventory. Freya's knees went weak. The heritage roses had been in her family longer than Hollow Oak itself. Her great-great-grandmother had brought the cuttings from the old country, and every Bloom woman since had tended them with magic-infused care. They were more than plants. They were a living connection to her bloodline's power, especially important as the growing season wound down toward the harvest celebrations that defined autumn in their magical community. No. She pulled away from Maisie and rushed to the window. The garden stretched behind the shop, a riot of color that should have been showing autumn's first blush. But where the heritage roses should have been blooming in their final scarlet glory, preparing for winter's dormancy, she saw only withered black stalks weeping dark sap onto the earth. "Oh, grandmother," she whispered. Her magic reached out instinctively, trying to sense what had happened, but recoiled again from the wrongness emanating from the garden. Whatever had killed those roses felt like poison in her veins. "Freya," Maisie's tone was gentle now. "We need to see how far this has spread." She turned away from the window, dreading what they might find. "The community garden," Maisie continued. "You know, the prize-winning one by Moonmirror Lake? If this thing is moving through town systematically, that'll be the best place to see the damage all the master gardeners in Hollow Oak contributed to those beds." Of course. The community garden was the pride of their small supernatural town, a collaborative effort between witches, fae, and gifted humans that had won regional awards 3 years running. Those beds should be magnificent right now, full of late-season blooms and the kind of autumn abundance that made Hollow Oak famous for its harvest celebrations. "I don't understand any of this," Freya said. "The roses were fine yesterday evening, beautiful even. I checked on them before bed like I always do." "Magic leaves traces," Maisie said quietly. "If someone or something targeted your family specifically..." "You think this was deliberate?" "I think we need to find out fast, before whatever's killing the plants spreads beyond the gardens." Maisie's expression was grim. "Come on, let's go see what we're dealing with." Freya's mind raced as she grabbed her grandmother's woven basket from behind the counter, automatically reaching for the collection of tools and remedies she'd need to investigate magical plant diseases. Hollow Oak had always been a sanctuary for supernaturals, a place where magic flowed freely and nature responded to supernatural influence with unusual vigor. The town's gardens were legendary throughout the Blue Ridge Mountains, carefully tended by generations of magical practitioners who understood the delicate balance between power and growth. If something was poisoning that connection systematically, especially right before harvest season when the town's magical energy reached its peak. "I have to lock up," Freya said, her voice steadier than she felt. I'll wait. Maisie squeezed her shoulder. Freya paused at the door, looking back at the shop she'd spent months preparing. Jars of carefully labeled herbs, shelves of handcrafted remedies, and the consultation table where she'd planned to help her neighbors with everything from love potions to arthritis salves. All of it suddenly felt fragile, threatened by forces she didn't understand. The metallic scent from the dying roses followed her as she stepped outside into the crisp September air, a reminder that somewhere in Hollow Oak, something had gone terribly wrong. The walk to the community garden would show them just how bad things had become. But as she hurried down Moonmirror Lane with Maisie at her side, past the charming storefronts decorated with early autumn displays and magical businesses preparing for the Harvest Festival, one question echoed in her mind above all others. If someone was targeting the Bloom bloodline just as the growing season reached its peak, what did they want with her?
Chapter 2. Kieran. Kieran Holt crouched beside what used to be prize-winning dahlias, their petals now black as charcoal and weeping something that smelled like death mixed with metal. His tiger prowled restlessly beneath his skin, hackles raised at the wrongness saturating the air. In 3 years of handling Hollow Oak's various crises, from supernatural domestic disputes to magical accidents, he'd never encountered anything that made his shifter instincts scream danger this loudly. The September morning should have been perfect for a garden inspection. Instead, he found himself staring at botanical carnage that made his amber gold eyes flash with protective fury, the green and gold flecks in them seeming to spark as his tiger pushed closer to the surface. "Damn," he muttered, pulling his hand back as the corrupted sap hissed where it touched the grass. Not acidic, but something worse. Something that felt alive and hungry. The community garden stretched before him in ruins. What had been a masterpiece of collaborative magic just yesterday now looked like a battlefield tomato vines that should have been heavy with their final harvest hung like broken spiderwebs, their fruit split open and oozing that same black substance. The herb spiral that Mrs. Pat had spent decades perfecting lay twisted and withered, releasing waves of decay that made his eyes water. He'd been making his morning rounds, checking on Mrs. Patterson's fence that kept falling over, delivering firewood to the elderly Mr. Hobbs, and planning to help Miriam with her inn's autumn garden preparations, when Edgar Tansley came running from the Hollow Mercantile, shouting about his plants bleeding. Kieran had expected vandalism, maybe some teenager experimenting with dark magic they didn't understand. Not this systematic destruction that felt both ancient and purposeful. His phone buzzed. Maeve Cross, probably wondering where the hell he was. "Kieran here. Tell me you've got good news about whatever's happening to our gardens," Maeve crackled through the speaker. The lioness shifter never bothered with pleasantries when business was involved. "Depends on your definition of good." He stood, brushing dirt from his jeans. The morning chill cut through his work shirt, reminding him that autumn was settling over Hollow Oak, whether the garden survived or not. "Whatever hit the mercantile spread here too. The whole community garden's gone." "Gone how?" "Corrupted. Every plant's dying the same way, weeping black sap that smells like sulfur and old blood." He walked the perimeter, noting how the corruption stopped in a perfect circle, as if something had contained it. "Maeve, this isn't random magical interference. Someone or something targeted these plants specifically." "Any idea who?" Kieran's tiger snarled softly as a breeze carried more of that metallic stench, mixed now with the scent of dying leaves and the kind of wrongness that made his predator instincts want to hunt. "Working on it. But whoever did this knows Hollow Oak's magical ecosystem inside and out. They hit the mercantile and the community garden within hours of each other. These are our 2 biggest concentrations of collaborative magic." "Collaborative magic," Maeve repeated slowly. "You think they're trying to break the connections between our practitioners?" "I think they're testing our defenses." Kieran knelt again, this time beside a section where healthy grass met the corruption. The line was too clean, too precise. "This feels like reconnaissance." "Well, figure it out fast. Twyla's already got half the town in her cafe, demanding answers we don't have. Folks are worried about the harvest festival if this keeps spreading. The line went dead, leaving Kieran alone with the stench of dying magic and the weight of community expectations. He'd come to Hollow Oak 15 years ago as a broken teenager fresh out of foster care, carrying nothing but a duffel bag and a reputation for trouble. Miriam Caldwell had taken one look at his sorry face and decided he needed more than just a place to sleep. She'd given him a home, a purpose, and eventually taught him everything from basic carpentry to advanced garden magic. Under her patient guidance, he learned to channel his restless energy into useful skills, security work, handyman jobs, crisis management, even some basic magical theory. The council never officially appointed him to anything, but somehow he'd become the person everyone called when supernatural problems needed solving. Maybe because he didn't have family complications to navigate. Maybe because his tiger gave him an edge in dangerous situations. Or maybe because he'd spent enough years proving himself that people finally believed he wasn't going anywhere. Whatever the reason, this felt different from his usual jobs, personal in a way that made his tiger pace like a caged animal, especially with the harvest season approaching and the whole town's magical energy at stake. Footsteps crunched on the gravel path behind him. 2 sets moving fast. Kieran turned to see Maisie Thornwick approaching with someone behind her, copper hair catching the morning light like spun gold. Freya Bloom. He'd known her most of his adult life, watched her grow from a studious teenager who helped her grandmother tend their famous garden into a confident woman whose presence could make something stir deep in his chest. She'd always kept her distance from him, though. Even back when he was 22 and stupid enough to think charm and good looks were enough to win over any woman in Hollow Oak. The memory of her polite but firm rejection still stung, even after all these years. She'd been kind about it, which somehow made it worse. "I don't think we'd be a good match, Kieran," delivered with that gentle smile that took the edge off while making her position crystal clear. He'd shrugged it off at the time, moving on to console himself with Sarah McKinney, and then half a dozen other women who were happy to enjoy his company without asking for commitment. But watching Freya hurry toward the ruined garden with worry etched across her delicate features brought back that same restless hunger he'd tried to forget. Her scent reached him before she did, cutting through the decay like sunshine breaking through storm clouds. Lilacs and something uniquely her, something that made his tiger rise with interest and his eyes flash with awareness. "Not happening," he told himself firmly. "She's got Rowan sniffing around, and you've got bigger problems." "Oh no," Freya whispered, stopping short at the garden's edge. Her hand flew to her mouth, green eyes flecked with gold widening with horror, the gold seeming to dim with her distress. "It's worse than I thought." "Much worse," Maisie agreed grimly. She nodded at Kieran. "Any theories?" "Working on it." He studied Freya's reaction, noting how her magic seemed to recoil from the corruption the same way his tiger did. The autumn breeze ruffled his sun-streaked brown hair, and he pushed the waves back from his face with fingers that still smelled like corrupted earth. "When did you notice the first signs?" "This morning." Freya's voice shook slightly. "My grandmother's heritage roses were the first to turn. Then it spread to the mercantile." "Heritage roses?" Kieran's attention sharpened. "Those have been in your family how long?" "5 generations. She swallowed hard. "They were the foundation of our family's botanical magic, especially important for harvest season preparations." "Were," past tense. Whatever had done this had specifically targeted the Bloom family's power source, and at the worst possible time of year, that narrowed the suspect list considerably. "Can I see them?" he asked. Freya nodded, though she looked like she'd rather do anything else. "They're behind my shop." As they walked back toward town, Kieran found himself studying her profile. She still carried herself like someone who'd rather be underestimated than deal with unwanted attention. Shoulders straight but not aggressive, chin lifted with quiet determination. Her canvas messenger bag bounced against her hip with each step, probably filled with the kind of tools that marked her as a serious practitioner, not just someone playing at herb magic. When she stumbled slightly on the uneven path, his hand moved to steady her before he could think better of it. The contact sent electricity shooting up his arm. Freya gasped softly, her green-gold eyes meeting his with surprise that mirrored his own before jerking her arm away. They walked the rest of the way in charged silence, past storefronts decorated with pumpkins and cornstalks, windows advertising harvest festival preparations and autumn remedies. By the time they reached Bloom and Blossom, his tiger was practically vibrating with awareness of the woman beside him. The shop was exactly what he'd expected from Freya: warm, inviting, and smelling like every healing herb known to magical practitioners. Jars lined the walls in perfect order, and dried flowers hung from the ceiling in artful bundles. It felt like stepping into a fairy tale, especially with autumn sunlight streaming through windows that overlooked what should have been a magnificent garden. "Around back," Freya said, leading them through the shop to a door that opened onto botanical carnage. The heritage roses had been magnificent once. He could see that from the size of their root systems and the elegant way they'd been trained along a trellis. Now they hung like broken bones. Their thorns turned brittle and black, their petals scattered on the ground like drops of blood against the autumn earth. "Jesus," he breathed. Freya knelt beside the largest bush, her hands hovering just above the corrupted stems. She began whispering in what sounded like Gaelic, her voice soft and musical, despite the pain threading through every word. The old tongue made Kieran's skin prickle with awareness, his tiger responding to magic it recognized as both powerful and pure. "It's not responding," Freya said after several minutes. Tears tracked down her cheeks as she rocked back on her heels. "My magic can't even touch whatever did this." "Because it's not a disease," Kieran said quietly. The pieces were falling into place now, forming a picture he didn't like. "This is a curse specifically designed to target your bloodline's magic." Freya's head snapped up. "A curse? But who would—" "Someone who knows your family's history intimately," Kieran cut her off. "Someone who understands exactly how your magic works and wanted to cripple it at the source right before harvest season, when your power should be at its peak. That's impossible. Nobody has that kind of detailed knowledge about our family except—" She trailed off, her face going pale. "Except family," Kieran finished grimly. "Or someone with access to your grandmother's private records." The implications hung heavy in the garden air, mixing with the scent of dying roses and autumn's chill. If someone close to Freya had betrayed her family's secrets, then this was about more than just killing plants. This was personal, targeted, and probably just the beginning. "We need to figure out who's behind this," Kieran said, his protective instincts flaring as he watched Freya struggle with the betrayal. "Before they escalate beyond the gardens, the council will need to hear about this."
Chapter 3. Freya. The council glade had always made Freya feel small, but today the ancient grove practically hummed with disapproval. Massive oaks formed a natural amphitheater around a circle of standing stones, their branches so thick they blocked most of the afternoon sun. What little light filtered through felt cold and judgmental, much like the 5 pairs of eyes currently focused on her. Even the autumn air seemed heavier here, weighted with the kind of ancient magic that made her skin prickle with awareness. Elder Varric Thornwell sat centered in the council, his long silver braids draped over his shoulders like cords of moonlight. His eyes, the color of storm clouds before lightning struck, seemed to peer straight into her soul. To his right, Elder Bram adjusted his dark robes with the kind of precision that made Freya think of every conservative politician she'd ever seen, if conservative politicians came with supernatural abilities and attitudes carved from granite. His gray beard was perfectly trimmed, his dark robes immaculate, and his pale eyes held cold judgment that made her want to shrink into herself. "Miss Bloom." Elder Varric's voice carried the weight of centuries. "We understand the corruption began with your family's heritage roses." It wasn't a question, but Freya nodded anyway. "Yes, sir. This morning around dawn, according to Edgar Tansley." "And you noticed nothing unusual yesterday evening when you tended them?" "Nothing." She clasped her hands behind her back to hide their trembling. They were healthy and blooming beautifully, showing perfect autumn color. I checked them right before bed, like I always do. Elder Bram leaned forward, his pale eyes cold enough to freeze water. How convenient that you remember so clearly, almost as if you were establishing an alibi. I'm not lying. The words came out sharper than she intended, and she immediately regretted the defensive tone. Those roses have been in my family longer than Hollow Oak has existed. Why would I want to destroy them, especially right before harvest season when they're most important? Perhaps you didn't, said Miriam Caldwell from her seat at the council's left. The elderly innkeeper's silver hair caught the filtered light as she adjusted her half-moon spectacles. But magical inheritance can be unpredictable. Sometimes power manifests in ways we don't expect, particularly during times of stress. Freya's stomach dropped. They thought she'd done this accidentally, that her magic had somehow corrupted the very plants she'd been raised to protect. With respect, Mrs. Caldwell, I've been working with botanical magic since I was 7 years old. My grandmother trained me personally. I would never— Your grandmother is dead, Elder Bram interrupted coldly, and you've been practicing without proper supervision for 3 years. How do we know you haven't been experimenting with magic beyond your understanding? The accusation hit like a slap. Freya's magic flared in response to her anger, and several wildflowers near her feet suddenly bloomed out of season. Their bright colors stark against the autumn browns and golds, the council members exchanged meaningful looks that made her cheeks burn with shame. Interesting. Elder Varick remained calm, but his storm-gray eyes missed nothing. Your magic responds strongly to emotional stress. That could explain the corruption if you've been under unusual pressure lately. I opened my apothecary yesterday, Freya said through gritted teeth. Of course I've been stressed, but I didn't curse my own garden. Nevertheless, Miriam said gently, we need to investigate the magical signature of this corruption, to rule out any connection to your family's power, if nothing else. And how exactly do you propose to do that? Freya asked. The corruption resists magical analysis. I already tried. Elder Varick smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Fortunately, we have access to someone with specialized experience in botanical investigations. Someone who can approach this objectively. Freya's heart sank as understanding dawned. You want me to work with someone? Our botanical consultant, Miriam confirmed. He's handled similar situations before, and his knowledge of plant magic is quite extensive. Who? Though Freya already suspected she knew the answer, and it made her stomach twist with dread. Kieran Holt, Elder Bram said with obvious satisfaction. I'm sure you know him. Oh, she knew him all right. Kieran Holt, with his amber gold eyes that flashed green and gold when his shifter side stirred, and that easy smile that made half the women in Hollow Oak forget their own names, the same Kieran who'd asked her out when she was 21, confident that his reputation and charm would be enough to win her over. She'd turned him down as politely as possible, but apparently not politely enough to spare his ego. He'd made it clear afterward that he thought she was a stuck-up princess who didn't know a good thing when she saw it. The fact that he'd immediately moved on to console himself with Sarah McKinney had only confirmed her opinion of his character. Kieran Holt is your botanical consultant? Freya couldn't keep the disbelief from her tone. He's a handyman. Among other things, Elder Varick said smoothly. Mr. Holt has extensive experience with magical plant cultivation, thanks to his years helping Mrs. Caldwell with her inn's gardens. He's also helped with pest management at the Mercantile, assisted in greenhouse construction for several local practitioners, and even consulted on the community garden's magical enhancement spells. More importantly, he has no emotional investment in your family's legacy. His analysis will be unbiased. Unbiased. Right. More like hostile, given their history and his obvious enjoyment of taking on multiple jobs around town, just to prove how indispensable he was. I suppose I don't have a choice, Freya said. You always have choices, dear, Miriam said kindly. But if you want access to the Council's resources and archives, working with our consultant is the most efficient path forward. Freya bit back the dozen arguments that rose to her lips. The Council held copies of magical texts that dated back centuries, including records of similar corruptions that might offer clues she needed that information if she wanted to save what remained of her family's magical legacy, especially with harvest season approaching and the town's magical energy reaching its yearly peak. "Fine," she said. "When do we start?" "Immediately." Elder Varric gestured toward the grove's entrance, where a familiar figure had just emerged from the shadows between the trees. Kieran looked exactly like every one of Freya's stress dreams, tall and confident, with sun-streaked brown hair with natural golden highlights that fell in waves just long enough to curl at his collar, and amber gold eyes that flashed with amusement at inappropriate moments. He wore a work shirt that clung to his muscled chest and forearms, and the kind of easy smile that had probably gotten him out of trouble his entire life. "Miss Bloom," he said, nodding in her direction with just enough formality to hide the smugness she could practically feel radiating from him. Looking forward to working together. The hell he was. She could see the satisfaction in his eyes, the way his smile sharpened just enough to remind her that he hadn't forgotten her rejection any more than she'd forgotten his reaction to it. "Mr. Holt," she kept her voice carefully neutral, "I'm sure this will be educational." "Oh, I'm counting on it." His grin widened, and Freya had to resist the urge to smack the cockiness right off his face. Elder Varric cleared his throat. "Mr. Holt, Miss Bloom will provide you with access to her family's private gardens and magical records. In return, the Council expects regular reports on your investigation's progress." Understood. Kieran's attention shifted back to the Council, but Freya could feel his awareness of her like heat against her skin. "How much access are we talking about?" "Complete access," Elder Bram said with obvious pleasure at Freya's discomfort. "Miss Bloom will accompany you to all relevant sites and share any family knowledge that might prove useful." Wonderful. Not only did she have to work with Kieran, she had to act as his personal tour guide through her family's most private spaces. The Heritage Garden, her grandmother's greenhouse, the sacred grove where 3 generations of Bloom women had performed their most powerful rituals. "That's acceptable," Freya said, because refusing would only make her look more suspicious. "Though I should point out that some of our family records are written in the old tongue. Not everyone can read them." "Lucky for you, I can," Kieran said smoothly. "Miriam made sure I learned when I was younger, said it was important for understanding the foundation magic that protects Hollow Oak." Of course he could, because apparently fate had decided that this situation wasn't humiliating enough already. "Then we're settled," Elder Varric said. "Mr. Holt, we expect your initial assessment by tomorrow evening. Miss Bloom, you're dismissed." Freya managed a respectful nod before turning toward the grove's entrance, but Kieran fell into step beside her before she could escape. His presence made her skin prickle with unwelcome awareness, especially after this morning when he'd caught her arm and she'd felt that spark of connection. "So," he said, walking back, his tone carrying that hint of amusement that had always set her teeth on edge. "When do you want to start?" "The sooner we get this over with, the better," Freya replied. "Tomorrow morning, 8 sharp." "Looking forward to it." His smile was all charm and challenge. This should be interesting. Freya had a feeling that was exactly what she was afraid of.
Chapter 4. Kieran. Kieran stared at the corrupted soil sample in the glass vial, wondering what cosmic joke had landed him in this position. Botanical consultant right. Because apparently 15 years of helping Miriam tend the inn's prize-winning flower beds, learning greenhouse management from the Tansley brothers, and picking up magical plant theory from half the practitioners in town qualified him to investigate supernatural plant diseases. "The cellular structure is completely disrupted," Freya said, peering through her grandmother's antique magnifying glass. She knelt beside him in what remained of the community garden, close enough that her scent of lilacs and determination made his tiger rumble with interest. September's crisp air carried the scent of dying leaves and the promise of frost, but all Kieran could focus on was the way her copper hair caught the autumn light. Look at how the corruption spreads through the root system. She reached across him to point at something in the sample, her fingers brushing against his forearm as she leaned in. The contact sent a jolt through his system, making his eyes flash with green and gold flecks as his tiger stirred. "Focus, Holt. I can see the damage," he said, forcing his attention back to the blackened plant matter. "What I don't understand is the pattern. It's too systematic to be natural decay." "Exactly." Her face lit up with the kind of passion that made something uncomfortable shift in his chest. Her green eyes, flecked with gold that seemed to brighten when she got excited, sparkled with the kind of intensity that reminded him why he'd been drawn to her years ago. "This isn't a disease. It's magical interference designed to look like one." Kieran bit back his immediate response. Watching her work, seeing the way her magic responded to her emotions, and how her knowledge went far deeper than he'd given her credit for, was doing things to his protective instincts that he didn't want to examine. "So we're back to deliberate sabotage," he said carefully. "We never left it," Freya said with frustration he was starting to recognize. "I told you earlier that this felt targeted. And I told you we needed evidence before jumping to conclusions." He gestured at the sample, his tone carrying the kind of authority that made people sit up and pay attention. "This could still be accidental magic gone wrong. Maybe someone was experimenting and lost control." "For 3 hours?" She sat back on her heels, green-gold eyes flashing with annoyance. "Someone maintained this level of magical precision for 3 hours, hitting specific plants in a deliberate pattern, and you think it was an accident?" Kieran studied the way anger brought color to her cheeks and made her magic shimmer just beneath her skin. Even irritated, she was beautiful. Hell, especially irritated, all fire and conviction and stubbornness that made his tiger want to see how far he could push her. "Dangerous territory, Holt." "I think," he said, standing to his full height and looking down at her with the kind of commanding presence that reminded everyone he was an apex predator, "that we should consider all possibilities before we start pointing fingers, including the one where someone in your family had more enemies than you realize." The words came out with enough alpha edge to make her magic recoil slightly, but her immediate defensiveness confirmed his suspicion that Freya Bloom lived in a bubble of small-town idealism. She honestly believed everyone loved her family as much as she did. "My grandmother dedicated her life to helping this community," Freya said icily, rising to face him with more courage than most people showed when he used that tone. "She trained half the botanical practitioners in the Blue Ridge Mountains. The idea that someone would target our family out of spite is ridiculous. People hold grudges for all kinds of reasons." Kieran sealed the soil sample and labeled it with precise handwriting, his movements efficient and controlled. "Maybe she refused to help someone. Maybe she chose one student over another. Maybe someone thought your family had too much influence over Hollow Oak's magical ecosystem. You don't know anything about my grandmother. And you don't know anything about investigating magical crimes." The words slipped out, fueled by her obvious disdain for his methods and the way she kept looking at him like he was some kind of amateur playing at detective work. His eyes flashed with irritation. "Just because someone was nice to your face doesn't mean they didn't resent your family's power." Freya's magic flared, and the grass around her feet suddenly sprouted wildflowers in shades of angry red and orange. She took a deep breath, visibly pulling her power back under control, and Kieran found himself impressed despite his irritation. "I think we should focus on the evidence," she said with forced calm. "The corruption pattern, the timing, the specific plants targeted, not your theories about my family's imaginary enemies." Stubborn as hell, but watching her wrestle her magic into submission revealed a level of control he hadn't expected. Freya Bloom might be naive about human nature, but she wasn't the dabbling amateur he'd assumed. "Fine," he said with finality that ended arguments. "Let's map the spread pattern. Maybe that'll tell us something useful." They worked in tense silence through the cool autumn morning, Kieran taking measurements while Freya documented the condition of each affected plant. He tried to ignore the way she moved with unconscious grace, The way her canvas bag kept bumping against her hip, the way her passionate muttering about cellular destruction made him fascinated. Professional distance. That's what this required. Just because fate had stuck him with Hollow Oak's most intriguing woman didn't mean he had to make things complicated. Kieran! Freya! Kieran looked up to see Rowan Ashford approaching with a wicker basket and the kind of hopeful smile that immediately set his teeth on edge. The other man was everything Kieran wasn't. Steady, dependable, the kind of guy mothers approved of and women married. His trimmed chestnut hair was clean and neat, and his brown eyes held the patient devotion of someone who'd been quietly courting the same woman for months. Also, apparently, the kind of guy who brought lunch to women while they worked. I thought you might be hungry, Rowan said, setting the basket down beside Freya with obvious familiarity. Twyla packed extra sandwiches at the cafe. That's thoughtful, Freya said, but Kieran caught the slight hesitation in her voice. Thank you. How's the investigation going? Rowan's attention shifted between them with the polite interest of someone who clearly felt he belonged in their conversation. Kieran's tiger snarled silently at the intrusion, his hackles raised with territorial instincts he didn't recognize. The reaction caught him completely off guard. He'd never been possessive about women before, never felt the urge to mark territory or warn off competition. The intensity of his response to Rowan's presence made him take a mental step back. What the hell is wrong with you? We're making progress, Freya answered when Kieran remained silent. The corruption pattern suggests deliberate magical interference. Deliberate? Rowan's expression darkened. You mean someone did this on purpose? We're still investigating, Kieran said, his tone carrying enough authority to make it clear the conversation was over. Nothing's confirmed yet. Rowan blinked at the dismissal, clearly not used to being shut down so effectively. But if someone is targeting Freya's family, he moved closer to her, his protective instincts obviously triggered. Maybe you should stay with friends until this is resolved. My mother has plenty of room. Kieran's hands clenched involuntarily. The idea of Freya leaving her cottage, moving in with Rowan's family where he could hover and protect and play the devoted suitor, made his tiger pace with agitation that bordered on fury. I'm not running away from my own home, Freya said firmly. Besides, I need to be here to help with the investigation. Of course. Rowan's smile was understanding and patient. I just worry about you. The domesticity of it made Kieran want to shift and run until his tiger stopped snarling. He stood abruptly, his movements sharp enough to make both Rowan and Freya look at him with surprise. I need to file an update with the council, he said with a kind of command that didn't invite argument. We can continue this tomorrow. But we haven't finished mapping the spread pattern, Freya protested. I've got enough data to start with. He needed distance before he did something stupid like challenge Rowan to a fight over a woman who'd made her preference clear years ago. 8 sharp tomorrow, remember? He left before either of them could respond, stalking toward town with his tiger prowling underneath his skin. What was it about Freya Bloom that turned him into a territorial idiot? She'd rejected him once already. She was clearly involved with Rowan, or at least considering it, and even if she wasn't, working together didn't mean she'd suddenly changed her opinion of his character. The Silver Fang Tavern appeared ahead like salvation, its rustic wooden sign promising alcohol, and the kind of atmosphere that didn't require polite conversation. Kieran pushed through the heavy door into familiar dimness, breathing in the scent of aged whiskey and the lingering musk of shifter patrons. Well, well. Maeve Cross looked up from polishing glasses behind the bar, her sharp eyes taking in his obvious agitation. Her short black hair was perfectly styled as always, and her expression held the kind of knowing amusement that meant he was about to get lectured. Look what the cat dragged in. Rough day at the office, consultant? Don't start. Kieran slumped onto a bar stool and gestured for his usual, his tone sharp enough to make most people back off. And don't call me consultant. Touched a nerve, did I? Maeve poured 2 fingers of bourbon and slid the glass across the polished wood, completely unimpressed by his alpha posturing. Let me guess. Miss Bloom isn't properly impressed by your expertise. Miss Bloom thinks she knows better than everyone else. Kieran took a sip and let the burn focus his thoughts, including the people trying to help her. Uh-huh. Maeve's grin was predatory. And that bothers you because it makes the investigation harder. Right, the investigation. Maeve leaned against the bar, dark eyes dancing with amusement. Nothing to do with the fact that Freya Bloom is beautiful, intelligent, and completely immune to your usual charm. She's involved with Rowan Ashford. Is she? Maeve's eyebrows rose. Funny. Word around town is he's been trying to propose for months, but she keeps finding excuses to put him off. Kieran's tiger perked up with interest he immediately squashed. Not my business either way. Of course not. Maeve's laugh was rich and knowing. Because the great Kieran Holt never gets attached, just enjoys the company and moves on when things get complicated. Exactly. Except you're sitting in my bar looking like someone kicked your tiger, all because another man brought your investigation partner lunch. Maeve's grin widened. Face it, Holt. You're caught. I'm not caught. Then why are you here instead of finishing your work with the lovely Miss Bloom? Kieran stared into his bourbon, searching for an answer that didn't make him sound like a jealous teenager. The truth was, watching Rowan fuss over Freya had triggered something primal and possessive. Because, he said finally, some traps are too dangerous to spring. Or, Maeve said with obvious satisfaction, some traps are exactly what you've been waiting for your whole life.
Chapter 5. Freya. Freya pressed her shoulder against the cottage's stone foundation, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp September morning air. She'd been awake since 4, unable to shake the feeling that yesterday's investigation had barely scratched the surface of what was really happening. The heritage roses hadn't just died randomly. The pattern was too specific, too targeted. Someone or something knew exactly how to strike at the heart of her family's magic. And she was tired of feeling helpless. Her grandmother had always been secretive about certain aspects of their family's history, deflecting questions with gentle smiles and promises of, "When you're older, dear." But Freya was 24 now, had been managing their magical legacy alone for 3 years, and older had apparently never come. Years ago, she'd overheard her grandmother muttering about the hidden records during a particularly difficult binding ritual in the garden. At the time, Freya had assumed it was just the ramblings of an elderly woman under magical strain. Now, facing the systematic destruction of everything her family had built, she was willing to chase down every half-remembered hint. Her fingers found a stone that shifted slightly under pressure. Heart-racing, she worked it loose from the mortar with the persistence of someone who'd grown up coaxing stubborn plants to bloom. Behind the stone lay a small cavity lined with what looked like old spellwork to keep moisture out. Inside, wrapped in oiled cloth and practically humming with residual magic, was a leather journal she'd never seen before. The cover was worn smooth by countless hands, stained with what looked suspiciously like blood around the edges. When she opened it, her grandmother's familiar handwriting filled the first page, but written in the formal script of the old tongue reserved for the most sacred rituals. Freya sank onto her cottage's back steps, pulling her shawl tighter against the morning chill as she began translating the archaic Gaelic. The first entries were standard botanical notes, soil composition, moon phases, harvest timing, but as she turned the pages, the content grew darker. The roses are not merely the heart of our magic, they are a lock, and we Bloom women are the key to something that must never be freed. Her blood went cold. This wasn't just family history, this was a warning. Page after page revealed the truth her grandmother had hidden from her. The Bloom women weren't just healers and gardeners. They were guardians, bound by blood magic and ancient oaths to protect Hollow Oak from something that made the usual supernatural residents look tame by comparison. Hollow Oak's location wasn't coincidental. The town sat at the convergence of ley lines that had drawn dark magic to the Blue Ridge Mountains for centuries. Cursed relics, twisted fey courts, corrupted plant spirits, malevolent ghosts. All of them were attracted to the power that pooled beneath the mountain soil like water in a deep well. The town's protective veil didn't just hide supernaturals from human eyes. It contained things that would make humans run screaming. And sleeping beneath it all, bound by her great-great-grandmother's blood sacrifice, lay an ancient plant spirit called the Thorn Weaver. Freya's hands trembled as she read the description of the creature that had once been a dryad, corrupted by exposure to the raw dark magic that seeped up through the ley lines. It fed on botanical life, twisting healthy plants into extensions of its own corrupted consciousness, spreading like a plague across any land it touched. Celeste's binding was brilliant but costly, her grandmother had written. She used her own life force to power the spell, channeling it through the heritage roses and sealing it with blood from every woman in our line going back 7 generations, but such bindings weaken over time. They require renewal through willing sacrifice, performed when the bloodline's magic runs strongest. Freya flipped frantically through the pages, searching for details about this renewal ritual. Instead, she found increasingly worried entries about the binding's deterioration. I can feel it stirring in my dreams. The Thornweaver whispers to me through the root systems, testing the boundaries of its prison. The roses have been restless lately, their blooms taking on strange colors. I fear I have waited too long to begin Freya's true training. She thinks she knows everything about our family's magic, but how can I explain that everything she's learned is just the pretty surface? How do I tell her that our real purpose is to be jailers to a nightmare? She's so proud of her healing work, so confident in her abilities. The truth would shatter that. The binding requires not just magical strength, but absolute certainty of purpose. Doubt creates cracks. That the Thornweaver can exploit Freya's magic is powerful, but she's never been tested, never had to choose between her own desires and duty. I need more time to prepare her properly. The final entry was dated just 2 days before her grandmother's unexpected death from a heart attack. It knows I'm dying. I can feel the Thornweaver pressing against the weakening bonds, feeding on my failing strength. Freya isn't ready. Her magic is unfocused, undisciplined in the ways that matter most. She's never learned to sacrifice for others because I wanted to protect her innocence as long as possible. If the bloodline connection fails completely, if she cannot renew the binding when the time comes, the Thornweaver will break free during the peak magical season. Mother, forgive me for the choice I'm about to force on her. The journal slipped from Freya's numb fingers, landing on the stone step with a dull thud. Everything made horrible, perfect sense now. The heritage roses hadn't been attacked by an outside force. They were dying because the binding spell was failing, weakened by 3 years of her incompetent stewardship. She was supposed to be the guardian, the protector. The next link in a chain of women who'd sacrificed everything to keep Hollow Oak safe. Instead, she'd been playing at running an apothecary, completely oblivious to the ancient evil stirring beneath her feet. Her grandmother had died before completing her training because she thought Freya wasn't ready to handle the truth, wasn't strong enough, mature enough, selfless enough to carry the real family legacy. And she'd been right. "Oh, grandmother," Freya whispered, pressing her hands to her face as tears started to fall. "Why didn't you trust me? Why didn't you tell me?" 3 years. 3 years she'd been failing at a job she didn't even know she had. 3 years of thinking she was honoring her family's legacy by mixing healing potions and tending a pretty garden, while all along she was supposed to be maintaining a magical prison that kept an ancient horror locked away. How many people would die when the Thornweaver broke free? How many of her friends and neighbors would pay the price for her ignorance? The sound of boots on the garden path made her look up through tear-blurred vision. Kieran approached with his usual confident stride, early for their planned investigation. He was dressed for outdoor work in jeans and a flannel shirt that brought out the gold flecks in his amber eyes, but his expression shifted the moment he saw her face. "Freya." He was up the steps in 2 bounds, crouching beside her on the narrow stone landing. "What happened? Are you hurt?" The genuine concern in his voice, the way he immediately positioned himself as if ready to fight off whatever had upset her, only made the tears fall harder. When had anyone besides Maisie cared enough to ask what was wrong? When had anyone looked at her like her pain actually mattered? "I found something," she managed, gesturing weakly toward the journal. "My grandmother's real records, about our family, about what we're supposed to be." Kieran glanced at the leather-bound book, then back at her face with the kind of focused attention that made her feel like the most important thing in his world. "Tell me."
Chapter 6. Kieran. The scent of Freya's tears hit Kieran hard, salt and lilacs and something deeper that made his tiger roar to life beneath his skin. Every protective instinct he possessed surged forward with a force that left him reeling. This wasn't just sympathy for someone in pain. This was something more intense, more primal than anything he'd felt before. "Mine," his tiger insisted, pacing restlessly beneath his skin. "Protect. Claim." "She's not mine," Kieran shot back. "She's a job. Nothing more." But even as he tried to convince himself, he couldn't deny the way his entire body had gone on high alert the moment he'd scented her distress. "Tell me," he said again, gentler this time, crouching beside her on the stone steps. His tiger demanded he touch her, comfort her, but he kept his hands carefully to himself. She took a shaky breath and began translating passages from the journal, her voice breaking as she revealed her family's true legacy. "Guardian bloodline ancient plant spirit. Binding spells powered by sacrifice." Each word made Kieran's tiger pace with increasing agitation, not at the supernatural threat, but at the pain radiating from the woman beside him. "She never trained me because she thought I couldn't handle it," Freya whispered, tears tracking down her cheeks. "She died thinking I was too weak, too selfish, too immature to carry our family's real responsibility." The hell she was weak. Kieran had seen her magic respond to her emotions, watched her wrestle it back under control. When she was angry or scared, he'd witnessed her dedication to her craft, the way she approached every problem with fierce intelligence and stubborn determination. If her grandmother couldn't see that strength, then the older woman had been blind. "That's not what I see when I look at you," he said, rougher than intended. The urge to reach out and brush away her tears was almost overwhelming, but something held him back. Some instinct that told him touching her right now would change everything. Her green-gold eyes met his, and Kieran felt something shift in his chest. "You don't understand," she said, but her voice was exasperated rather than firm. "If I can't figure out how to renew the binding, that thing is going to break free. It feeds on botanical life, Kieran. It could destroy everything. Then we'll figure it out." The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought, and the certainty in his voice surprised even him. "Together." Something flickered across Freya's expression. Recognition, maybe, or hope. For a moment, he thought she might lean into him, might let him shoulder some of the impossible burden she carried. Then she pulled back, wrapping her arms around herself. "This isn't your responsibility," she said, but there was less conviction in her voice than before. "You're only here because the council assigned you. And everyone in town knows your reputation, Kieran. You don't do complicated." The words hit like a slap, mostly because they were dead accurate. He'd built his entire adult life around avoiding exactly this kind of mess. Keep things light, keep them simple, move on before anyone started talking about feelings or forever. But looking at Freya now, seeing the vulnerability she was trying so hard to hide, made him question everything he thought he knew about what he wanted. "Maybe I'm tired of my reputation," he said quietly. Freya's eyes searched his face like she was looking for signs of deception. "You can't just decide to be someone different overnight." "Can't I?" He stood slowly, extending his hand to help her up. "People change, Freya. Sometimes they have to." She stared at his outstretched hand like it might bite her, but eventually took it. The spark of connection when their palms touched made his tiger purr so loudly he was surprised she couldn't hear it. When she was on her feet, he didn't immediately let go and she didn't pull away. "I should get to the apothecary," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. "I have customers coming in this morning." "The apothecary can wait." Kieran tucked the journal under his arm, noting how her magic had left its imprint on the leather cover. Something about that residual energy called to his tiger. First, we're getting breakfast and talking this through properly. You can't save the world on an empty stomach. I'm not hungry. I am. He guided her toward the garden path with a gentle hand on her lower back, ignoring the way the simple contact made his skin burn. And I think better with coffee. They walked to the hearth and hollow inn in charged silence, the easy camaraderie from earlier replaced by something more complex. Kieran kept his distance, hyper-aware of every step she took beside him, and fighting the urge to pull her closer. Something was happening between them. Something his tiger recognized even if his human brain wasn't ready to put a name to it yet. Miriam was in the inn's kitchen when they arrived, flour dusting her silver hair as she pulled a batch of apple cinnamon scones from the oven. Her half-moon spectacles caught the morning light as she looked up at them, taking in the obvious tension with the sharp perception that had made her such an effective council member. "Well, well," she said, setting the scones on a cooling rack. "You two look like you've been through a war." "Something like that," Kieran said, deliberately not looking at Freya. "Do you have a few minutes to talk? About the investigation?" "Of course, dear." Miriam poured 3 cups of coffee from the pot that always seemed to be brewing in her kitchen. "Freya, honey, you look exhausted. When's the last time you ate something substantial?" The simple maternal concern seemed to crack something in Freya's composure. She accepted the coffee with shaking hands, wrapping her fingers around the mug like it was a lifeline. Kieran gave Miriam the abbreviated version of what they'd discovered, watching his foster mother's expression grow increasingly grave as he described the thorn weaver and the failing binding spell. He kept his voice clinical, professional, trying to ignore the way Freya flinched every time he referred to her family's legacy as a situation to handle. "The Bloom Guardian bloodline," Miriam said when he finished. "I should have guessed. Your grandmother was always so secretive about certain aspects of your family's magic, dear." "You knew!" Freya's voice was sharp with accusation. "I suspected." Miriam's tone was gentle but unapologetic. "There are old families in Hollow Oak who carry burdens. The rest of us can't imagine. We don't ask questions because we trust them to handle what needs handling." "Well, I'm not handling it very well," Freya said bitterly. "You're handling it better than you think." Miriam reached across the table to squeeze her hand. "The fact that you found that journal, that you're facing this truth instead of running from it, tells me everything I need to know about your character." Kieran watched the exchange with growing something. Not quite admiration, but close. Everyone kept acting like Freya was some kind of hero for stumbling onto information she should have had years ago. Meanwhile, his tiger was practically vibrating every time she looked upset. "Kieran," Miriam said, turning those perceptive eyes on him, "walk with me for a moment." She led him to the inn's back garden, where late-blooming roses climbed a trellis beside the kitchen door. The morning sun caught in their petals, creating patterns of light and shadow that reminded him why Miriam's gardens were legendary throughout the region. "That girl is carrying a heavy burden," Miriam said without preamble. "I know." Kieran crossed his arms, defensive. "That's why I'm helping." "Is it?" She studied his face with the intensity that had always made him feel like she could read his mind. "I think it looks like you're fighting something a lot more personal than professional concern." His tiger snarled at the direct hit. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" Miriam's voice was gentle, but relentless. "You've been pacing like a caged animal since you walked in here. Every time Freya looks upset, your jaw tightens like you're restraining yourself from doing something, and you're standing as far away from her as you can manage while still being in the same conversation. She's a client. I'm maintaining professional boundaries." "Kieran Holt, I raised you from 15 years old. Do you really think you can lie to me?" Miriam's expression softened. "What's really going on here?" The question hung in the autumn air between them. Kieran stared at the roses, their deep red blooms reminding him uncomfortably of Freya's heritage garden, and felt his carefully constructed walls beginning to crack. "I don't know," he said finally, the admission scraping his throat raw. "There's something about her that makes my tiger react. But it doesn't matter, she made her choice about me years ago." "Did she?" Miriam's voice was deceptively casual. "Or did a 21-year-old woman turn down a 25-year-old man who hadn't figured out who he wanted to be yet?" "It doesn't matter," Kieran repeated, but the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. "Doesn't it?" Miriam moved closer, her voice gentle but implacable. You've spent 15 years proving to this town that you're reliable, that you won't disappoint us the way you were disappointed, but you've never let yourself believe that someone might choose to stay with you, that someone might see past the reputation you've built and want the man underneath. Because they don't, Kieran said harshly. People leave, Miriam. That's what they do. And the smart money is on being the one who leaves first. Not everyone is your parents' dear one. Not everyone is going to abandon you when things get difficult. Miriam reached out to squeeze his shoulder. That girl in there, she's been carrying an impossible burden alone for 3 years. She understands what it means to stay, to sacrifice, to put others before yourself. If anyone can handle whatever fears you're carrying, it's her. She doesn't want anything to do with me beyond this investigation. Are you sure about that? Miriam's smile was knowing. Because the way she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching suggests otherwise. Before Kieran could respond, footsteps approached from the inn. Both of them turned to see Freya appearing in the garden doorway, her expression carefully neutral. I'm sorry to interrupt, she said, but I should get back to the shop. I have customers coming in this morning. Of course, dear, Miriam said smoothly. Kieran was just telling me how much he's looking forward to working with you. Kieran shot his foster mother a warning look, but she just smiled innocently. He found himself hyper-aware of every step Freya took beside him, every breath she drew, every small movement that spoke of the magic thrumming just beneath her skin. Something was definitely happening between them. His tiger was becoming more insistent about it with every passing hour. The question was, what the hell was he going to do about it?
Chapter 7. Freya. The Autumn Welcome Festival should have been magical. Paper lanterns swayed from the oak trees around Moonmirror Lake, their warm glow reflecting off the water as families spread blankets for the season's kickoff celebration. This was Hollow Oak's traditional way of welcoming fall, a cozy gathering before the grand harvest festival that would come in a few weeks when the leaves turned fully and the magical community's power reached its seasonal peak. The scent of apple cider and cinnamon filled the crisp September air, mingling with wood smoke from the central bonfire where couples danced to fiddle music. Freya stood at the edge of the festivities, a cup of untouched cider growing cold in her hands, as she watched children run through the corn maze with shrieks of delighted terror. Everything looked normal, peaceful, exactly like the autumn celebrations she'd loved since childhood. But beneath the surface, joy corruption was spreading through the countryside like a cancer. 3 more farms reported plant deaths this morning, Maisie said quietly, appearing at her elbow with her own cup of cider. Her pointed ears drooped with exhaustion. The Hendersons lost their entire apple orchard overnight. Mrs. Pat's herb garden looks like a battlefield. Freya closed her eyes, feeling the weight of failure settle heavier on her shoulders. Each corrupted plant was another mark against her inadequate guardianship, another sign that the Thornweaver was stirring stronger with every passing day. The knowledge from her grandmother's journal sat like acid in her stomach. A few weeks until the main harvest festival, when the magical community's power would peak and draw visitors from across the region, if she couldn't figure out how to renew the binding spell by then. You look like you're carrying the weight of the world, Rowan's gentle voice interrupted her spiraling thoughts. She turned to find him approaching with that patient smile she'd grown so accustomed to, his trimmed chestnut hair neat despite the evening breeze. He looked handsome in his autumn-colored sweater, the kind of steady, dependable attractive that should have made her heart flutter. Instead, all she felt was familiar fondness tinged with guilt. Just tired, she said, forcing herself to smile back. It's been a long week. Then let me help you forget about work for one evening. Rowan offered his arm with old-fashioned courtesy. The pumpkin patch is beautiful this year, and I heard Mrs. Patterson brought her famous caramel apples. Freya let him guide her toward the festival activities, trying to push thoughts of ancient plant spirits from her mind. Around them, Hollow Oak's supernatural community celebrated with easy joy. Shifter children played tag in forms that shifted between human and animal, while witch families shared potions that made autumn leaves dance in spirals above their heads. But her attention kept drifting to a familiar figure standing guard at the crowd's edge. Kieran leaned against an oak tree with predatory grace as he scanned the festival goers with alertness that never fully relaxed. He'd changed into dark jeans and a button-down shirt that clung to his broad shoulders, looking like exactly the kind of trouble her grandmother had always warned her to avoid. Their eyes met across the festival grounds, and Freya felt that spark of awareness shoot through her system. Even from 30 feet away, she could his gaze flash with something that looked like possession. The intensity of his stare made her skin hum with energy. Professional consultation only, she reminded herself. That's what he'd said after making it clear she was just another problem to solve. Freya, Rowan's voice brought her attention back. You seem distracted tonight. Sorry. She turned away from Kieran's penetrating stare. Just thinking about the investigation. Maybe you should take a break from all that. Rowan's hand covered hers where it rested on his arm. You've been pushing yourself so hard since the corruption started. The genuine care in his voice made her chest tighten with guilt. Rowan had been nothing but patient and supportive. He deserved better than a woman whose attention kept drifting to another man, especially when that man had made it clear he wasn't interested in anything beyond professional obligation. They wandered through the celebration, but every few minutes someone would approach with whispered reports of new plant deaths. The corruption was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated, and Freya found herself calculating how much of Hollow Oak's magical ecosystem they could lose before the entire town became uninhabitable. Miss Bloom. Elder Varick materialized beside them with silent grace. His silver braids caught the lantern light as he leaned close. Might I have a word? Freya's stomach dropped. Of course. 3 more properties reported corruption since this morning, he said quietly. The pattern is accelerating. At this rate, we'll lose the entire agricultural district before the week is out. I'm working on it, Freya said, hating how defensive she sounded. Perhaps you might benefit from consulting additional resources. The regional council has experts in historical magical bindings. His storm-gray eyes held no judgment, but she could feel the weight of his expectations. Pride is a luxury we can't afford right now, Miss Bloom. Elder Varick melted back into the crowd, leaving Freya frozen beside Rowan. Incomplete information, limited time, pride. Everything she'd feared about her inadequacy as a guardian laid bare. Whatever that was about, you can talk to me, Rowan said, his arm tightening around her shoulders. Her hesitation allowed her to hear the sudden commotion near the pumpkin patch that caught their attention. Children were backing away from the display area, their parents moving quickly to gather them close. Even from a distance, Freya could see the telltale black veining spreading across several of the prize pumpkins. Oh no, she breathed. The corruption had reached the festival itself. People began pointing and murmuring with rising panic. Freya started toward the contaminated display, her healer's instincts overriding everything else, but a strong hand caught her arm. Don't! Kieran's voice was low and commanding. You can't help them, and getting too close will only make people panic more. I have to try, she protested, but she let him guide her away from the spreading corruption with a possessive hand on her lower back that made her skin burn through her sweater. What you have to do is stay safe. His amber eyes flashed with something fierce and protective. Getting yourself infected with whatever this is won't help anyone. The warmth of his palm against her spine, the way he positioned himself between her and the threat without conscious thought, made Freya's heart race in ways that had nothing to do with fear. This was the same man who'd called her a problem to handle just hours ago, but his actions spoke of something deeper than professional obligation. Within minutes, black veining consumed the entire pumpkin patch. The cheerful orange gourds transformed into twisted monuments to corruption. The festival's joy evaporated, replaced by fearful tension. We should go, Freya said, her voice barely steady. They retreated toward the bonfire, where the music had stopped and clusters of people stood talking in worried whispers. Kieran melted into the crowd to help with crowd control, and Rowan caught her hand. "Freya, can we talk? Privately?" She followed him to a quiet spot beside the lake where the bonfire's light danced across the water. Rowan took her hands in both of his brown eyes serious with intent that made her stomach clench with dread. "I know tonight didn't go as planned," he said, his voice gentle but determined. "But what I want to ask you isn't about tonight. It's about our future." "No." The word screamed through her mind, but she couldn't voice it. "I've been thinking about this for months, about us, about what we could build together." His thumbs traced gentle patterns across her knuckles. "You know how I feel about you, Freya. How I've always felt." "Rowan, I want to take care of you. I want to be the person you come home to at the end of difficult days. I want to share your burdens and celebrate your triumphs and build something lasting together." He took a deep breath before dropping to one knee. "Marry me. Be my partner. My everything." The proposal hung in the autumn air between them, beautiful and sincere and everything a woman should want to hear from a good man. Rowan's love was genuine, his devotion unquestionable, his promise of partnership exactly the kind of stable future her grandmother would have encouraged. So why did it feel like a cage closing around her? Freya's voice failed as she looked into his earnest brown eyes. How could she explain that her heart had started responding to someone else's presence with electric awareness that made her question everything she thought she knew about love? "You don't have to answer right now," Rowan said quickly, misreading her hesitation. "I know it's a big decision, but I wanted you to know where I stand." Freya's gaze drifted past his shoulder to where Kieran stood at the crowd's edge, his eyes fixed on them with an intensity that made her pulse stutter. Even from across the festival grounds, she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands clenched like he was fighting some internal battle. "I need time," she said finally, the words scraping her throat raw, "to think about everything." The hurt that flashed across Rowan's face made her feel like the worst kind of person. Here was a man who loved her enough to propose despite her obvious distraction, and she was asking for time because she couldn't stop thinking about someone who'd made it clear she was just another job to complete. "Of course," Rowan said, his voice steady despite the disappointment in his eyes. "Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." That was the problem, Freya realized as guilt settled like lead in her stomach. Rowan would wait patiently while she figured out her feelings, never demanding more than she was ready to give. He was everything a woman should want in a partner. So why couldn't she stop wishing for someone whose touch set her skin on fire instead?
Chapter 8. Kieran. Kieran stood at the festival's edge, watching Rowan drop to one knee beside the bonfire like he was witnessing his own execution. The sight of another man proposing to his mate sent his tiger into a frenzy of rage and possession that made his claws threaten to extend. "Ours," his tiger snarled, pushing against his human control. "Stop him? Claim her. Now." "She's not ours," Kieran shot back, even as every instinct screamed at him to shift and drag Freya away from the man kneeling at her feet. She made her choice. But watching her face as Rowan spoke, seeing the way her green-gold eyes went wide with something that looked more like trapped panic than joy, gave him a sick surge of hope he didn't want to feel. When heard her ask for time instead of throwing herself into Rowan's arms, his tiger practically purred with satisfaction. "She didn't say yes," the beast pointed out smugly. "She didn't say no either." Kieran forced himself to turn away before he interrupted a marriage proposal. He had a job to do, festival goers to protect, and absolutely no business standing here obsessing over a woman who'd rejected him once and would probably do it again. He began patrolling the festival's perimeter with a kind of predatory focus that made people unconsciously step out of his way. The corruption at the pumpkin patch had everyone on edge. Parents pulling their children closer and supernatural senses on high alert for signs of further spread. But as Kieran walked the festival grounds, he started noticing something strange. The areas where Freya had been earlier in the evening showed no signs of corruption. Not just absence of the blight, but something more. The grass looked greener, the autumn flowers more vibrant, as if her presence had somehow strengthened the natural magic that flowed through Hollow Oak. He knelt beside a section of ground where he'd seen her standing 20 minutes ago, pressing his palm to the earth. His tiger's senses picked up the lingering trace of her magic, warm and clean and achingly familiar. But underneath it was something else, something that felt like healing. Interesting. Kieran stood, brushing dirt from his hands as pieces of a puzzle began clicking into place. If Freya's magic could cleanse corruption simply by her being present, then maybe her grandmother's binding spell wasn't just failing. Maybe it was trying to adapt, to use Freya's power in ways the older woman had never understood. A scream from the corn maze cut through his thoughts like a blade. Kieran was moving before the sound fully registered, his tigers surging forward as he raced toward the source of the commotion. He found a group of teenagers clustered at the maze's entrance, their faces pale with terror as they stared at something inside the towering cornstalks. "What happened?" he demanded, pushing through the crowd. "Jenny and Mark went in there about 10 minutes ago," a girl with tears streaming down her face stammered. "We heard screaming, but when we tried to follow them, the paths started changing, moving, and there's this black stuff everywhere." Kieran peered into the maze and swore under his breath. The corruption had spread through the entire structure, turning the cheerful autumn attraction into a twisted labyrinth of dying corn and writhing shadows. Somewhere in the middle of it, 2 kids were trapped. "Everyone back," he ordered with the kind of alpha authority that made people obey without question. "Stay at least 20 feet from the entrance." He was about to enter the maze when footsteps pounded across the grass behind him. Freya appeared at his side, her copper hair wild and her eyes bright with determination. "I'm coming with you," she said. "Like hell you are." Kieran caught her arm, his touch automatically gentle, despite his words. "That thing in there is exactly what's been corrupting your family's magic. You go in there. You're playing right into its hands. Those kids are in there because I failed to contain this properly." Her voice shook with guilt and resolve. "I'm not letting anyone else get hurt because of my mistakes." Before Kieran could argue further, another scream echoed from deep within the maze. This one was weaker, more desperate, and it sent his protective instincts into overdrive. "Fine," he said through gritted teeth, "but you stay behind me and you do exactly what I say. No heroics." They plunged into the maze together, following the sound of increasingly faint cries for help. The corruption here was unlike anything Kieran had seen before. The corn stalks writhed like living things, their leaves dripping with black sap that hissed when it hit the ground. The path shifted and changed around them, walls closing and opening with malevolent intelligence. "This way," Freya whispered, her magic apparently able to sense something his tiger couldn't. "They're close." They rounded a corner and found Jenny and Mark collapsed in the center of a small clearing, black veins crawling up their arms like poisonous tattoos. The corruption was feeding on them, drawing their life force to fuel its own growth. "Get them out of here," Kieran ordered, dropping to his knees beside the unconscious teenagers. "I'll carry them." But as he reached for Jenny, the corn stalks around them began to move with violent intent. They lashed out like whips, aiming for Freya with deadly precision. His tiger roared to the surface, bringing partial shift with it as claws extended and eyes flashed with gold. Kieran moved faster than humanly possible, intercepting the corrupted plants before they could reach his mate. His claws tore through the twisted stalks like paper, but more kept coming. The entire maze seemed to be converging on their location, drawn by Freya's presence like moths to flame. "It wants her," his tiger realized with crystalline clarity. "The corruption isn't random, it's hunting her." The knowledge sent Kieran into a protective frenzy that bordered on feral. He shifted further, letting his tiger's strength flow through human limbs as he fought back the encroaching darkness. Partially shifted, he was stronger, faster, more dangerous than anything the corruption could throw at them. "Kieran!" Freya's voice cut through his battle rage. "The kids!" "Right." He scooped up both teenagers, his enhanced strength making their combined weight feel like nothing. "Can you clear us a path?" Freya nodded, her magic flaring around her like green gold flame. Where her power touched the corrupted corn, it withered and retreated, opening a narrow corridor toward the maze's entrance. They ran through the shifting passages, Kieran's partial shift allowing him to move with inhuman speed while carrying their burden. Behind them, the maze collapsed in on itself with sounds like screaming wood and dying dreams. They burst out of the corn maze just as the entire structure imploded, leaving nothing but a circle of blackened earth and the acrid scent of defeated corruption. Kieran set the teenagers down carefully, noting that the black veins on their skin were already fading. "They'll be okay," Freya said, kneeling beside Jenny to check her pulse. "The corruption didn't have time to take hold properly." Kieran nodded, still partially shifted and breathing hard from the combination of battle fury and protective instincts. It wasn't until he caught Freya staring at him that he realized what she was seeing. His eyes were still flashing with gold, claws extended, canine teeth slightly elongated. He looked every inch the dangerous predator he was. He expected her to flinch, to step back the way most humans did when faced with a shifter's true nature. Instead, her green-gold eyes darkened with something that looked suspiciously like heat. "You saved them," she said quietly, her voice carrying a note he'd never heard before. "It's what I do." Kieran forced his shift to recede, claws retracting and eyes returning to merely human. "Nothing special, isn't it?" Freya moved closer, close enough that he could smell lilacs and magic. "The way you fought that thing, the way you put yourself between it and everyone else." "That's not nothing, Kieran." The admiration in her voice, the way she looked at him like he was something worth looking at instead of just another problem, made him want to kiss her right there. "You should get back to Rowan," he said, taking a deliberate step backward. "He's probably worried sick." Something flickered across Freya's expression. "About that, congratulations, by the way." The words tasted like ash in his mouth. "You two will be very happy together." I didn't say yes. Even though he already knew, her saying it was like a weight benign lifted. His tiger immediately perked up with interest, but he forced himself to remain neutral. "You didn't say no either." "No," she admitted, her voice soft. "I didn't." They stared at each other across the few feet of autumn night, the air between them charged with want and the kind of electric awareness that made smart people do stupid things. "Why?" Freya's lips parted as if she was going to answer, but then voices called their names from across the festival grounds. The moment shattered like glass, reality crashing back as people rushed toward them with questions and concern. But as Kieran watched Freya compose herself and prepare to face the crowd, he caught her eyes one more time. The heat was still there. Maybe his tiger was right about something being stronger than logic.
Chapter 9. Freya. Freya's phone buzzed against her nightstand at 11:43, jolting her from restless sleep plagued by dreams of writhing cornstalks and golden eyes flashing. Edgar Tansley's voice came across panicked. "Freya, thank the mother you answered. You need to come to the greenhouse. Now, it's Rufus." She was pulling on clothes before he finished speaking, her heart hammering against her ribs. What happened? He touched one of the moonflowers. The corruption got into him somehow. He's unconscious, and there are these black lines crawling up his arms like poison. I don't know what to do. "I'll be right there." Freya grabbed her grandmother's healing kit and raced out into the night, not bothering to lock her cottage door behind her. The Hollow Mercantile's greenhouse sat behind the main building like a crystal cathedral, its glass walls reflecting the moonlight in fractured patterns. Edgar met her at the entrance, his usually neat appearance disheveled with worry and terror. "He's in the back section," Edgar said, leading her through rows of carefully tended magical plants, with the night-blooming specimens. They found Rufus collapsed beside a display of luminescent flowers, his skin pale as moonlight except for the black veins that traced up his arms like poisonous tattoos. The moonflowers around him were beautiful and wrong, their petals shimmering with an oily darkness that made Freya's magic recoil. "How long has he been like this?" she asked, dropping to her knees beside the unconscious man. "About 20 minutes," He was checking on the moonflowers like he does every night, and then I heard him scream." Edgar's voice cracked. "The flowers looked normal when we closed up shop, but now look at them." Freya looked. The moonflowers had been one of the Tansley brothers' pride and joy, rare specimens that bloomed only under direct moonlight and were said to enhance psychic abilities. Now they pulsed with corruption, their ethereal beauty twisted into something that made her skin crawl. "I need to call Kieran," she said, pulling out her phone with hands that shook only slightly. "Already here." Kieran's voice from the greenhouse entrance made her look up with relief that she instantly tried to bite back. He approached with that predatory grace she was becoming accustomed to, as he took in the scene with sharp intelligence. "Edgar called me right after he called you," he explained, crouching beside her. "How bad is it?" "Bad." Freya placed her hands just above Rufus's chest, letting her magic probe the corruption spreading through his system. "It's not just on his skin. The poison is in his bloodstream, heading for his heart. Can you stop it?" "I can try." She closed her eyes and reached deeper into her healing magic than she'd ever gone before. The corruption fought her at every turn, alien and hungry and utterly malevolent. It wanted to consume, to spread, to turn Rufus into another vector for its growth. But underneath the corruption, Freya could sense something else. A pattern, an intelligence. This wasn't random magical poisoning. This was targeted, deliberate, and it felt horribly familiar. "It's the same signature as the heritage roses," she whispered, not opening her eyes. "The same thing that killed my family's garden." "Focus on healing first," Kieran said, his voice steady and calm. "We'll worry about the why later." Freya poured more power into her magic, using every technique her grandmother had taught her about drawing poison from living systems. The black veins on Rufus's arms began to recede slowly, reluctantly, like they were being pulled back against their will. But the effort was costing her. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she fought against corruption that seemed to have a mind of its own. Her magic, normally as natural as breathing, felt sluggish and strained. "Freya." Kieran's hand touched her shoulder. "Your nose is bleeding." She wiped her face with the back of her hand, not surprised to see red. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're pushing too hard. He'll die if I stop." The words came out through gritted teeth as another wave of corruption tried to surge back toward Rufus's heart. "I can feel it trying to reach his vital organs." "Then let me help." "You're not a healer." "No, but I'm strong." Kieran moved behind her, his chest pressed against her back as his hands covered hers. "Use my energy. Take what you need." The moment their skin touched, Freya felt his power flow into her magic like a river joining a stream. His strength wasn't healing energy, but it was clean and steady and utterly reliable. It gave her the boost she needed to make one final push against the corruption. The black veins on Rufus's arms faded completely. His breathing deepened, and color began returning to his pale cheeks. The immediate crisis was over, but Freya felt like she'd been hit by a truck. "Got him," she said, swaying slightly as exhaustion crashed over her. Kieran's arms tightened around her, holding her steady against his chest. "Easy. You did good." The praise in his voice, the way his strength supported her when her own failed, made something warm spread throughout her. She let herself lean into him for just a moment, breathing in his scent of pine and warm spice. "Is he going to be okay?" Edgar asked, hovering anxiously beside his brother. "He should be," Freya said, forcing herself to sit up straighter and move away from Kieran's comforting presence. "But I want him checked by a proper healer in the morning. And Edgar, don't touch anything else in here until we figure out what's happening." "I won't." Edgar knelt beside Rufus, relief written across his face. "Thank you, both of you." Kieran helped Freya to her feet, his hand warm and steady on her elbow. "We should get you home. You look like you're about to fall over." "I'm fine," she protested automatically, then immediately proved herself wrong by stumbling slightly. "Right, that's why you can barely stand." Kieran's tone was dry but not unkind. "Come on, witch. Let's get you some rest." The walk back through Hollow Oak's empty streets felt surreal after the intensity of the healing session. Street lamps cast pools of golden light across the sidewalks, and their footsteps echoed off the closed storefronts with a rhythm that matched Freya's still racing heartbeat. "The corruption is getting stronger," she said, more to fill the silence than because Kieran needed to hear it. "More focused. The way it fought my magic tonight felt almost personal." "Because it is personal." Kieran's voice was grimmer than she'd ever heard it. "That thing isn't just randomly corrupting plants anymore. It's specifically targeting practitioners with earth-based magic." The realization hit Freya, and she instantly was mad she didn't catch that earlier. The herb garden, the Henderson's apple orchard, now Rufus and his moonflowers. "All earth magic practitioners," Kieran confirmed. "And you're the strongest one in Hollow Oak." "I'm its primary target." The words tasted like ash in her mouth. "It's not just connected to me through my family's binding. It's hunting me." "Which is why you're not doing any more healing sessions without backup," Kieran said firmly. "What happened tonight, the way that corruption fought you, and the way it attacked you in the corn maze, that wasn't normal magical resistance. That was something intelligent trying to get into your head." They'd stopped walking without Freya realizing it, standing under a street lamp halfway between the mercantile and her cottage. Kieran's look was serious as they studied her face, looking for signs of the corruption's influence. "I can handle myself," she said, but the words came out weak. "Can you?" Kieran stepped closer, close enough that she could see the gold and green flecks in his eyes. "Because from where I'm standing, you look like someone who's been carrying the weight of the world alone for too long." "That's what Bloom women do," Freya said, lifting her chin with defiance she didn't feel. "We handle things. We protect people. We don't need rescuing." "Maybe that's the problem." Kieran's voice was soft, almost gentle. "Maybe your grandmother was wrong to make you think you had to face this alone." The suggestion that her grandmother might have been wrong about anything felt like heresy, but Freya couldn't deny the appeal of having someone share the impossible burden she carried, someone who looked at her like she was worth protecting. "Kieran?" "Yeah?" She didn't know what she'd been about to say, but it didn't matter because that's when his hand brushed against hers. The contact was barely there, just the back of his knuckles grazing her fingers as they stood too close together under the streetlight. But the spark of connection that shot between them was strong enough to make them both stop breathing. Freya's magic responded to the touch with a surge of recognition. "Oh," she whispered. Kieran's pupils dilated, his eyes flashing with gold as whatever he'd been fighting finally won. Freya. The way he said her name, like a prayer and a curse and a promise all wrapped together, made her heart stutter against her ribs. This was dangerous territory. Standing here in the middle of an empty street with a man whose touch made her forget every rational reason why she should walk away. But walking away was the last thing she wanted to do. "We should," she started. "Yeah," he agreed, but neither of them moved. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled midnight, marking the end of one day and the beginning of something else entirely. Something that would change everything, if they were brave enough to let it.
Chapter 10. Kieran. Kieran forced himself to step back from Freya before he kissed her under the street lamp. The loss of contact felt like tearing away part of his skin, but he managed to keep his voice steady as he said, "You should get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be another long day." Freya blinked like she was coming out of a trance, her eyes still dark with awareness. "Right. Yes. Sleep. Good idea." By the time Kieran reached his place above the hardware store, his tiger was practically clawing at his insides with the need to go back. The restless energy had nowhere to go in the small space, and he found himself pacing from the kitchen to the bedroom and back again, like a caged animal. She's alone, his tiger insisted. Vulnerable. The corruption is hunting her. She has locks on her doors, Kieran argued back, and wards around her property. Wards that failed to protect her grandmother's roses. That stopped him cold. The heritage roses had been the most protected plants in Hollow Oak, surrounded by generations of defensive magic. If the corruption could get through those barriers, what chance did simple door locks have? At 2:47 a.m., Kieran gave up pretending he was going to sleep. He pulled on jeans and a t-shirt, grabbed his jacket, and headed back out into the night. His tiger settled the moment he started walking toward Freya's cottage, satisfied that they were finally doing something useful. He told himself he was just going to do a perimeter check, make sure there were no signs of corruption near her property. But when he saw the warm glow of lamplight in her front window, his feet carried him straight to her door. Kieran raised his hand to knock, then hesitated. What was he supposed to say? "Hi, I couldn't sleep because my tiger is convinced you're going to die without my protection." That would go over well. The door opened before he could decide, revealing Freya in pajama pants and an oversized sweater, her copper hair loose around her shoulders. "I figured you'd show up eventually," she said, stepping aside to let him in. "Your pacing was so loud I could hear it from here." "I wasn't pacing that loud. Kieran, you live 6 blocks away." Freya's smile was tired but genuine. "I've got coffee on. Want some?" He should have said no. Should have made some excuse about checking her perimeter and left before this became even more complicated than it already was. Instead, he found himself following her into the kitchen, where the scent of fresh coffee mixed with dried herbs and the lingering magic that seemed to cling to everything she touched. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked, accepting the mug she offered. "Every time I close my eyes, I see Rufus with those black veins crawling up his arms." Freya settled at the small kitchen table, wrapping her hands around her own mug. "What if I hadn't been able to save him? What if I'm not strong enough for what's coming?" "You saved him," Kieran said firmly. "Whatever else happens, you did that." "Barely, and with your help." She looked at him over the rim of her coffee mug. "I still don't understand how you did that. Giving me your energy, I mean, you're not a practitioner." "No, but I'm a shifter. We're all connected to natural magic in some way." Kieran shrugged, not sure how to explain something he didn't fully understand himself. "Miriam used to have me help with her garden workings when I was younger. Said my presence made things stronger somehow. But her being human, I figured that was easy to do." "Tell me about her," Freya said quietly. "Miriam, how did you end up with her?" The question should have triggered his usual deflection tactics, the easy jokes and subject changes he used to avoid talking about his past. Instead, something about the quiet intimacy of sitting in Freya's kitchen at 3 in the morning made him want to be honest. "I was 15 and had just aged out of my last foster home," he said, staring into his coffee. "Angry, pretty much feral, convinced the whole world was against me. I'd been hitchhiking for 3 days when I collapsed on Miriam's front steps, half-starved and looking for trouble." "What did she do?" "Fed me." The memory still had the power to surprise him. "Didn't ask questions, didn't lecture me about running away, just made me a sandwich and told me I could sleep on her couch for the night. One night turned into a week turned into a month, and eventually she asked if I wanted to stay permanently." "Just like that?" "Just like that." Kieran smiled at the memory. "I kept waiting for the catch, for her to change her mind or decide I was too much trouble, but she never did. Even when I screwed up, even when I pushed her away, she just kept showing up, kept believing I was worth saving." Freya was quiet for a long moment, thoughtful. "That's what real family does. They don't give up on you, even when you give up on yourself." "Is that what your grandmother did? Never gave up on you?" "In some ways." Freya's expression grew complicated. "But she also never really trusted me with the whole truth. I spent my entire childhood thinking I was learning everything there was to know about our family's magic, but it turns out I was getting the sanitized version, the pretty parts without any of the real responsibility. Maybe she was trying to protect you. Maybe. Or maybe she saw something in me that made her think I couldn't handle the truth." Freya's voice went quiet. "I keep wondering if she died thinking I was a disappointment, too weak, too naive, too sheltered to carry on the guardian bloodline." That's nonsense, Kieran said, making her look up in surprise. You think a weak person could have saved Rufus tonight? You think someone naive could have figured out the corruption's targeting pattern? Give yourself some credit, Freya. You sound pretty sure about that for someone who barely knows me. I know enough. I know you're strong enough to face down a supernatural threat that would send most people running. I know you're brave enough to put yourself in danger to save others, and I know you're stubborn enough to keep fighting even when everything seems hopeless. Freya stared at him like she was seeing him clearly for the first time. You really believe that? Yeah, I do. They sat comfortably, sipping coffee as dawn slowly approached, talking about their childhoods, about bits and pieces they hadn't shared with many or possibly any other person, exchanging stories in the kitchen as the rest of Hollow Oak slept. Kieran found himself studying the way the lamplight caught in Freya's copper hair, the delicate line of her profile, the unconscious grace with which she moved even when she was tired. Tell her, his tiger urged. Tell her about the mate bond. She deserves to know. But before he could work up the courage, Freya started talking again. I used to have these dreams when I was little, she said, about being a great healer like my grandmother, traveling around helping people, maybe even teaching at one of the magical academies. I thought being a Bloom woman meant getting to be special, getting to be important. Sounds like a good dream. It was a child's dream, all about what I could get, not what I'd have to give up. Freya's laugh was rueful. Turns out being a guardian means never really belonging to yourself. Every choice you make has to be about duty first, personal happiness second. Is that what you're doing with Rowan? The question slipped out before Kieran could stop it. Choosing duty over happiness? Freya's hands tightened around her coffee mug. Rowan is a good man. He'd make a good partner for someone in my position. That's not what I asked. I know what you asked. Her voice went soft. I also know I don't have the luxury of making decisions based purely on what I want anymore. Too many people are depending on me. Kieran wanted to argue, to tell her that she deserved better than settling for good enough, but the words died in his throat when he caught sight of movement outside the window. Someone was walking up the path to Freya's cottage, carrying what looked like a bouquet of flowers despite the early hour. You've got company, he said. Freya turned to look, and Kieran watched her face cycle through confusion, guilt, and something that might have been panic when she saw who it was. It's Rowan, she said unnecessarily. Yeah. Kieran stood, setting his empty mug on the counter. I should go. Kieran, wait. Freya caught his arm as he headed for the back door. This isn't what it looks like. What does it look like? He turned to face her, noting the way her cheeks flushed pink. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like a woman who's got two men interested in her and can't decide which one she wants. That's not fair, isn't it? Kieran's voice was gentler than his words. You asked Rowan for time to think about his proposal, then spent the night talking to me. What am I supposed to think about that? A knock suddenly echoed through the cottage. She looked torn between the front door and the man standing in her kitchen, and Kieran realized with sudden clarity that he wasn't the only one fighting feelings he didn't want to have. Go answer your door, he said quietly. Rowan's a good guy. He doesn't deserve to be kept waiting. Kieran slipped out the back door as the knocking came again, leaving Freya to face whatever conversation awaited her. But as he walked home through the lightning streets, he couldn't shake the image of the guilt and confusion on her face when she'd seen Rowan approaching. He wasn't the only one discovering that the heart wanted what it wanted, regardless of what made sense.
Chapter 11. Freya. The Hollow Oak Book. Nook felt different in the late afternoon light, shadows stretching between the towering shelves like fingers reaching for secrets. Freya ran her hand along the spine of another ancient text, frustration building as each book yielded fragments of information, but never the complete picture she desperately needed. Find anything useful? Lucian Vale asked from behind the counter, his voice holding that liquid grace that reminded everyone he was more predator than bookkeeper. His angular features were sharp enough to cut glass in the lamplight, and his forest green eyes missed nothing as they tracked her movements through his domain. Pieces, Freya said, setting down a leather-bound volume that had crumbled to dust at her touch. References to guardian bloodlines, mentions of binding spells, but nothing about how to actually renew them. Perhaps that's intentional. Lucian moved with the silent step of his panther nature, appearing beside her without sound. Some knowledge is hidden for good reason. Not helpful right now. Freya pulled another book from the shelf, this one bound in what looked suspiciously like scales. People are getting hurt because I don't know what my great-great-grandmother actually did to bind the Thornweaver. The Thornweaver. Lucian's voice went carefully neutral. Interesting choice of research topic. Freya looked up sharply. You know about it? I know many things. The question is whether you're prepared to hear them. Lucian's green eyes held the kind of ancient knowledge that came from being older than he looked. Some truths carry a blood price, Miss Bloom. The phrase made her skin crawl with foreboding. What kind of blood price? The kind your ancestor paid when she bound the creature beneath Hollow Oak's soil. Lucian pulled a slim volume from a locked case behind the counter, its cover unmarked but radiating power. The original binding required more than just magical strength. It required willing sacrifice. Sacrifice of what? Life, years of existence freely given to power the spell. Lucienne opened the book carefully, revealing pages written in the old tongue. But also something more personal, something that tied the bloodline to the binding permanently. Freya leaned closer, translating the archaic text with growing unease. The words painted a picture of magic so dark and binding that she understood why her grandmother had hidden the truth. The original spell hadn't just required Celeste's life force. It had required her to bind her descendants to the same fate, generation after generation. The binding must be renewed every 3 generations, she read aloud, her voice growing steadier as she focused on the academic aspects. But the ritual details... She frowned, flipping through pages that seemed to blur and shift under her gaze. They're incomplete, deliberately obscured. Protection spells, Lucian confirmed. The knowledge reveals itself only when truly needed, and only to those willing to pay the price. What price? The same one your ancestor paid, the same one every guardian before you has paid. Lucian's finger traced a passage that made Freya's magic recoil. Joining with strength, marking of mates. The binding requires 2 hearts, 2 souls, 2 sources of power working in perfect harmony. Mates? Freya's voice came out strangled. The ritual requires a mated pair? Not just any pair. The guardian and their fated mate, bound by magic deeper than choice or logic. Lucian's smile was sharp as a blade. Tell me, Miss Bloom, have you found yours yet? Before Freya could answer, the bookstore door chimed. She looked up to see Kieran entering with that predatory grace that made her pulse stutter. The awareness that shot between them was so intense, she wondered if everyone in Hollow Oak could feel it. "Kieran," she said, her voice slightly breathless. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." His gaze flicked to the open book, then to Lucian's knowing expression. "The council asked me to check on your research, find what you were looking for?" "More than I wanted to," Freya muttered, closing the ancient text. "Thank you, Lucian. This has been illuminating." Knowledge often is. Lucien's green eyes danced with amusement as he returned the book to its locked case. "Give my regards to your research partner, Miss Bloom. I have a feeling he'll be more involved in your family's legacy than either of you realizes." The cryptic comment followed them out of the bookstore into the cooling September evening. Freya walked beside Kieran in charged silence, her mind spinning with the implications of what she'd learned: a mated pair, fated mates. The binding spell required something she wasn't sure she could give, even if she found someone willing to share the burden. "You're thinking so loud I can practically hear it," Kieran said as they passed the town square. "Want to talk about whatever Lucienne told you?" "Not particularly." Freya pulled her sweater tighter around herself, trying to ward off both the evening chill and the way Kieran's presence made her skin hum with awareness. Just more impossible magical requirements I'm supposed to somehow fulfill. Try me anyway. She almost told him, almost explained about fated mates and willing sacrifice, and the terror growing in her chest that she might have to choose between saving Hollow Oak and destroying her own life. But suddenly, the wind shifted. It came from the direction of the corrupted farmlands, carrying with it the acrid scent of dying magic and something else. Something that made her magical senses scream danger. "Kieran," she started. "I smell it too." His voice went hard as steel. "Corruption spores, get behind me." But the wind was too fast, too widespread. Freya caught a glimpse of dark particles swirling through the air like malevolent snow, before Kieran moved. One moment she was standing beside him on the sidewalk, the next she found herself pinned against the bookstore's brick wall with his body shielding her from the toxic air. "Don't breathe," he ordered, his chest pressed against hers as he used his bulk to create a pocket of clean air around her. "Not until it passes." Freya's world narrowed to the heat of Kieran's body against hers. The solid strength of his arms braced on either side of her head. The way he stared over her shoulder at the swirling corruption, she could feel every hard line of muscle where he pressed against her, could see the gold and green flecks in his eyes when he looked down to check on her. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough with concern. "Fine," she managed, though nothing about this situation felt fine. The way he looked at her mouth when she spoke, the intensity in his gaze that spoke of hunger and want, and things she was afraid to name, made her realize she'd been lying to herself about her feelings. This wasn't just attraction. This wasn't just the adrenaline of shared danger. This was recognition, deep and primal and utterly terrifying in its certainty. "Freya!" Kieran's voice dropped to a whisper, his head dipping closer to hers. "We should talk about what's happening between us." "Nothing's happening." The denial came out automatically, even as her body betrayed her by leaning into his warmth. "We're working together. That's all." "Is it?" His thumb traced the line of her cheek, and she realized she was trembling. "Because it feels like a hell of a lot more than professional consultation." The corruption spores finally passed, leaving the air clean but charged with tension. Kieran should have stepped back, should have given her space to breathe and think. Instead, he stayed exactly where he was, his amber eyes dark with something that made her heart race. "The wind's gone," she whispered. "Yeah." "You can move now." "I could." His gaze dropped to her mouth again, and Freya felt her resolve crumble like autumn leaves. "Question is, do you want me to?" The honest answer was no. She wanted him to stay exactly where he was, wanted to stop fighting the pull between them long enough to see where it led. But the memory of Rowan's hurt expression, the weight of her family's legacy, the impossible requirements of the binding ritual, all of it crashed over her like cold water. But when she went to lie and say yes, words seemed to have failed her. She couldn't force herself to say it, and in that moment of hesitation, Kieran pressed his lips against hers, and Freya let him.
Chapter 12. Kieran. The kiss happened without conscious thought. One moment Kieran was protecting Freya from corrupted air, the next his mouth was on hers and she was kissing him back with a hunger that matched his own, her magic crackling between them like lightning. Every rational thought in his head shut down as Freya's lips moved against his with desperate need. Her magic surged through the contact, green-gold energy that tasted like spring rain and wild growing things, mixing with his own power until he couldn't tell where hers ended and his began. She made a soft sound against his mouth that went straight to his core, her hands fisting in his shirt like she was afraid he might disappear. "Mine," his tiger roared in absolute certainty. "This is our mate." The recognition hit Kieran like a freight train, so powerful and undeniable that it nearly brought him to his knees. Every instinct he possessed screamed that this woman belonged to him, that she was the other half of his soul, that he would kill anyone who tried to take her away. But underneath the overwhelming certainty was something else, something that felt like a door opening rather than slamming shut. The mate bond was there, humming between them like a live wire. But it wasn't complete, not yet. It was recognition without claiming, possibility without permanence. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Kieran could see the exact moment reality crashed back over Freya like ice water. "Oh God," she whispered, pressing her fingers to her lips like she could take back what had just happened. "Oh God, what did we just do?" "Nothing we didn't both want," Kieran said roughly, his voice still thick with desire and the aftershock of mate recognition. His eyes blazed with golden light as his tiger pushed against his control, demanding he claim her properly. "This can't happen." Freya stepped back, putting distance between them that his tiger protested with a snarl. "Kieran, I can't. Rowan just proposed, and I asked him for time, and here I am kissing someone else like some kind of—" "Like what?" Kieran's voice went dangerously quiet, his alpha nature bristling at her attempt to diminish what had just passed between them. "Like someone who has feelings she's trying to ignore? Like someone who doesn't know what she wants." Freya wrapped her arms around herself, her green-gold eyes bright with unshed tears. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. This was a mistake." The words hit like claws to his chest, but this time Kieran didn't back down. The mate recognition was too strong, too certain for him to simply walk away. "No," he said firmly. "That wasn't a mistake. That was recognition, Freya. And I think you know it." She stared at him in panic. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you?" He took a step closer, noting how her pupils dilated despite her words. "Tell me you didn't feel it too. Tell me that kiss was just physical attraction and nothing more." Freya's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. The mate bond hummed between them, not complete but impossible to ignore, and Kieran could see the moment she felt it too. "I have to go," she said finally, backing away from him. "I need to think." "Freya, please," her voice cracked. "Just give me time to figure this out." Kieran watched her disappear into the night, every instinct screaming at him to follow. But he forced himself to stay put, hands clenched at his sides as he fought the urge to claim what his tiger insisted belonged to them. She'd felt it too. He was certain of that. The question was whether she'd be brave enough to accept what fate had given them, or if fear would drive her straight into Rowan's safe, predictable arms. Either way, Kieran knew with absolute certainty that everything had changed. The mate bond might not be complete, but it was real, and he'd be damned if he let her pretend otherwise. Walking back to his apartment felt like the longest journey of his life, made worse by the knowledge that somewhere in the darkness, both the Thornweaver and his mate were slipping further away from him. But unlike the ancient evil threatening their town, Freya was a fight he had a chance of winning. He just had to figure out how.
Chapter 13. Freya. 2 days had passed since the kiss, and Freya's lips still tingled every time she thought about it, which was constantly. She pressed her fingers to her mouth while grinding dried chamomile, trying to erase the memory of Kieran's warmth. "You're thinking about him again," Maisie said from her perch on the apothecary's counter, her pointed ears twitching with amusement. "Your magic gets all sparkly when you do." "I'm not thinking about anyone." Freya focused harder on the chamomile, but her magic flared anyway, making the dried flowers shimmer with residual energy. "I'm working." "Uh-huh." Maisie hopped down and moved to the research table where ancient texts lay open, their pages covered in her grandmother's careful translations. "So that's why you've been hiding in here making healing potions like the world's ending?" "Because it might be." Freya had spent the last couple of days avoiding Kieran's searching looks around town, while desperately researching the Thornweaver. Every text they'd found painted the same terrifying picture. A corrupted dryad of immense power, bound by blood magic that required the ultimate sacrifice. "Look at this passage again," Freya said, pointing to her grandmother's journal. "Celeste didn't just use her magic to bind the Thornweaver, she used her life force, her actual essence." Maisie leaned over the text, her face growing pale as she read. "Oh, goddess, she died to create the binding?" "According to this, yes." Freya's hands trembled as she turned the page. The spell required someone of the bloodline to willingly sacrifice themselves, channeling their life energy into the binding to make it permanent. But surely there's another way. Your grandmother lived for decades after learning about this. Because the binding held. Freya moved to her workbench, where glass bottles of healing tinctures waited to be labeled. 3 more cases of magical poisoning had been reported since yesterday, all connected to the spreading corruption. The question is, what happens when it breaks completely? Maisie was quiet while Freya finished labeling bottles, her movements precise despite the fear gnawing at her stomach. Every morning brought new reports of plant deaths, of the corruption spreading further into Hollow Oak's magical ecosystem. At this rate, they had maybe a week before the Thornweaver broke free entirely. There has to be something else, Maisie said finally. Some detail we're missing. Your ancestor was brilliant, but she wouldn't have condemned her entire bloodline to death. Unless she didn't have a choice. Freya sealed the last bottle and set it aside. Sometimes the only way to protect what you love is to sacrifice yourself. That's noble and stupid. Maisie's Fey heritage showed in the sharp edge to her voice. You can't save anyone if you're dead, Freya. Just then, the door opened. She looked up expecting to see another customer needing remedies for corruption exposure, but instead found Kieran filling the doorway. Her heart did something complicated in her chest, equal parts excitement and terror. He looked tired, she realized. His usual confident demeanor was still there, but shadows under his eyes suggested he'd been sleeping as poorly as she had. His work shirt clung to his broad shoulders, and she caught the scent that made her magic respond with interest. "Ladies," he said with low authority that made people sit up and pay attention, "any luck with the research?" "Some." Freya forced herself to sound professional while her body hummed with awareness of his presence. "We've confirmed the Thornweaver's origins and the nature of the original binding." "And?" Maisie glanced between them, her pointed ears practically twitching with curiosity. "I should go check on Twyla. She mentioned wanting help with inventory today." "You don't have to leave," Freya started, but Maisie was already heading for the door. "Actually, I do. Cousin or not, when Twyla says jump, we ask how high." She paused at the threshold. "Play nice, you two, and maybe try talking about something other than ancient evil for 5 minutes." The door closed behind her with a decisive click, leaving Freya alone with Kieran and 2 days' worth of unresolved tension. The silence stretched between them, charged with memory of the kiss and everything they hadn't said since. "So," Kieran said finally, moving closer to the research table. "What did you find?" Freya kept her distance, using the workbench as a barrier between them. "The Thornweaver was bound in 1847 by my ancestor, Celeste Bloom. The spell required her to sacrifice her life force to power the binding." Kieran's jaw tightened, his amber eyes flashing with gold. "Sacrifice how?" "Death." The word came out flat, clinical. "She gave her life to create magical constraints strong enough to hold a corrupted dryad." "And you think that's what you'll have to do?" It wasn't a question. Freya's hands stilled on the bottle she'd been organizing. "The binding is failing. Every day brings more corruption, more people getting sick. If the traditional method is the only way to renew it..." "No." Kieran's voice carried absolute authority, the kind of alpha command that made her magic flutter despite her determination to stay independent. "Find another way." "I don't know if there is one." "Then we'll create one." He moved around the workbench, and suddenly he was close enough she could smell his distinct scent. "You're not dying on my watch, Freya." The possessive certainty made her pulse stutter. "It's not your decision to make." "Isn't it?" His gaze dropped to her mouth, and she felt her resolve wavering. "After what happened the other night." "What happened was a mistake." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "I'm with Rowan." "Or I'm considering it." We're having dinner tonight to discuss his proposal." Something dangerous flickered across Kieran's expression. "Are you trying to convince me or yourself?" "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" He reached out like he might touch her face, then let his hand drop. "Tell me you felt nothing when I kissed you. Tell me it was just adrenaline and proximity, and I'll walk away right now." Freya opened her mouth to lie, to protect them both from the complications of wanting something that could destroy everything she'd built with Rowan. But the words wouldn't come, because the truth was, that kiss had felt like recognition, like something she hadn't known she was missing. "I can't," she whispered. "Can't what?" "Can't tell you it meant nothing." The admission scraped her throat raw. "But it doesn't matter what I felt. I made a commitment to consider Rowan's proposal seriously." "And what about what you want?" Kieran's voice was gentle now, coaxing. "Not what you think you should want, or what would be practical, or what would make everyone else happy. What does your heart want, Freya?" "You," her heart whispered. But saying it would change everything would hurt a good man who'd done nothing wrong except fall in love with someone whose heart belonged elsewhere. "It doesn't matter what I want," she said instead. "I have responsibilities. To the town, to my bloodline, to people who've been waiting for answers. I can't afford to make decisions based on feelings, even if those feelings might save your life." Before she could ask what he meant, the shop bell chimed again. This time it was Rowan, carrying a bouquet of autumn flowers and wearing the hopeful smile that always made her feel guilty. "There's my beautiful witch," he said, crossing to her with easy familiarity. "Ready for our dinner?" Freya glanced at Kieran, whose expression had gone carefully neutral, except for the tension around his eyes. "Actually, Rowan, I was just finishing up some research with Kieran. Can you give me a few minutes?" "Of course." Rowan's brown eyes flicked between them with mild curiosity. "Making progress on the corruption problem?" "Some," Kieran said, his voice perfectly polite. "We'll have more answers soon." "Good. The sooner this gets resolved, the sooner we can focus on happier things." Rowan's arm slipped around Freya's waist with comfortable possession. The casual intimacy of the gesture, the assumption behind it, made Freya's stomach twist with guilt. Beside them, Kieran had gone very still, his amber eyes fixed on Rowan's arm around her waist like he was calculating exactly how much force it would take to remove it. "Why don't you wait for me outside?" Freya suggested quickly. "I'll just be another minute." "Take your time." Rowan pressed a gentle kiss to her temple, the kind of affection that should have made her heart flutter. Instead, all she could think about was how different it felt from Kieran's fierce possession. "I'll be right here when you're ready." He left the flowers on her counter and stepped outside, settling on the bench beneath her shop window with the patient contentment of a man secure in his place in her life. Through the glass, Freya could see him wave to neighbors passing by, every inch the respected member of the community who belonged. "He loves you," Kieran said quietly once they were alone again. "I know. And you're going to accept his proposal." Freya stared out the window at Rowan's profile, at the future of stability and partnership he represented. "I should. He's everything a woman in my position should want: kind, dependable, understanding about magic. He'd be a good partner." "That's not what I asked." "It's the only answer that matters." She turned away from the window and began gathering the research materials, needing something to do with her hands. "Personal feelings are a luxury I can't afford right now." "Personal feelings might be the key to solving this." Kieran caught her wrist as she reached for another book, his touch sending electricity up her arm. What if the answer isn't sacrifice? What if it's connection? "What do you mean?" "I mean, maybe your ancestor didn't die alone. Maybe she had help, a partner whose strength combined with hers to create something more powerful than either could manage solo." The possibility hit her like lightning as Lucian's words from the bookstore echoed in her mind. Joining with strength. Marking of mates. The binding requires 2 hearts, Two souls, two sources of power working in perfect harmony, a mated pair. It would explain why the binding lasted so long, why it's only failing now that you're alone and untrained. Kieran's thumb traced across her wrist, right over her pulse point. Magic is always stronger when it's shared between people who trust each other completely. Lucien said something about this. Freya's voice came out breathless as pieces clicked into place. At the bookstore, he mentioned that the original binding required joining with strength. Marking of mates, I thought he was just being cryptic. But what if he meant literally a mated pair? Which means you don't have to die to renew it. Kieran's voice carried relief and something deeper. You just need to find the right partner. Freya felt the truth settle in her bones like certainty. The mate bond she'd been fighting, the recognition that had flared between them during their kiss, wasn't just inconvenient attraction. It was the key to saving everything she loved. But accepting it would mean breaking Rowan's heart. And she wasn't sure she was brave enough to choose her own happiness over someone else's pain, even if it might save them all.
Chapter 14. Kieran. Kieran stared at the ceiling of his apartment above the hardware store, watching shadows shift as dawn crept closer. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, his tiger would surge forward with demands to check on Freya, to make sure she was safe, to claim what belonged to them. She's having dinner with Rowan, he reminded himself, discussing their future like the sensible people they are. His tiger snarled in response, pacing restlessly beneath his skin. The mate bond might be incomplete, but it was strong enough to make him hyper-aware of Freya's absence, strong enough to make him want to track down Rowan Ashford and remind him exactly what kind of predator he was dealing with. Kieran rolled out of bed, his movements sharp with frustration. A patrol would help. Physical activity always calmed his tiger, and Hollow Oak needed someone keeping watch while the corruption spread like poison through their community. The pre-dawn air was crisp with autumn's promise, carrying the scent of dying leaves and wood smoke from early fires. Kieran walked the empty streets with predatory grace, his enhanced senses cataloging every sound and smell. Most of Hollow Oak still slept, but he could hear Mrs. Patterson letting her chickens out, the distant hum of Twyla firing up the coffee machines at the griddle and grind. Normal sounds, peaceful sounds. Nothing that suggested supernatural evil was slowly consuming their town. But when Kieran reached the residential district where most families kept kitchen gardens, the wrongness hit him like a punch to the gut. 3 more properties showed signs of overnight corruption. The Hendersons' prized vegetable patch was completely black now, their autumn squash twisted into unrecognizable shapes. Mrs. Pat's herb spiral looked like a battlefield, with once thriving plants now weeping dark sap onto poisoned soil. "Damn it," he muttered, pulling out his phone to document the damage. The council would want a full report, and the numbers were getting worse every day. Nearly a quarter of Hollow Oak's flora was gone, with new infections appearing faster than they could track them. His phone buzzed with a text from Elder Varick. "Council meeting at 9. Updates required." Kieran stared at the message, his jaw tightening. What updates could he give that wouldn't betray Freya's confidence? The council wanted answers about the Thornweaver, about binding spells and bloodline magic, but all of that information came from her grandmother's private journal. Information she'd shared with him in trust, not as official council business. But then again, she had been forced to collaborate with him, showing him those journals. It still felt wrong to share such information. Another garden lost, another family's livelihood destroyed, and he was caught between his duty to the community and his loyalty to his mate. His mate who was probably accepting another man's proposal right now. Kieran shoved the phone back in his pocket and continued his patrol, his tiger's agitation making his movements more predatory than usual. By the time he reached the town center, the sun had fully risen and early businesses were opening their doors. The scent of fresh coffee drifted from Twyla's cafe, mixing with the earthy smell of corruption that seemed to cling to everything now. He was heading toward Bloom and Blossom to check on the shop's exterior when he spotted a familiar figure sitting on the bench outside. Rowan Ashford, his usually neat appearance disheveled with exhaustion, and something that looked suspiciously like defeat. Kieran's tiger perked up with interest. If Rowan was here instead of celebrating an engagement, something had gone wrong with the dinner. Something that made hope surge through his chest before he could squash it down. "Morning, Rowan," he said, approaching with carefully neutral friendliness. "Early start today?" Rowan looked up with brown eyes that held confusion and hurt in equal measure. "I've been here since about 5. Wanted to catch Freya before she opened the shop." "Trouble sleeping?" "You could say that." Rowan's laugh was hollow. "Hard to sleep when the woman you're supposed to be planning a future with cancels your dinner at the last minute and won't explain why." Cancelled. Kieran worked to keep his expressions sympathetic while his tiger practically purred with satisfaction. "That doesn't sound like Freya. She's usually direct about things." "Usually, yeah." Rowan scrubbed his hands through his chestnut hair, leaving it even more disheveled. "But she's been different lately. Distracted. Like her mind's somewhere else entirely. Or on someone else entirely." Kieran sat down on the bench, maintaining the careful distance of casual acquaintances rather than rivals. "The corruption's got everyone on edge. Maybe she just needed more time to process your proposal." "Maybe," Rowan's voice carried doubt. "Or maybe she's finally figured out what everyone else in town already knows." "Which is?" "That there's someone else she'd rather be with." Rowan turned to look at him directly, his brown eyes holding more perception than Kieran had given him credit for. "Someone who makes her light up in ways I never have." The words hung in the morning air between them, charged with unspoken accusation. Kieran kept his face carefully neutral, but his tiger was practically vibrating with territorial instincts. This was it, the moment when polite pretense dropped away and they acknowledged what they both knew. "I'm not sure what you're implying," Kieran said carefully. "Aren't you?" Rowan's smile was sad but knowing. "I've seen the way she looks at you, Kieran. Hell, I've seen the way you look at her, like she's the most important thing in your world." "Freya's a friend. We're working together on the corruption investigation." "Right, working together." Rowan leaned back against the bench, his posture deceptively relaxed. "Is that why she smells like your cologne when I see her after these work sessions? Or why her magic gets all fluttery when someone mentions your name?" Kieran's hands clenched involuntarily. The idea that Rowan had been tracking Freya's scent, noting her magical responses, made his tiger snarl with possessive fury. "You're reading too much into things." "Am I?" Rowan stood, his usually gentle demeanor hardening into something more determined. "Because I've been patient for a year, Kieran. Hell, longer than that, courteous and understanding and everything a proper suitor should be. But if you think I'm going to step aside just because you've decided you want her, this isn't about what I want." The words came out rough, his alpha nature bristling at the challenge. "This is about what's best for Freya." "And you think that's you?" Rowan stepped closer, close enough that Kieran caught the scent of earth magic and barely controlled anger. "You think a woman like Freya needs someone who can't commit to anything longer than a weekend? Someone whose idea of a relationship is charming his way into bed and disappearing when things get complicated?" The accusation hit its mark because it was true, or had been true, before everything changed, before mate recognition made the idea of being with anyone else physically impossible. "People change," Kieran said quietly, rising to his full height. The few inches he had on Rowan shouldn't have mattered, but his tiger's presence made the difference feel more significant. "Do they?" Rowan didn't back down despite being outsized by someone who could shift into an apex predator. "Because your reputation says otherwise, and Freya deserves better than being another conquest you'll get bored with." "She's not a conquest." The words came out with enough alpha authority to make Rowan take an involuntary step back. "And if you think that's all she is to me, you don't know me at all." "Then what is she to you?" Rowan's voice carried genuine challenge. "Because if you can't answer that question, you have no business interfering in her life." Kieran stared at the other man, feeling the weight of truth settle in his chest. What was Freya to him? His mate, obviously. The other half of his soul. The woman who made his tiger purr with contentment and his human heart race with possibilities he'd never dared imagine. But saying any of that would reveal the mate bond, would put pressure on Freya to choose based on supernatural destiny rather than her own feelings, and despite his possessive instincts, Kieran wanted her to come to him freely. "She's someone worth fighting for," he said finally. "Someone worth changing for. Someone worth being better for." Pretty words. Rowan's expression softened slightly, but his resolve remained firm. "But I love her, Kieran. Not just the idea of her, not just the challenge of winning her. I love her stubborn independence and her fierce loyalty and the way she talks to her plants like they're children. I love her enough to spend my life making her happy. And I respect that." Kieran meant it, even as his tiger clawed at his control. "But love isn't always enough. Sometimes people are meant for someone else, no matter how much we wish otherwise." "Are you saying fate trumps choice?" "I'm saying some connections go deeper than logic or planning, or what makes sense on paper." Kieran met Rowan's eyes steadily. "And I think Freya's starting to figure that out." The shop door opened just then, and Freya emerged with her canvas bag slung over her shoulder and her copper hair catching the morning light as she went to unlock the door. She stopped short when she saw both of them, her green-gold eyes widening with something that looked suspiciously like panic. "Rowan," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "you're here early." "I wanted to talk about last night." Rowan's tone gentled immediately, all traces of his confrontation with Kieran disappearing. "About why you canceled dinner." "I told you, I wasn't feeling well." Freya's gaze flicked to Kieran, and he caught the slight flush that colored her cheeks. "I thought we could try again tonight instead." "Of course." Rowan moved toward her with the easy familiarity of long friendship. "Whatever you need, Freya. I'm not going anywhere." The promise carried weight beyond simple words, and Kieran felt his tiger respond with a low growl of challenge. Rowan might be patient and understanding, but he was also making it clear he wouldn't give up without a fight. Fine. Kieran had never backed down from competition before, and he wasn't starting now, especially not when the prize was the woman who made his heart remember what it meant to beat. "I should let you two talk," Kieran said, his voice perfectly polite despite the tension radiating from his frame. "Freya, I'll check in later about the investigation." He walked away before either of them could respond, but not before catching the way Freya's magic glowed when he said her name. Not before seeing the longing in her eyes that she quickly hid when Rowan took her hand. The mate bond remained loud between them despite the distance, reminding Kieran that some things were stronger than choice or circumstance or other people's claims. Now he just had to convince Freya to stop fighting it.
Chapter 15. Freya. The moonlit meadow restaurant should have been romantic. Candles flickered on white tablecloths while soft music played in the background, and the scent of rosemary and wine filled the cozy dining room. Rowan had chosen their corner table carefully, positioning them away from other diners for privacy, his brown eyes warm with anticipation as he helped her into her seat. Freya felt like a complete fraud. "You look beautiful tonight," Rowan said, settling across from her with the easy grace that had attracted her attention years ago. His chestnut hair was trimmed perfectly, and he wore the dark green sweater that brought out the earth tones in his magic. "That dress brings out your eyes." "Thank you." Freya smoothed the forest green fabric over her knees, hyper-aware of how the simple act of getting dressed had felt like preparing for battle. Every choice tonight carried weight she wasn't ready to handle. The server brought wine and bread, giving them a few minutes to settle into conversation. Rowan talked about his farm, about the harvest preparations, and how grateful he was that the corruption hadn't reached his property yet. His voice carried the steady warmth she'd always found comforting, but tonight it felt suffocating. "I've been thinking about our conversation yesterday," he said after they'd ordered. "About taking time to consider my proposal." Freya's stomach twisted. "Rowan, I know you're dealing with a lot right now. The corruption, the investigation, all the pressure from the council." His hand covered hers on the table, his touch gentle and familiar. "But I want you to know that whatever's troubling you, we can face it together." The sincerity in his voice made guilt sit like lead in her stomach. Here was a man who loved her genuinely, who offered partnership and stability, and everything logical her mind told her she should want. and all she could think about was the way Kieran's amber gold eyes had blazed when he'd caught her wrist in the shop. "I appreciate that," she managed. "More than you know. But?" Rowan's perceptive gaze studied her face. "Because there's definitely a but in your voice." Freya reached for her wine, buying time she didn't really have. Around them, other couples enjoyed their meals in blissful normalcy, unaware that her personal crisis might determine the fate of their entire community. "I'm confused," she admitted finally, "about a lot of things." "Including us?" The direct question hung between them like a blade. Freya met his eyes, seeing hurt and hope warring in their brown depths, and felt her heart break a little. "I don't want to be," she whispered. "You're everything I should want, Rowan. You're kind and dependable, and you understand my magic. You'd be an amazing partner." "Should want," Rowan's voice was quiet. "That's an interesting choice of words. That's not what I meant. But it's what you said." He leaned back in his chair, his expression growing thoughtful. "Freya, I've known you since we were children. I can read your moods better than anyone except maybe Maisie. And lately, you've been different." "Different how?" "Distracted, like your mind's somewhere else." Rowan's thumb traced across her knuckles. "Or on someone else." The accusation was gentle but unmistakable. Freya's magic responded to her emotional turmoil, making the candle flames dance between them. "I saw you with Kieran this morning," Rowan continued when she didn't respond. "The way you looked at him, the way your magic responded to his presence, I'm not blind, Freya." "We're working together, nothing more." The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. "Are you sure about that?" Rowan's voice carried no anger, only sad understanding. "Because if there's something between you two, I need to know I can't fight for someone whose heart belongs elsewhere." Freya stared at their joined hands, at the promise of safety and partnership he represented. Part of her wanted to lie, to push down her feelings for Kieran and accept the life Rowan offered. It would be easier, simpler. It wouldn't require her to hurt anyone or make impossible choices. But the memory of Kieran's kiss burned through her resolve like fire. "I don't know," she whispered. "I honestly don't know what I feel or what I want anymore." Rowan's face fell, and the pain in his eyes made her want to take back the words. But she couldn't lie to him anymore, couldn't pretend her heart was as logical as her head wanted it to be. "I see." He pulled his hand away slowly, like he was afraid sudden movement might shatter them both. "Is it him? Kieran?" "Rowan, please. I just need to understand." His voice stayed gentle despite the hurt radiating from him. "Is this about his reputation? The challenge of taming someone untamable? Because if that's what this is..." "It's not about that." Freya's magic flared with defensive energy, making the wine glasses ring softly. "I don't want to tame anyone. I don't even want to want him, but I can't seem to stop." The confession was raw and honest and devastating. Rowan absorbed it with the grace she'd always admired, his expression cycling through pain. "Then I suppose we have our answer," he said quietly. "I don't think so." Freya leaned forward, desperate to salvage something from the wreckage of their friendship. Because wanting something doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's smart or safe or good for anyone involved. Maybe not. But it means it's real. Rowan managed a sad smile. And real feelings deserve honest consideration, even when they're inconvenient. The restaurant's front windows suddenly exploded inward in a shower of glass and writhing black vines. Diners screamed and scrambled away from their tables as corrupted plant matter poured through the opening like living smoke, seeking and questing with malevolent intelligence. But the vines weren't random in their attack. They moved with purpose, flowing across the dining room in a direct line toward her table. "Freya!" Rowan was on his feet instantly, his earth magic flaring to life as he threw up a protective barrier between her and the approaching corruption. "Get behind me!" The vines hit his shield with enough force to make him stumble backward, his magic crackling under the assault. Freya watched in horror as black tendrils wrapped around the edges of his barrier, testing for weaknesses, probing for ways through his defenses. "It's not going to hold," she said, her own magic surging in response to the threat. "Rowan, your shield is breaking." "I've got it." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he poured more power into the barrier. "Just stay back." But even as he spoke, cracks appeared in the magical construct. The corruption pressed against his defenses with relentless hunger, and Freya could feel his strength beginning to fail. "No, you don't." She started to step around him to add her power to his, but the vines suddenly surged forward with vicious intent. Rowan's barrier shattered like glass. Corrupted tendrils lashed toward them with lightning speed, reaching for Freya with single-minded determination. She threw up her own hasty defense, but the attack was too fast, too focused. The vines wrapped around her wrists like iron shackles, their touch burning through her skin with cold fire. Then Kieran was there. He moved faster than humanly possible, his tiger strength allowing him to tear through the corrupted vines like they were paper. His eyes blazed with gold as partial shift brought enhanced reflexes and deadly claws, turning him into something beautiful and terrifying. "Get away from her," he snarled. The remaining vines actually recoiled from the sound, their advance halting as if they recognized a greater threat. Kieran reached Freya in 2 strides, his arms coming around her as he positioned himself between her and the corruption. His scent surrounded her, grounding her enough to focus. "You okay?" he asked, his hands gentle as they checked her for injuries despite the deadly tension in his frame. "Fine," she breathed, though the burns on her wrists suggested otherwise. "How did you know?" He cleared his throat, and she knew his answer would instantly be a lie. "Was walking back from the tavern." Around them, the restaurant erupted in chaos as other diners fled and staff called for help. But the corruption seemed to have lost interest now that its primary target was protected, the vines retreating through the broken windows as quickly as they'd arrived. Rowan stood frozen beside their overturned table, his face pale with shock. "It was hunting her," he said quietly. "The corruption. It came straight for Freya." "Yeah, and it'll try again." "Then she needs protection." Rowan's voice carried defeat and acceptance in equal measure. "She needs someone who can keep her safe." His meaning was unmistakable. Someone stronger, faster, more dangerous than an Earth warlock could ever be. Someone like Kieran.
Chapter 16. Kieran. The attack had changed everything. Kieran stood in Freya's cottage living room, his tiger prowling restlessly beneath his skin as he cataloged every possible entry point, every vulnerability in her defenses. The Thornweaver wasn't playing games anymore. It was hunting his mate directly and openly, and that made it a threat he couldn't afford to underestimate. "You don't have to stay," Freya said from the kitchen doorway, though her voice lacked conviction. She changed into comfortable pajama pants and an oversized sweater, her copper hair loose around her shoulders. The burns on her wrists were already healing thanks to her natural magic, but the memory of those black vines wrapped around her skin made his tiger more than furious. "Yeah, I do." Kieran tested the locks on her front door, noting how the old cottage relied more on magical wards than physical security. "That thing came straight for you tonight. It's done with subtlety. The wards around the property are strong. My grandmother reinforced them every year. Your grandmother's wards didn't stop it from corrupting her roses." Kieran moved to check the windows, his movements efficient and controlled despite the chaos raging inside him. "And they won't stop it from trying again." Freya was quiet while he finished his security sweep, but he could feel her watching him with that thoughtful intensity that made his skin burn with awareness. The cottage smelled like her everywhere he turned, and it drove his tiger wild with possessive need. "What about Rowan?" she asked finally. "What about him?" "He left the restaurant pretty shaken. I should probably call him, make sure he's okay." Kieran's hand stilled on the window latch as jealousy surged through him like acid. The image of Rowan's earth magic failing under the corruption's assault, of him being unable to protect what should have been his, filled Kieran with savage satisfaction he didn't want to examine. "Rowan's fine," he said, his voice rougher than intended. "He's probably at home right now, realizing he's not equipped to handle what's coming." "That's not fair, isn't it?" Kieran turned to face her. "He couldn't hold a barrier against those vines for 30 seconds. What happens next time when I'm not there?" "There won't be a next time." "You really think so?" He moved closer, noting how her pulse fluttered when he stepped into her personal space. "I think that it looks like something ancient and powerful has decided you're worth hunting. And unless you've got a way to renew that binding spell in the next few days, it's only going to get stronger." Freya's magic reacted around her like nervous energy, responding to the alpha authority in his voice. "I'm working on it." "We're working on it." Kieran caught her chin gently, forcing her to meet his eyes. "This isn't something you handle alone anymore, Freya. Not when it's actively trying to kill you." "I know." Her voice came out softer than usual, and he caught the exhaustion beneath her stubborn independence. This is my responsibility, my family's legacy. And you're my—" He stopped himself before he could say mate, knowing she wasn't ready to hear it. "You're important to me, which means your problems are my problems." Something flickered across her expression, vulnerability mixed with hope. "Kieran, get some sleep." He stepped back before he could kiss her again. "I'll keep watch." Freya hesitated like she wanted to argue, then nodded and headed toward her bedroom. "There are blankets in the hall closet if you get cold." The sound of her door closing left Kieran alone with his thoughts and the torture of her scent surrounding him like a physical presence. He settled into the armchair facing the front door, every sense on high alert for signs of supernatural threat. His tiger paced restlessly, demanding he go to her, claim her, mark her as his so thoroughly that nothing would dare threaten her again. The bond was vibrating even through the bedroom wall, incomplete but undeniable, making his skin burn with the need to complete what fate had started. But Freya needed to choose him freely, not because supernatural instincts demanded it, and she was still tangled up with guilt over Rowan, still fighting feelings she didn't understand. Every sound outside made his tiger surge toward the surface. Wind through the trees, a cat moving through the garden, Mrs. Patterson's dog barking 3 houses away. Normal sounds that shouldn't have triggered his protective instincts, but did anyway because his mate was vulnerable, and the thing hunting her was clever enough to use stealth. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When morning finally arrived, Kieran was exhausted but alert, his tiger's restlessness making real sleep impossible. The scent of coffee drifted from the kitchen where Freya was already moving around, and he followed the promise of caffeine like a lifeline. "Sleep at all?" she asked, not looking up from the coffee maker. She'd braided her copper hair back and changed into jeans and a soft green sweater that brought out her eyes. "Some." He accepted the mug she offered, noting how carefully she avoided touching his fingers. "You?" "A little." The shadows under her eyes suggested otherwise. "I kept thinking about what you said, about the binding spell requiring a mated pair." Freya's phone buzzed with an urgent call from Macy before she could continue. Freya answered on speaker, and her best friend's panicked voice filled the kitchen. "Freya, thank the mother you're awake. You need to get to Twyla's cafe right now. Something's happened." "What kind of something?" Freya's magic flared with anxiety. "Corruption. It hit overnight, but not the whole cafe. Just the herb storage area where Twyla keeps the blends you made for her signature teas. Everything you touched is completely destroyed." Kieran felt ice settle in his stomach. The attack wasn't random anymore. It was specifically targeting anything connected to Freya's magic, anything she'd influenced or enhanced. "We'll be right there," he said into the phone. They found Twyla standing in the wreckage of her storage room, tears tracking down her cheeks as she surveyed the destruction. The fey-blooded woman's usual cheer was nowhere to be found, replaced by devastation that made Kieran's protective instincts extend beyond just his mate. "It was so precise," Twyla said, her voice shaking. "Every jar of your blends, every herb bundle you prepared, even the containers you touched, but nothing else. like it knew exactly what belonged to you. Freya knelt beside the blackened remains of what had been carefully crafted healing teas, her magic probing the corruption with growing alarm. It's learning, getting stronger, more focused. Which means we're running out of time, Kieran said grimly. How long before it stops targeting your magic and goes straight for you again? I don't know. Freya's voice was barely a whisper. But at this rate, maybe days. After helping Twyla document the damage for insurance purposes, Kieran walked Freya back to her shop in tense silence. The weight of their situation pressed down on him like a physical force, made worse by the knowledge that other council members were starting to question his involvement. I need to check in with the council, he said when they reached Bloom and Blossom. Update them on last night's attack and what happened this morning. I'll be fine here. The shop's wards are still holding. For now. Kieran caught her hand before she could escape inside, his thumb tracing over her pulse point. But Freya, if anything feels wrong, anything at all, you call me immediately. I will. He wanted to kiss her goodbye, wanted to mark her with his scent so everything in Hollow Oak would know she belonged to him. Instead, he forced himself to let go and head toward the Silverfang Tavern, where Maeve would be preparing for the lunch crowd. He found her polishing glasses behind the bar, her sharp eyes taking in his obvious exhaustion with knowing amusement. Rough night playing bodyguard? She asked without preamble. You could say that. Kieran slumped onto a bar stool and gestured for his usual as he sent a message to Varric for a meeting. The corruption attacked Freya directly last night at the restaurant with Rowan. I heard. Maeve poured bourbon and slid it across the polished wood. Also heard you showed up just in time to play hero. Funny how you always seem to be in the right place when she needs saving. It's called doing my job. Is it? Maeve's grin was predatory. Because word around the council is that you're getting a little too personally invested in this investigation. Some of the guards are wondering if you can still be objective. Kieran's tiger snarled at the implied criticism. My objectivity isn't the problem. The problem is an ancient evil trying to kill a member of our community. A specific member of our community, one who happens to be beautiful, powerful, and currently single thanks to your interference. Maeve leaned against the bar, her expression serious despite her teasing tone. Kieran, I've known you since you were a scrawny teenager with more attitude than sense. I've never seen you like this about anyone. Like what? Territorial, possessive, like you'd burn down half of Hollow Oak to keep her safe. Maeve's dark eyes held knowing sympathy. She's your mate, isn't she? The direct question hung in the air between them. Kieran stared into his bourbon, feeling the weight of truth settle in his chest like certainty. Yeah, he said finally. She is. And does she know? She knows something's happening between us. But she's still hung up on guilt over Rowan, still fighting what she feels. While an ancient evil specifically targets her, and time runs out. Maeve shook her head. You always did like doing things the hard way. I want her to choose me freely, not because supernatural destiny demands it. Noble and stupid, Maeve's voice carried the blunt affection that made her such an effective council guard. Here's the thing about mate's fate gives you the connection, but you still have to fight for it. And right now you're letting fear keep you from claiming what's yours. It's not that simple. It is that simple. Maeve moved closer, her lioness intensity making her words hit like blows. That woman is being hunted by something that wants to destroy her. She needs a mate's protection, a mate's strength, a mate's absolute commitment to her survival. And you're sitting here worried about her feelings getting hurt. I'm worried about forcing her into something she doesn't want. What she wants is to live through this. Maeve's expression softened slightly. And what she needs is a man who'll fight for her instead of waiting for permission. So here's my advice. Straight and simple. Claim your mate or lose her, because if that Thornweaver thing kills her while you're being noble, you'll never forgive yourself. Maeve was right. Freya was in mortal danger, and he was holding back because of pride and fear and a misguided sense of chivalry. The mate bond existed for a reason, gave him strength and instincts specifically designed to protect what belonged to him. Maybe it was time to stop fighting fate and start embracing it. You're right, he said, draining his bourbon in one swallow. I've been an idiot. First step is admitting it. Maeve's grin was sharp with approval. Now go claim your woman before something else tries to kill her. Kieran was already moving toward the door, his tiger surging with purpose. Time for subtlety was over. Time for games and politeness and careful consideration of other people's feelings was done. Freya was his mate, and it was past time he started acting like it.
Chapter 17. Freya. Freya stood in the middle of her destroyed apothecary, glass vials and dried herbs scattered across the floor like the remnants of a battlefield. Half her inventory lay in blackened ruins, contaminated by the same corruption that had twisted Twyla's tea blends into something poisonous. The other half she was systematically destroying herself, unable to trust anything her magic had touched. Walking plague. That's what she'd become. This batch too, she said to herself, dumping another jar of carefully prepared tinctures into the disposal bucket. 6 months of work, reduced to toxic waste, because her magic had become a liability instead of a gift. The shop door chimed, and she looked up to see Kieran entering with that predatory grace that always made her pulse stutter. He took in the destruction with sharp intelligence, before focusing on her in a way that made her skin hum with awareness. "How bad is it?" he asked, moving through the wreckage with careful steps. "Bad," Freya gestured to the growing pile of contaminated materials. "Anything I've enhanced or touched with my magic in the last 2 weeks is compromised. The corruption seems to follow my magical signature like a bloodhound. That's not your fault, isn't it?" She picked up another jar, this one filled with healing salve she'd made for Mrs. Patterson's arthritis. The elderly woman had been using it for months with great success. But now black veins crawled through the cream like poisonous spiderwebs. "If my magic is the problem?" "Your magic isn't the problem." Kieran's voice carried absolute certainty. "The Thorn Weaver is, and we're going to stop it." The calm confidence in his tone cut through her spiraling despair like sunlight through storm clouds. Where others offered empty platitudes or well-meaning advice, Kieran simply stated facts with the kind of confidence that made her believe solutions were possible. "The council wants a full report," he continued, moving closer until she could smell pine and warm spice. "About last night's attack, about the pattern of corruption we both need to go." Freya nodded, not trusting her voice. The idea of facing the council while her world fell apart around her felt overwhelming, but she knew it was necessary. They needed to understand what they were dealing with before the Thornweaver escalated beyond targeting her possessions. "I'll be ready in a few minutes," she said, reaching for another contaminated jar. "Just let me finish." Her hand shook as she lifted the glass vial, exhaustion and stress finally catching up with her. The jar slipped from her fingers, falling toward the floor where it would shatter and spread corruption throughout her remaining clean space. Kieran caught it effortlessly, his reflexes faster than humanly possible. But when his hand closed over hers around the glass, something extraordinary happened. The black veins crawling through the tincture suddenly stopped their advance, then began retreating as if repelled by some invisible force. "What the hell?" Freya stared at the jar in amazement. The corruption was actually reversing itself, her contaminated healing salve clearing until it looked normal again. "Your magic," Kieran said quietly. "It's responding to mine." Freya felt the truth of it singing through her bones. Where their skin touched, her magic flared with recognition and something deeper. Not just attraction or compatibility, but true partnership. The kind of connection her grandmother's journals had hinted at but never fully explained. "How is that possible?" she whispered. "I think you know. Same way you knew I was coming to your rescue last night. Same way I could feel your fear from across town." The recognition that had flared between them during their kiss, the awareness that made her skin burn whenever he was near. It wasn't just attraction or supernatural coincidence, it was compatibility on a level that went deeper than logic or choice. "We should go," she said, pulling her hand away. "The council's waiting." The council glade felt even more imposing than usual, shadows stretching between the ancient oaks like fingers reaching for secrets. Elder Varric sat at the center of the stone circle as he reviewed the reports they'd submitted. "The pattern is clear," he said without preamble. "The corruption is specifically targeting Miss Bloom's magical signature, not just earth-based magic. But what concerns me more is the intelligence behind the attacks." "Intelligence?" Freya settled onto one of the stone benches, hyper-aware of Kieran's presence beside her. "The timing, the precision, the escalation." Elder Varric gestured to the scattered papers before him. "This isn't random magical interference. Something is learning your patterns, studying your habits, planning its strikes for maximum impact." "The Thornweaver," Kieran said. "It's been probing for weaknesses." "Indeed, which brings us to the question of solutions." Elder Varric's gaze shifted between them with knowing intensity. "Miss Bloom, your research into your family's binding practices has been illuminating, but I believe there are details you haven't yet uncovered." "What kind of details?" Instead of answering directly, Elder Varric moved to a locked chest behind the standing stones. He withdrew a leather-bound tome that radiated power, its pages practically humming with residual magic. "The true record of Celeste Bloom's binding ritual," he said, settling the book before them with careful reverence. "Kept separate from family histories for reasons that will become clear." Freya leaned forward eagerly, her fingers tracing the ancient text as she began translating the archaic Gaelic. The first few passages matched what she'd found in her grandmother's journal, but then the narrative diverged into territory that made her magic recoil with recognition. "She wasn't alone," Freya breathed. "Celeste didn't perform the binding by herself." "Continue reading," Elder Varric encouraged. The text painted a picture that shattered everything Freya thought she knew about her family's sacrifice. Celeste hadn't died alone in a heroic gesture of selfless magic. She'd been part of a mated pair, working in harmony with her tiger shifter partner to create something more powerful than either could manage solo. "Joined life force," she read aloud, her voice growing stronger as understanding dawned. "Two hearts beating as one, two souls sharing the burden of binding an ancient evil. The power flowed between them like a river, each strengthening the other until their combined magic became unbreakable." "A mated pair's bond," Kieran said quietly, "just like we suspected." Freya looked up from the text to find his eyes fixed on her. The implications were staggering, terrifying, and impossible to ignore. The binding spell didn't require death, it required partnership, the kind of deep magical connection that could only exist between true mates. "But if that's true," she said slowly, "then why did my grandmother tell me Celeste died alone? Why hide the existence of her mate?" "Because the truth was too dangerous," Elder Varric said gently. "The knowledge that binding spells could be powered by mated pairs instead of blood sacrifice would have attracted the wrong kind of attention. Better to let people believe in heroic death than reveal the true source of such power." "So the renewal ritual?" Freya's voice trailed off as the full scope of what this meant settled over her. "Requires 2 participants," Elder Varric confirmed. "A blood descendant of the original binder and their fated mate, working in perfect harmony to renew constraints that have weakened over time." Freya's gaze moved to Kieran, seeing her own understanding reflected in his expression. The bond between them wasn't just an inconvenient attraction or supernatural coincidence. It was the key to saving her bloodline, her community, everything she loved, but accepting it would mean acknowledging that fate had made the choice for her, that her heart's confusion and Rowan's gentle courtship and all her careful planning meant nothing compared to the ancient magic that recognized Kieran as her other half. "This was only kept from you in order for you to find the full extent of research, purpose, and journals. I was hoping the Thornweaver wasn't the cause, but since it is, now the real question is," Elder Varric said into the charged silence, whether you're both prepared to accept what that means. Freya stared at the ancient text, at the words that described a love powerful enough to bind evil itself, and felt her world tilt on its axis. Everything she thought she knew about choice and independence and controlling her own destiny crumbled in the face of supernatural necessity. She was going to need a mate's power to save Hollow Oak. And sitting beside her, radiating warmth and protective intensity, was the man fate had chosen for that role. But was she brave enough to stop fighting what her heart already knew was true?
Chapter 18. Kieran. Kieran walked through Hollow Oak's quiet streets as afternoon shadows lengthened, his mind reeling from the council meeting's revelations a mated pair. The binding spell required a mated pair, which meant Freya didn't have to die to save their community. But it also meant she'd need to accept the bond between them, to trust him with her life and magic in ways that went beyond anything either of them had imagined. Hope and terror warred in his chest with equal intensity. Hope that fate had provided a solution that would keep his mate alive. Terror that she might only accept him out of necessity, not love. Freya had made excuses about needing to secure her shop, but Kieran could read the overwhelm in her green-gold eyes. She needed time to process what they'd learned, to figure out how she felt about destiny making such a monumental choice for her. He understood the impulse, even as his tiger prowled restlessly at being separated from her when danger lurked. The hearth in Hollow Inn appeared ahead like sanctuary, its warm windows glowing against the autumn evening. Miriam would be in the kitchen, preparing for the dinner service, but she'd make time for him, she always did. He found her exactly where expected, flour dusting her silver hair as she rolled out pie crust with practiced efficiency. Her spectacles caught the lamplight as she looked up, taking in his expression with the sharp perception that had made her such an effective council member. "Well," she said, setting aside her rolling pin, "you look like a man whose world just got turned upside down. Tea? Something stronger might be better." "That bad?" Miriam moved to the stove where a kettle was already heating, her movements calm and unhurried despite his obvious distress. "I was told it was a private meeting with you, Freya and Varric." "What happened?" Kieran slumped into one of the kitchen chairs, suddenly feeling every one of his 32 years. "The binding spell, the one Freya's ancestor used to contain the Thornweaver. It didn't require a blood sacrifice." "Oh?" Miriam poured hot water over tea leaves, the familiar ritual giving them both time to settle into conversation. "What did it require?" "A mated pair, two people working together, sharing their combined life force to power the spell." Kieran accepted the cup she offered, wrapping his hands around the warm ceramic. Celeste Bloom wasn't alone when she bound the Thornweaver. She had her tiger shifter mate helping her. Understanding dawned in Miriam's eyes. "And now Freya needs someone like me, a mate whose power can combine with hers to renew the binding." Kieran stared into his tea, watching steam rise like miniature clouds. "The cosmic joke is almost perfect, isn't it? Fate finally gives me someone I can't live without. And the only way to keep her alive is to force a bond she might not want." "Force?" Miriam's voice carried gentle skepticism. "That's an interesting choice of words for someone describing his fated mate." "She doesn't love me, Miriam. She cares about me, feels the attraction. But love?" Kieran shook his head. "She was ready to accept Rowan's proposal before all this started. I'm just the supernatural solution to her problem." "Are you?" Miriam settled across from him with her own cup, her expression thoughtful. "Because from where I'm sitting, it sounds like you're terrified she might not choose you if she had other options." Kieran's tiger snarled at having his fears exposed so clearly, but he couldn't deny Miriam's accuracy. His entire adult life had been built around avoiding exactly this situation, of wanting someone so badly that their rejection could destroy him. "I've seen what happens when people leave," he said quietly. "My parents, every foster family except you. I learned early that depending on others was a luxury I couldn't afford. And yet here you are, completely dependent on one stubborn witch for your happiness." Miriam's smile was gentle but relentless. "Tell me, dear one, what exactly are you afraid of?" "That she'll only accept the bond because she has to. that I'll spend the rest of my life knowing she settled for me instead of choosing me. The words scraped his throat raw, that even saving her won't be enough to make her love me. Oh, Kieran. Miriam reached across the table to squeeze his hand. Do you really think so little of yourself? Or so little of her? What do you mean? I mean, Freya Bloom is one of the most independent women I know. She spent 3 years running her grandmother's legacy single-handedly, turning down every suitor who's tried to court her, building a life entirely on her own terms. Miriam's eyes held knowing warmth. Do you honestly believe someone that stubborn would accept a mate bond just because it was convenient? Kieran wanted to argue, but the logic was sound. Freya had spent their entire acquaintance proving she didn't do anything, just because others expected it of her. Even now, facing supernatural threats and community pressure, she made her own choices with fierce determination. She's scared too, he realized aloud. Of course she is. She's facing the same impossible choice you are. Risk everything on love, or play it safe with what makes sense on paper. Miriam's expression grew serious. But here's what I've learned in my years. Running from love has never protected anyone from pain. It just keeps them from joy. Before Kieran could respond, his phone buzzed with a text from Freya. Can you meet me at the cemetery? I want to visit my grandmother's grave, and I'd rather not go alone. His tiger immediately perked up at being needed, at the intimacy implied by her request. Visiting family graves was sacred territory, not something you shared with casual acquaintances. I have to go, he said, standing quickly. Freya wants company for a cemetery visit. Ah, Miriam's knowing smile suggested she understood the significance better than he did. Give Sage Bloom my regards when you see her stone. She was a formidable woman. The Hollow Oak Cemetery sat on a hill overlooking the town, its old-growth trees creating cathedral spaces between weathered headstones. Kieran found Freya standing before an elegant granite marker, carved with Celtic knotwork and symbols that probably held magical significance beyond his understanding. Thank you for coming, she said without turning around. I know it's probably weird, but you needed to talk to someone who can't argue with your decisions. Kieran moved to stand beside her, close enough to catch her scent of lilacs and determination. I get it. They stood in comfortable silence, autumn wind rustling through the trees while Freya apparently held an internal conversation with her grandmother's memory. Kieran found himself studying the headstone's details, noting how the carved roses matched the heritage blooms that had started this whole crisis. She would have liked you, Freya said finally. Grandmother Sage had a soft spot for broken things that refused to stay broken. I'm not broken. Aren't you? She turned to face him, her eyes holding gentle understanding. We're both walking around with pieces missing, Kieran. Yours from being abandoned too often, mine from losing the person who defined my entire world. Maybe that's why this works. The bond hummed between them, responding to her honesty. This was right. Standing here beside his fated mate, sharing her grief and fears and hopes, felt more real than anything he'd experienced in 32 years of careful emotional distance. Freya, he started, then stopped when footsteps approached through the cemetery paths. Rowan appeared between the headstones carrying a bouquet of autumn flowers, his face going through multiple phases of emotions. The man's brown showed quiet devastation that came from watching someone you love slip away despite all your efforts to hold on. I'm sorry, Rowan said, his voice carefully neutral. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just brought these for Sage. He held up the flowers, their bright colors stark against the gray granite. She always loved my fall arrangements. The intimacy of Rowan, knowing Freya's grandmother well enough to bring her favorite flowers, the implication of years spent as part of the Bloom family circle, made Kieran feel like an intruder in his own destiny. This man had history with Freya, established connection, the kind of deep roots that couldn't be replicated by supernatural recognition. Thank you, Freya said softly. She did love your flowers, especially the chrysanthemums. I remember. Rowan moved to place the bouquet against the headstone with practiced familiarity. She used to say they reminded her of sunshine when the days got short. Kieran watched the exchange with growing tension, his tiger prowling restlessly at the domestic scene playing out before him. Rowan belonged here in ways that had nothing to do with mate bonds or supernatural necessity, he was part of Freya's history, her community, her chosen family. While Kieran was still the outsider who needed Miriam's intervention to find his place in Hollow Oak. But then Freya stepped closer to Kieran, her shoulder brushing against his arm in a gesture of unconscious support. The simple contact was electric, and Kieran caught the way her magic responded to his presence with recognition. Rowan saw it too. The other man's brown eyes tracked the movement, noting how naturally Freya gravitated toward Kieran, despite her obvious guilt. When she didn't immediately step away from the contact, something shifted in Rowan's expression. The careful neutrality cracked, revealing raw pain underneath. "I see," Rowan said quietly. The hurt in his voice made Freya flinch. "So this is how it ends. Not with an honest conversation, but with me stumbling onto proof that I never really had a chance." "Rowan, please," Freya started, but he held up a hand. "No. I think I've been patient long enough. Understanding long enough. Standing aside while you figure out your feelings long enough." His gentle demeanor hardened into something more determined. "If you're going to choose him, Freya, at least have the courage to say it to my face." The challenge made Kieran's tiger surge with territorial instincts, ready to defend his claim, but he forced himself to remain still. This was Freya's choice to make, her battle to fight, even if watching her struggle with it was killing him.
Chapter 19. Freya. The cemetery air grew thick with tension as Rowan's challenge hung between them. Freya felt the weight of his pain, Kieran's barely leashed intensity, and her grandmother's presence all pressing down on her with equal force. Two good men stood waiting for her answer, and she finally understood that there was no way to choose without destroying someone she cared about. "Rowan," she started, but he shook his head. "No more excuses, Freya. No more asking for time or saying you're confused." His brown eyes held quiet dignity, even as devastation carved lines around them. "I've loved you patiently for over a year. I've waited while you figured out your feelings, supported you through your grandmother's death, stood by while you built your independence, but I won't watch you slip away without fighting for what we could have." The sincerity broke her. Here was a man who'd never asked for more than she could give, who'd offered partnership and stability and everything logical. Her mind told her she should want a man who deserved better than being second choice to supernatural destiny. "You're right," she said quietly. "You deserve honesty. You deserve better than someone who can't love you the way you love her." Rowan's face went pale, but he held her gaze steadily. "So there it is. After everything we've shared, everything we could build together, you're choosing him." "I'm not choosing anyone." The words came out sharper than she intended, frustration bleeding through her careful control. "Don't you understand? This isn't about choice anymore. It's about survival. Mine, the town's, everyone we care about." "Nonsense." Rowan's voice cracked with emotion, his usual gentleness replaced by raw hurt. "This is about you being too scared to admit you want something that doesn't make sense, something dangerous and unpredictable instead of safe and logical." Freya's magic flared in response to her emotional turmoil, and she felt corruption stirring at the edges of the cemetery like it was drawn to her distress. Even here, beside her grandmother's grave, the Thornweaver's influence crept closer. "Maybe you're right," she admitted. "Maybe I am scared. But I'm also practical enough to recognize that the binding spell requires a mated pair, and fate already made that choice for me." "Fate," Rowan's laugh was bitter. "How convenient that supernatural destiny aligns so perfectly with what your heart wants." Beside her, Kieran had gone very still, his eyes tracking every word with predatory focus. She could feel his tiger prowling beneath his human facade, territorial instincts warring with his determination to let her make this choice freely. "What my heart wants doesn't matter," Freya said, though the words tasted like lies. "What matters is saving our community from an ancient evil that's getting stronger every day." "Then why does your magic respond to him like that?" Rowan gestured toward Kieran with painful accuracy. Why does your whole body language change when he's near? Why do you look at him like he's the answer to questions you didn't know you were asking? The observations were too precise, too knowing. Freya felt heat rise in her cheeks as she realized how transparent she'd been, how obvious her feelings had become despite all her efforts to hide them. "Because he is," she whispered, the admission scraping her throat raw. "He's my mate, Rowan. Not by choice, not because it's convenient, but because something deeper recognizes him as the other half of my soul." Rowan absorbed her words with the grace she'd always admired, his expression cycling through pain and understanding. "I see." He stepped back from her grandmother's grave, his movements careful and controlled. "Then I suppose there's nothing left to say." "There is." Freya moved toward him, desperate to salvage something from the wreckage of their friendship. "You're important to me, Rowan. What we had, what we shared, it meant something, it still means something. Just not enough." His smile was sad but genuine. "I hope you'll be happy, Freya, both of you, and I hope whatever you're walking into is worth the pain you're causing." He left without another word, walking through the cemetery with dignity intact. Despite the heartbreak radiating from every line of his body, Freya watched him disappear between the headstones and felt pieces of her heart break for the man who'd loved her with patience and devotion she couldn't return. "That was brave," Kieran said quietly. "That was cruel." She turned away from her grandmother's grave, unable to face the carved roses that had started this whole crisis. He deserved better than that. He deserved honesty, which is what you gave him. Kieran fell into step beside her as they headed back toward town. "It would have been crueler to let him hope." "Would it?" Freya's voice came out brittle. "Because right now, I feel like the worst kind of person. The kind who breaks good hearts because she can't resist something dangerous." "Is that what you think this is? You giving in to temptation?" The question made her stop walking. They stood at the cemetery gates, autumn evening settling around them, and Freya realized she didn't have an answer. Was the mate bond just supernatural attraction? A cosmic trick that made her think she needed someone she barely understood? Was it even a bond at all, or her hormones playing tricks on her? "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't know what this is or what it means or whether I'm making the biggest mistake of my life." "Then let me show you." Kieran moved closer. "Let me prove that this is more than just magical convenience or dangerous attraction." "How?" "Trust me. Just for tonight, stop fighting what you feel and trust me." They walked back through Hollow Oak in charged silence, the weight of her choice settling over them like electricity before a storm. Streetlights cast pools of golden warmth across empty sidewalks, and the scent of wood smoke drifted from cozy homes where families gathered for dinner. Normal life, continuing around them while her world transformed completely. "Where are we going?" she asked as Kieran led her off the main street toward the lake. "Somewhere we can talk without the whole town watching." Moonmirror Lake stretched before them like polished glass, reflecting the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. The crescent-shaped water that gave their town its character looked peaceful in the evening light, unmarked by the corruption that plagued the rest of Hollow Oak. "Freya." Kieran caught her hand. "Look at me." She turned to face him and felt her breath catch. The careful control he always wore had slipped, revealing raw hunger and possession and something deeper that made her magic sing with recognition. This was her mate looking at her, not the composed man who handled everyone else's crises with professional detachment. "Tell me you feel it too," he said, his voice rough with need. "Tell me this isn't just supernatural obligation or convenient timing, because if that's all this is..." "It's not." The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. "I felt it the night you kissed me. I felt it when our magic combined to heal the corruption I feel it every time you look at me like I'm the most important thing in your world." "You are." Kieran's hand cupped her face, his touch gentle despite the intensity blazing in his eyes. "You're everything, Freya. My mate, my heart, my reason for wanting to be better than I've ever been." The confession hung between them like a bridge, spanning the distance between careful friendship and something infinitely more dangerous. Freya felt her last defenses crumble like autumn leaves. "Show me," she whispered. Kieran kissed her with controlled desperation, his mouth claiming hers with a hunger that spoke of weeks of restraint finally breaking. This wasn't the gentle exploration of their first kiss, or the desperate comfort of their second. This was recognition, possession, their bond flaring to life between them, making the air shimmer. Freya's magic responded to his touch like fire meeting gasoline, green-gold energy crackling between them with visible sparks. Around the lake, night creatures paused in their activities to watch, drawn by the power radiating from their joined forms. An owl settled on a nearby branch, its yellow eyes reflecting their magical display. A family of deer emerged from the tree line, standing motionless as ancient instincts recognized something significant happening. As Kieran's arms tightened around her, and the lake reflected their combined magic like captured starlight, Freya realized she was tired of being safe, tired of choosing logic over passion, duty over desire, other people's expectations over her own heart. Maybe it was time to be brave instead.
Chapter 20. Kieran. Kieran could taste Freya's magic on his tongue, where their kiss had deepened into something that felt like catching fire. Her hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer as if she couldn't bear even the smallest distance between them. "Kieran," she breathed against his mouth, and the way she said his name made his tiger purr with possessive satisfaction. "I know." He traced the line of her jaw with reverent fingers, marveling at how perfectly she fit against him. "I feel it too. The connection, the recognition, everything. Is this what a mate bond feels like?" Her eyes searched his face in the moonlight, vulnerable and wondering. "This certainty that goes deeper than logic?" "Yeah." He rested his forehead against hers, breathing in her scent of something uniquely Freya. "This is exactly what it feels like finding the missing piece of yourself you didn't know you'd lost." "I was so scared," she whispered. "Scared of wanting you, scared of hurting Rowan, scared of what it would mean if I admitted this was real. And now I'm tired of being scared. Tired of fighting what I feel. Tired of lying to myself about what I want." Her hands moved to his face, her touch gentle despite the heat blazing in her eyes. "I want you, Kieran. Not because fate demands it, not because the binding spell requires it, because my heart chose you long before my head caught up." The confession hit him like lightning, hope and hunger, and something deeper flooding through his system. His tiger roared with triumph, but it was his human heart that spoke when he said, "I love you too, have loved you probably, since that night you turned me down years ago, and I was too proud to admit it." "You loved me then?" Surprise colored her voice. "Love the fire in you, the way you stood your ground against someone twice your size, the intelligence that made you see right through my charm to the scared kid underneath." His thumb traced her lower lip, watching her pupils dilate with desire. "I just didn't understand what that feeling meant until my tiger recognized you as ours." "Ours," she repeated softly, testing the word. "I like the sound of that." "Do you?" Kieran's tone was now a low growl that made her shiver. "Because once I touch you properly, once we cross this line, there's no going back. The bond will deepen, even if it's not complete." "I don't want to go back." Her hands moved to the buttons of his shirt, fingers working with determined purpose. "I want to go forward, with you into whatever comes next." The cool autumn air hit his chest as she pushed the fabric away, but her touch burned hotter than any flame. Kieran sucked in a breath when her palms smoothed over his skin, mapping the contours of muscle and the scars that told the story of his dangerous past. "Beautiful," she murmured, pressing a kiss to the scar that crossed his collarbone. "Every mark, every line. You're perfect." "Far from perfect." His hands found the hem of her sweater, pausing to give her one last chance to change her mind. "But I'm yours if you'll have me." "I'll have you." Her smile was soft and fierce at once. "All of you." Kieran lifted the sweater over her head with reverent care, his breath catching at the sight of her revealed to him in moonlight. Pale skin like ivory, freckles scattered across her shoulders like constellations, the graceful curve of her waist that made his hands ache to span it. "Christ, you're gorgeous." He traced the edge of her simple white bra, noting how her breath hitched at the contact. "I've imagined this so many times, but reality is so much better." "Have you?" Her response was breathy as he pressed open-mouthed kisses along her throat. "Imagined me?" "Every night since that kiss." His confession was muffled against her skin. "Dreamed about touching you like this, tasting you, making you come apart in my arms." Freya's magic flared in response to his words, gold sparks dancing between them like fairy lights. The air around the lake shimmered with power as their energies began to merge, creating something entirely new from their individual gifts. "Show me," she said, her hands working at his belt with growing urgency. "Show me everything you dreamed about." Kieran's control snapped like a taut wire. He kissed her deeply while his hands roamed her body with hungry reverence, mapping every curve and hollow, every place that made her gasp and arch against him. When he reached behind her to unclasp her bra, she helped him, letting the fabric fall away without shame or hesitation. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat." "Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. They lay entwined afterward, breathing hard and marveling at the new depth of connection between them. Freya's magic had settled into peaceful harmony with his, creating a warm glow that made the air around them shimmer like heat waves. "The bond," she said wonderingly, her finger tracing the scar that bisected his eyebrow. "I can feel your contentment, your tiger satisfaction. It's like we're two halves of the same whole." "We are." He caught her hand and pressed it flat against his chest, over his heart. "Fated mates, bound by something deeper than choice." They lay in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars reflect on the lake's surface, while their combined magic painted aurora-like colors across the water. The night was perfect, peaceful, the kind of moment that felt stolen from time itself. "I want you to know that you always have a choice with me," he promised, "about the bond, about the future, about everything. I'll never pressure you into anything you're not ready for." "Even the claiming bite." Kieran's tiger stirred with interest at the mention, but he kept his voice steady. "Especially that. When you're ready, if you're ever ready, you'll let me know. But there's no rush, no pressure. What we have right now is enough." "Is it?" She tilted her head to study his face. "Because I can feel your tiger's disappointment." "My tiger wants what all shifters want, to mark his mate, to make the bond permanent and unbreakable." Kieran's honesty was gentle but complete. "But my human side knows that kind of permanence has to be your choice, made freely and without pressure. And if I never choose it, then I'll love you anyway." His promise was absolute, unshakable. "Bond or no bond, claim or no claim, you're mine and I'm yours. Nothing changes that." Freya was quiet for a long moment, and Kieran could feel her thoughts churning through their connection. Finally, she spoke. "I'm not ready for that level of permanence yet," she admitted, "but I want to be someday. When we've figured out how to save the town, when I've had time to understand what being mates really means, when I'm not making such a monumental decision under the pressure of supernatural crisis, then that's what we'll do." Kieran pressed a kiss to her hair, breathing in her scent. "We'll take things one day at a time, let the bond deepen naturally, and see where it leads us." Above them, the stars wheeled across the autumn sky, while the lake reflected their combined magic like captured moonbeams. And Kieran felt genuine hope that they might actually find a way to save everything they loved, including each other.
Chapter 21. Freya. Freya woke in her own bed to golden morning light streaming through her bedroom windows and the scent of coffee drifting from the kitchen. For a moment, contentment wrapped around her like a warm blanket, until memory crashed back, and she realized what yesterday's choices meant for her life in Hollow Oak. She'd made love with Kieran beside Moon Mirror Lake. She'd chosen him over Rowan and the way small towns work. She knew that more than half the supernatural community already knew about it. And now she had to face the consequences of both decisions while preparing for a ritual that might require her life. "Morning," Kieran's voice carried from the kitchen, warm with affection and something deeper. The bond hummed between them even through the walls, a constant awareness that made her skin tingle with remembered pleasure. She pulled on jeans and a sweater, finger-combing her copper hair into something resembling order. The mirror reflected a woman who looked thoroughly kissed, her lips still slightly swollen and her eyes bright with the kind of satisfaction that came from finally admitting what her heart wanted. But beneath the glow was worry. Today she had to research the binding ritual's final requirements while pretending she didn't notice how everyone in town looked at her differently. "Coffee?" Kieran asked when she appeared in the kitchen doorway. He stood at her stove with easy familiarity, his eyes tracking her movement with possessive warmth. He'd found a clean shirt somewhere, probably the spare he kept in his truck, but his hair was still mussed from sleep and her fingers. "Please." She accepted the mug he offered, noting how carefully he avoided touching her fingers. Even now, even after everything they'd shared, he was giving her space to set the pace. "Sleep okay?" His voice carried concern beneath the casual question. "Better than I have in weeks." The admission brought heat to her cheeks. "You? Best night's sleep of my life." His grin was soft with memory. Having you in my arms, feeling the bond settle between us, it was perfect. Freya felt an answering warmth spread through her chest. This was right, this connection between them. Whatever challenges lay ahead, at least she wasn't facing them alone anymore. "We should get to the Hollow Mercantile," she said, reluctantly breaking the domestic bubble they'd created. The Tansley brothers said they found more texts about binding rituals. The walk through town felt like running a gauntlet. Mrs. Patterson smiled knowingly from her garden. Twyla waved from the cafe window with obvious delight, and even the teenagers waiting for the school bus watched them with interest. Word traveled fast in a small supernatural community, and their magical display at the lake hadn't exactly been subtle. "Ignore them," Kieran murmured, his hand finding the small of her back with protective warmth. "Let them think what they want." "It's not them I'm worried about." Freya nodded toward the familiar figure approaching from the town square. Rowan walked with his usual steady grace, but the shadows under his brown eyes spoke to a sleepless night. How am I supposed to face him after what I did? With honesty, same way you faced him yesterday. Rowan reached them before she could lose her nerve, his expression carefully neutral despite the pain radiating from every line of his body. "Freya, Kieran, morning." "Rowan," her voice came out smaller than intended. "How are you?" "I've been better." His smile was genuine despite everything. "But I wanted you to know there are no hard feelings. What happened between us, it was real and good while it lasted. The fact that it couldn't compete with whatever this is doesn't diminish that." Rowan's gaze flicked to Kieran. "Take care of her. She's worth fighting for." "I know," Kieran said quietly, "and I will." Rowan nodded once and continued on his way, leaving Freya staring after him with guilt settling like lead in her stomach. "He'll be okay," Kieran said gently. "Rowan's stronger than he looks." "That doesn't make it hurt less." She wiped at her eyes, angry at herself for crying when she'd made her choice freely. "Come on, let's see what the brothers found." The Hollow Mercantile smelled like old books and magical components, a comforting mixture that usually calmed Freya's nerves. Today it only reminded her of everything at stake. Edgar and Rufus Tansley stood behind their counter like matching bookends, their expressions grave as they gestured to the texts spread before them. "We've been up all night translating," Edgar said without preamble. "The binding ritual your ancestor performed, it's more complex than we initially understood." "Complex? How?" Freya moved to examine the ancient pages, Kieran close behind her. "3 components are required," Rufus explained, his usually cheerful demeanor subdued. "A blood descendant of the original binder, which you obviously are, a mate's protective power, which explains why the bond was necessary." His eyes flicked meaningfully between her and Kieran. "And a willing sacrifice to seal the magic permanently." "Sacrifice of what?" Kieran's voice carried dangerous undertones. "That's where the texts become frustratingly vague." Edgar pointed to a passage written in archaic Gaelic. It mentions the price of binding evil and what matters most freely given, but no specific details about what form the sacrifice takes. Freya studied the ancient writing, her grandmother's voice echoing in her memory as she translated the formal phrases. The binding spell wasn't just about magical power. It required something personal, something precious to ensure the caster's complete commitment to protecting others. "It could mean anything," she said finally. "Life force, magical ability, years of existence, even—" She swallowed hard. "Even life itself. Or it could mean something else entirely." Kieran's hand found her shoulder, his touch grounding. "We won't know until we attempt the ritual." Before anyone could respond, the shop's bell chimed urgently. Maisie burst through the door, her pointed ears flat against her head with distress, and her usual bright energy replaced by panic. "Freya," she gasped, "it's getting worse. The corruption. It's not just affecting plants anymore." "What do you mean?" "Mrs. Pat collapsed this morning after trying to tend her herb garden. She's unconscious at the inn and Miriam can't wake her up. Same thing happened to 2 other people who got too close to corrupted areas." Maisie's voice cracked with fear. "Whatever's happening, it's spreading to humans now." The Thornweaver wasn't content with destroying Hollow Oak's flora. It was actively hunting the town's residents. And every day she delayed attempting the binding ritual was another day for people she cared about to fall victim to an ancient evil. "We need to see Mrs. Pat," she said, already moving toward the door. "If the corruption is affecting humans, I need to understand how before it spreads further." The Hearth and Hollow Inn's usually welcoming atmosphere felt subdued when they arrived. Miriam met them at the door, her hair disheveled and worry lines etched deep around her eyes. "She won't wake up," Miriam said without preamble. "I've tried everything, healing potions, magical stimulants, even calling in favors from practitioners in neighboring towns. Nothing works." "Can I see her?" Freya asked. They followed Miriam to a guest room where Mrs. Pat lay motionless on crisp white sheets. The elderly woman's face was peaceful, but black veins crawled up her arms like poisonous tattoos, and her skin held the same grayish pallor Freya had seen in corrupted plants. "It's the same signature," Freya whispered, her magic recoiling from the wrongness radiating from the unconscious woman. "The same corruption that's been destroying the town's flora." "Can you heal her?" Kieran asked. "I don't know." Freya placed her hands just above Mrs. Pat's chest, letting her power probe the corruption carefully. "It's different when it affects humans deeper, like it's trying to twist her life force the same way it twisted the plants." The black veins pulsed under her magical touch, and for a terrifying moment, Freya felt the Thornweaver's attention focus on her like a predator sensing prey. The ancient evil was watching, waiting, growing stronger with every person it claimed. "I can't do this anymore," she said suddenly, pulling her hands back. "I can't keep researching and planning and hoping for perfect answers while people suffer. Mrs. Pat, the others who've fallen sick, they're counting on me to act." "Freya," Kieran started, but she was already moving toward the door. I'm going to attempt the binding ritual, she announced. Tomorrow night, during the new moon, when the veil between worlds is thinnest. With or without perfect understanding of what the willing sacrifice requires. That's suicide, Rufus protested. If you don't know what you're sacrificing, then I'll figure it out when the time comes. Freya's voice carried the kind of finality that ended arguments. Because the alternative is watching everyone I care about fall victim to something I might be able to stop. She made it as far as her cottage's front porch before the weight of everything finally broke her. The responsibility, the guilt over Rowan, the terror of facing an ancient evil with incomplete knowledge, all of it crashed over her at once. Kieran found her there 20 minutes later, sitting on her steps with tears streaming down her face and her magic sparking erratically around her hands. "Hey," he said softly, settling beside her without hesitation. "Talk to me." "I can't do this," she whispered. "Everyone's depending on me to save them, but I don't know how. The texts are vague, the ritual is dangerous, and every choice I make seems to hurt someone I care about." "Then we'll figure it out together." Kieran's arms came around her, pulling her against his chest where she could hear his steady heartbeat. "You don't have to carry this alone." "What if I attempt the ritual and fail, and everyone dies because I wasn't good enough to protect them?" "You are good enough." His voice was fierce with conviction. "You're the strongest person I know, Freya. But strength doesn't mean facing impossible odds alone." "Your tiger chose well when it recognized me as your mate?" "My tiger chose perfectly." Kieran's lips pressed against her hair. "But if we're being honest about fears, I'm terrified too." The admission surprised her. "Of what?" "Of not being strong enough to protect you. Of losing you to this ancient evil or to the ritual itself." His arms tightened around her. "Of finally finding my mate only to watch her sacrifice herself for others." The vulnerability in his voice made fresh tears spill down her cheeks. She could feel his fear for her safety, his desperate need to keep her alive, his helplessness in the face of magic he didn't understand. "We're quite a pair," she said with watery laughter, "both terrified of failing the other." "Maybe that's what makes us perfect for each other." Kieran tilted her chin up so she could see the gold and green flecks in his amber eyes. "We know what we have to lose, so we'll fight twice as hard to protect it." The mate bond pulsed between them with renewed strength, and Freya felt some of her panic ease. Tomorrow night would bring answers, for better or worse, but at least she wouldn't face them alone.
Chapter 22. Kieran. Kieran's phone rang at 3 in the afternoon with the kind of urgency that made his tiger surge to immediate alertness. Edgar Tansley's voice crackled through the speaker, tight with panic and barely controlled fear. "The water treatment plant," Edgar said without preamble. "The corruption's reached the main intake pipes. We've got maybe 6 hours before it's in the municipal supply." "How bad?" Kieran was already moving, grabbing his jacket and keys while his mind raced through evacuation protocols. "Bad enough that Twyla's already closing the cafe and telling people to switch to bottled water. If this gets into the drinking supply, I'm on my way." Kieran ended the call and turned to find Freya watching him with growing alarm. "The corruption's reached the water supply. We need to evacuate anyone without private wells or magical purification systems." "That's half the town." Freya's voice carried the same protective urgency that was driving his tiger to pace. "How long do we have?" "Hours, not days." He caught her hands, noting how her magic fluttered with anxiety. "I need you to stay here while I coordinate the evacuations, help people pack emergency supplies, provide healing potions for anyone showing signs of exposure. I can do more than play support." Her green-gold eyes flashed with determination. "I can help with the evacuations, use my magic to purify water temporarily." "No." The word came out with enough alpha authority to make her magic recoil. "You're the primary target, Freya. The corruption hunts you specifically. I'm not risking your safety when we're this close to attempting the binding ritual. You can't just order me around because we're mates now." Watch me. Kieran's tiger prowled closer to the surface, instincts warring with logic. Every protective mechanism he possessed screamed at him to grab Freya and run, to get her as far from Hollow Oak as possible before the Thornweaver claimed her. This thing wants you dead. It's escalated from targeting plants to people to the water supply. Because it knows you're close to stopping it, I won't give it another chance to strike. Freya stared at him with a mixture of frustration and understanding. He could feel her own protective instincts flaring, her magic responding to his distress with sympathetic energy. Fine, she said finally, but I'm not hiding in my cottage while people suffer. I'll work from the inn with Miriam, help coordinate supplies and treatment for anyone showing corruption symptoms. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than having her out in the open where the Thornweaver could target her directly. Deal, but you don't leave the inn without me. Promise. I promise. Her hand squeezed his. Just be careful out there. I can feel your tiger wanting to hunt something, and corruption isn't an enemy you can fight with claws. The evacuation took 4 hours of controlled chaos. Kieran coordinated with Maeve and the other council guards to move families with young children and elderly members to the outlying farms with private water sources. His tiger paced restlessly through every interaction, hyper-aware of the danger spreading through their territory while his mate remained vulnerable. 37 families relocated, Maeve reported as they finished loading the last transport truck. Everyone else has enough bottled water and purification supplies to last through tomorrow night. Good. Kieran wiped sweat from his forehead despite the autumn chill. Any word from the water treatment plant? Edgar says they've contained the immediate spread, but the corruption's too established to remove completely. We're looking at weeks of contamination minimum, which meant they had no choice but to attempt the binding ritual tomorrow night, ready or not. The Thornweaver had forced their hand by escalating beyond anything the town could handle long-term. Council meeting in an hour, Maeve continued. Emergency session to discuss the binding ritual. Elder Varric wants your report on Freya's preparedness. Kieran's jaw tightened. My report is that we're out of time and options. The ritual happens tomorrow whether the council thinks we're ready or not. Yeah, well, good luck explaining that to Elder Bram. He's been asking pointed questions about your qualifications all afternoon. The 5 council members sat in their stone circle with expressions ranging from concerned to openly skeptical, their attention focused on Kieran with uncomfortable intensity. Mr. Holt, Elder Varric began without preamble, given today's developments, we need to assess whether Miss Bloom is truly prepared for tomorrow night's ritual. As prepared as anyone can be for something this dangerous, Kieran replied carefully. She understands the requirements, she's studied the available texts, and she's accepted the mate bond necessary to power the spell. Ah yes, the mate bond. Elder Bram leaned forward with cold interest. Tell me, how exactly does a rootless tiger with no pack connections provide the stable magical foundation required for such ancient magic? My connection to Freya is what matters, he said evenly, not my relationship with other shifters. Is it? Elder Bram's pale eyes glittered with skepticism. Because binding spells of this magnitude require absolute magical stability, the kind that comes from deep roots, established territories, generational connections to the land itself. What can someone with no ties to anything offer except reckless passion? Kieran's tiger snarled at the dismissal, claws threatening to extend. I can offer my life, my strength, my absolute commitment to protecting this community and everyone in it. Pretty words from someone who's never been tested by real sacrifice. Enough! Freya's voice cut through the glade like a blade as she stepped from the shadows between the trees. Her eyes blazed and her magic crackled visibly around her. How dare you question his commitment after everything he's done for this town? Miss Bloom, Elder Varric said carefully, you weren't invited to this meeting. And Kieran wasn't invited to be insulted by someone who's never put his life on the line for others. Freya moved to stand beside Kieran, her presence immediately calming his tiger, despite the anger radiating from her. You want to talk about roots and stability? Kieran has spent 15 years protecting this community without asking for recognition or reward. He's earned the respect and trust of everyone who matters. Has he? Elder Bram's voice carried cold challenge. Because from where I sit, he's a drifter who happened to stumble into a mate bond with our most important magical practitioner, hardly the foundation for ancient binding magic. You're wrong, Freya's magic flared brighter, responding to her emotional intensity. Kieran is the strongest person I know, not because of pack connections or territorial claims, but because he chooses to stay and fight when he could easily leave, because he protects people who can't protect themselves, because he'd face an ancient evil tomorrow night knowing he might die, just to keep others safe. The fierce loyalty in her voice, the absolute conviction that he was worthy of her defense, hit Kieran hard. He could hear her genuine belief in his strength, her trust in his ability to face whatever came next. The woman who meant everything to him thought he was brave enough to deserve her love. For the first time in his life, Kieran truly believed he belonged somewhere. Not because Miriam had taken him in, or because the town needed his skills, but because his mate saw him as worthy of fighting for. The connection between Miss Bloom and Mr. Holt runs deeper than any of us initially understood, Elder Varick said into the charged silence. He held newfound respect as he studied them both, and perhaps that depth is exactly what we need. What do you mean? Kieran asked. We've been analyzing the corruption spread pattern, trying to understand why it moves so quickly through our defenses. Elder Varick gestured to the ancient stones around them. What we discovered is troubling. The Thornweaver hasn't just been feeding on individual plants or magical practitioners, it's been feeding on the town's connection to the land itself. I don't understand, Freya said. Hollow Oak's magical ecosystem depends on the bonds between residents and the natural world. The deeper those connections, the stronger our collective magic becomes, but the Thornweaver has been severing those bonds systematically, cutting people off from the land's power and feeding on the resulting magical chaos. Kieran felt pieces clicking into place with horrible clarity. That's why traditional defenses haven't worked. The thing we're fighting knows how to turn our greatest strength against us. Precisely, which means the binding spell will require more than just your individual power. It will need to reconnect the entire community to the land through your mate bond. Elder Varick's expression grew grave. The magical foundation you provide, Mr. Holt, must be strong enough to anchor not just Miss Bloom's power, but the collective will of everyone in Hollow Oak. No pressure, Kieran muttered, but he felt oddly calm despite the enormous responsibility settling on his shoulders. Elder Bram looked between them with grudging respect. Perhaps rootless tigers have their own kind of strength after all. Perhaps they do, Elder Varick agreed. The ritual will take place tomorrow night at the site of the original binding. We'll provide what support we can, but ultimately, this comes down to the bond between you two. As they left the council glade hand in hand, Kieran felt his tiger settling. Tomorrow night would bring the greatest challenge of his life, but he'd face it with his mate at his side. The walk back to the cottage should have been peaceful, but something in Freya's magical signature felt off. Her power hummed with an undercurrent of anxiety that went beyond nerves about the upcoming ritual. What's troubling you? He asked as they reached her front door. And don't say it's just about tomorrow night. I can feel there's something else. It's the waiting, she admitted, her voice tight with strain. Every hour we delay, more people are in danger. What if the corruption reaches another water source? What if someone else falls into a coma like Mrs. Pat? What if... Hey! He turned her to face him, noting the wild edge to her magic that made his protective instincts flare. We'll be ready tomorrow. We have a plan. But what if we're not strong enough? The question burst out of her like a dam breaking. What if I fail again, like I failed with the preliminary binding? What if I'm not worthy of the guardian bloodline? Freya, you are more than worthy. Am I? Her magic spiked erratically, making the air around them shimmer with unstable energy. Because right now I feel like I'm drowning in doubt and everyone's depending on me to save them. Maybe I should try to establish a connection to the original binding tonight. Just to see if it's possible. Just to prove I can... No, Kieran's voice carried absolute authority. Whatever you're thinking, the answer is no. We do this together, as planned or not at all. But even as he spoke, he could see the desperate determination building in her eyes. The same look she'd worn when deciding to face the corn maze corruption alone. The same stubborn certainty that she could handle more than was safe. "Promise me," he said urgently, taking her hands. "Promise me you won't try anything alone tonight." "I promise," she said. But something in her tone made his tiger pace with unease. They went to bed early, both exhausted from the day's crisis management. But Kieran lay awake listening to Freya's breathing, his enhanced senses picking up the subtle signs of someone pretending to sleep. Her heartbeat was too fast, her magical signature too active, her scent carrying the sharp edge of adrenaline and resolve. Kieran woke in the darkness of early morning when the moon had gone to bed and the sun had yet to wake. A nightmare had stirred him from a restless sleep. But when he reached over for Freya's warmth, it was only to find her side empty. His worst fears had been confirmed. He caught her scent and immediately followed it, even though he knew where she was already going. He knew he would get there just after her. She hadn't left too much before him, but it was still too late. Things went catastrophically wrong within minutes. The moment Freya began the preliminary binding incantation, the Thornweaver's attention focused on her like a predator sensing wounded prey. Her magic, stressed by weeks of crisis and pushed beyond safe limits by desperation, couldn't handle the ancient evil's immediate retaliation. Kieran watched in horror as corruption exploded outward from the grove before he could even react, his mate's scream of agony cutting through the night like a knife. By the time he reached her, she was unconscious, her magical core burning itself out in a futile attempt to contain forces beyond her individual strength. The backlash devastated everything in a 6-block radius, turning Hollow Oak's thriving center into a wasteland of twisted trees and poisoned earth. But worse than the physical destruction was the sight of Freya lying motionless in his arms, her magic so depleted he could barely sense it flickering. And for 3 days she didn't wake up.
Chapter 23. Freya. Consciousness returned slowly, like swimming up from the bottom of a dark lake. Freya's first sensation was pain, a deep, aching wrongness that seemed to radiate from her very bones. Her second was the scent of pine and warm spice, familiar and comforting despite the agony coursing through her system. "Freya!" Kieran's voice sounded rough, like he'd been shouting or hadn't spoken in days. "Can you hear me?" She tried to open her eyes, but even that simple action sent spikes of pain through her skull. Everything felt distant, muffled, as if she were experiencing the world through thick glass. "What?" Her voice came out as barely a whisper. "What happened?" "You've been unconscious for 3 days." Kieran's hand found hers, his touch gentle but desperate. 3 days, Freya. I couldn't wake you up no matter what I tried." 3 days. The words didn't make sense at first, floating in her mind without context. Then memory crashed back like a tidal wave, and she understood exactly why Kieran sounded like he'd been through hell. She'd attempted the binding ritual alone. "The preliminary spell," she whispered, forcing her eyes open despite the pain. "I thought if I could just establish a connection to the original binding—" "You nearly got yourself killed." Kieran's face came into focus above her, and Freya's heart clenched at what she saw there. His eyes were shadowed with exhaustion, his jaw stubbled with days of growth, his hair disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it constantly. "The Thornweaver's power overwhelmed you completely. Your magic just stopped. For 3 days I thought I'd lost you." The raw pain in his voice made tears spring to her eyes. She tried to sit up, but Kieran's gentle pressure kept her lying down. "Don't," he said softly. "You're still recovering. Your magic is barely flickering right now." That explained the wrongness she felt. Her power, usually as natural as breathing, felt thin and fragile, like spun glass that might shatter at any moment. Whatever the Thornweaver had done to her during the failed ritual had left her magical core damaged. "Where are we?" She looked around, recognizing the familiar walls of her bedroom but noticing details that seemed off. The windows were covered with heavy curtains, and multiple protective charms hung from the ceiling. "Your cottage. I brought you home after—" Kieran's voice trailed off, and something in his expression made her stomach clench with dread. After what? Instead of answering, he moved to the window and pulled back one of the curtains. Late afternoon light streamed in, but it illuminated a landscape that made Freya's heart stop. Where her grandmother's garden had once bloomed, only blackened earth remained. The heritage roses were gone entirely, not even twisted remains marking where they'd grown beyond the cottage. The trees that had sheltered Hollow Oak for centuries stood like skeletal sentinels, their leaves fallen and their branches reaching toward the sky like desperate fingers. "Oh God," she breathed. "What did I do? The corruption exploded outward when your magic failed." Kieran's voice was carefully neutral, but she could see the tension in his shoulders. It spread faster than anything we'd seen before, consuming everything in about a 6-block radius from your cottage. People? The word scraped her throat raw. Safe, mostly. He returned to her bedside, sitting heavily in a chair that looked like it hadn't been vacated in days. "We evacuated everyone in the affected area within hours, but Freya, half the town is gone. The people who couldn't relocate to the outer farms have moved to neighboring communities." Freya stared out the window at the devastation, guilt settling over her like a suffocating blanket. This was her fault. Her impatience, her arrogance in thinking she could handle ancient magic alone, had destroyed everything her family had protected for generations. "Moonmirror Lake?" she asked, though she dreaded the answer. "Contaminated. The water's turned black, and nothing will grow near the shoreline." Kieran's hand tightened around hers. "But people are alive, Freya. Everyone we care about is alive. For now." She closed her eyes, unable to look at the destruction any longer. How long before the corruption spreads beyond Hollow Oak? How long before it reaches other communities? "We don't know. The spread seems to have slowed since you woke up, but..." He didn't finish the sentence, but they both knew what he wasn't saying. Her failed ritual had made everything worse, and now they were running out of time to fix it. "I should have waited," she whispered. "Should have trusted that we could figure out the mate bond requirements together. Instead, I was so scared of the willing sacrifice that I tried to cheat the ritual." "Why?" Kieran's voice held no judgment, only genuine curiosity. "What made you think you could handle it alone?" Freya forced herself to meet his eyes, seeing her own pain reflected in their amber gold depths. "Because I was terrified the willing sacrifice meant losing you. The texts were so vague, and all I could think was that fate had finally given me someone worth loving, only to demand I watch him die to save everyone else." Kieran stared at her in wonder mixed with pain. "So you decided to sacrifice yourself instead." It seemed logical at the time. Her laugh was bitter and self-recriminating. "The Bloom women have always been protectors. If someone had to die to renew the binding, better you than the person who loves you more than his own life?" Kieran's voice carried an edge of anger now. "Better you than your mate, who'd rather face any danger at your side than live safely without you?" The intensity in his voice made fresh tears spill down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, Kieran. I thought I was protecting you, but all I did was make everything worse." "You scared the hell out of me." He moved from the chair to sit on the bed beside her, his weight making the mattress dip. 3 days of not knowing if you'd ever wake up. 3 days of watching our town fall apart while you lay here like Sleeping Beauty. I nearly lost my mind. "But you didn't leave." She reached up to trace the exhaustion etched around his eyes. "You stayed." "Where else would I be?" His hand covered hers, pressing her palm against his cheek. "You're my mate, Freya, my everything. I wasn't leaving your side until you opened your eyes and told me you were okay." The simple devotion in his words broke something inside her chest. Here was a man who'd spent days watching over her after she'd nearly destroyed their home through her own stupidity, and he was acting like staying was the only choice that made sense. "I don't deserve you," she whispered. That's not your decision to make. Kieran's voice was gentle but implacable. I chose you, Freya. Not because of fate or supernatural destiny, but because you're brave and stubborn, and willing to sacrifice everything for people you love, even when that sacrifice is incredibly stupid. Despite everything, his words brought a watery smile to her face. Incredibly stupid? Monumentally stupid. Ridiculously, catastrophically stupid. He leaned down to press a soft kiss to her forehead. But also incredibly brave, which is why we're going to find another way to stop the Thornweaver together this time. What if there isn't another way? The question had been haunting her since consciousness returned. What if I've made things so much worse that the ritual won't work anymore? Then we'll figure out something else. Kieran's confidence was absolute, unshakable. We'll research different approaches, consult with practitioners from other regions, find ancient texts that haven't been translated yet, whatever it takes. And if that doesn't work, then we'll make something up as we go along. His grin was tired but genuine. But we'll do it together, as partners. No more lone hero nonsense. Freya stared at him and felt some of the crushing weight on her chest lift. Not all of it. The guilt over her failure and the devastation outside would haunt her for years. But enough that she could breathe again, enough that hope seemed possible despite the odds stacked against them. Promise me something, she said. Anything. Promise me that whatever we try next, whatever the willing sacrifice turns out to be, we face it honestly. No more secrets, no more trying to protect each other from the truth. Kieran was quiet for a long moment, and she could see him weighing her words against his protective instincts. Finally, he nodded. I promise. Complete honesty, even when it hurts. His thumb traced across her knuckles. But that means you have to promise the same thing. No more solo missions, no more martyr complexes. I promise. The words felt like a vow. Partners in everything. Partners in everything, he agreed. Outside her window, the devastated landscape stretched toward the horizon like a testament to her failure. Half of Hollow Oak was gone. The lake was poisoned, and an ancient evil grew stronger with every passing hour. Maybe they couldn't undo the damage she'd caused. The Thornweaver was too strong and their time too short. But they'd face whatever came next together, even if it killed them both to try.
Chapter 24. Kieran. Kieran closed the bedroom door behind him with careful quiet, leaving Freya to rest despite every instinct screaming at him to stay by her side. 3 days of watching her lie motionless had carved hollows under his eyes and left his tiger pacing restlessly beneath his skin. But seeing her awake and talking had only made his protectiveness worse. She blamed herself for everything. The devastation outside, the evacuated families, the poisoned lake, and there wasn't a damn thing he could do to take that burden from her shoulders. He made coffee out of habit, moving through her kitchen like he'd done it 1,000 times before. The familiar ritual helped center his scattered thoughts, but when he looked out the window at the blackened wasteland that used to be her grandmother's garden, rage surged hot in his chest. This was his fault as much as hers. He'd known something felt off about her magic lately, had sensed the instability growing since her failed attempt. But he'd been so focused on protecting her from external threats that he'd missed the danger building inside her own power. His phone buzzed with a text from Maisie. How is she? Awake, blaming herself for everything. The response came immediately. Of course she is. Stubborn witch never met a problem she couldn't take responsibility for. Maisie's blunt assessment was accurate. Freya had always carried the weight of her family's legacy like personal responsibility, but this was different. This was crushing guilt over catastrophic failure, and he could see it eating her alive. Another text, bring her to the mercantile when she's strong enough. Edgar found something about incomplete mate bonds that might help. Kieran stared at the message. If there was research that could explain what went wrong, maybe they could fix it. But if that research confirmed his worst fears about what her solo attempt had cost them, A soft thud from the bedroom made him abandon his coffee and move back toward Freya's room. He found her standing beside her dresser, one hand braced against the wooden surface for support, while she stared at something on the floor. "What happened?" he asked, noting how pale she'd gone. "I tried to touch the violets Maisie brought." Freya's voice was barely a whisper. "They just died, withered like I was poison instead of a healer." Kieran looked down to see the small potted plant that had been cheerfully purple an hour ago, now reduced to blackened stems and fallen petals. His tiger snarled with protective fury at this new evidence of what the failed ritual had cost his mate. "Your magic's still recovering," he said, though the words felt inadequate. "It'll stabilize once you've had time to heal." "Will it?" Freya lifted her hand, studying her palm like it might hold answers. "Because right now I feel like everything I touch turns to corruption. What if this is permanent? What if I've damaged my connection to growing things so badly that I can never heal again?" The fear in her voice made Kieran's chest tighten. He moved to her side, carefully taking her hands in his despite her instinctive flinch. "Hey, look at me." He waited until her green-gold eyes met his. "You're the strongest magical practitioner I know. One failed ritual doesn't erase a lifetime of power and training." Her laugh was bitter. "I'm starting to think maybe everyone was right to be suspicious of the Bloom bloodline. Maybe we're not guardians at all. Maybe we're just carriers for something that should have stayed buried. That's the trauma talking, not logic." Kieran squeezed her hands gently. "Give yourself time to recover before you start rewriting your entire family history." Sharp knocks echoed through the cottage. 3 precise raps that made Kieran's tiger surge toward the surface with territorial awareness. "Expecting anyone?" he asked, already moving toward the front door. "No one knows I'm awake yet except you and Maisie." Kieran peered through the window and swore under his breath. A woman in a crisp gray suit stood on the front porch, her posture radiating authority and barely contained impatience. Everything about her screamed government official, the kind who dealt with supernatural communities that stepped out of line. "Regional Council representative," he told Freya grimly. "This can't be good news." The woman introduced herself as Director Hayes from the Department of Supernatural Affairs, and her smile held all the warmth of winter frost. She swept into the cottage like she owned it, taking in the protective charms and lingering magical residue with calculating eyes. "Miss Bloom," she said, her voice carrying the kind of professional courtesy that barely concealed threat. "I'm relieved to see you've recovered from your incident. The regional office has been quite concerned about the situation here in Hollow Oak." "Concerned how?" Freya asked carefully, settling onto the couch while Kieran remained standing behind her. "Well, when an entire supernatural community suffers catastrophic magical contamination that threatens to spread beyond municipal boundaries, we tend to take notice." Director Hayes opened a tablet and began scrolling through what looked like official reports. 47% property damage, 53% population displacement, and complete environmental collapse in the affected zone. Quite impressive for a single practitioner. The clinical assessment made Kieran's hands clench into fists. "Freya's been unconscious for 3 days. Maybe focus on solutions instead of blame." "Oh, I'm not here to assign blame, Mr. Holt. I'm here to discuss containment." Director Hayes' smile sharpened. "The regional office has grave concerns about this corruption spreading beyond Hollow Oak's borders. If it can't be resolved within 1 week, we'll have no choice but to implement a permanent quarantine protocol." "What does that mean exactly?" Freya's voice was steady, but Kieran could see her hands trembling. "Complete magical isolation, a barrier around the affected area that nothing gets in or out of, maintained indefinitely to prevent contamination of neighboring communities." Director Hayes delivered the words like she was discussing weather patterns. "The residents would be relocated to supervised housing in other regions, and Hollow Oak would be classified as a supernatural hazard zone." "You're talking about destroying our home," Kieran said with enough authority to make the director's eyes narrow. "I'm talking about protecting thousands of other supernatural communities from magical contamination that's already proven lethal." Her tone sharpened. "The corruption here has evolved beyond anything in our records. Plants, water, now humans falling into comas. If it jumps to another community—" "It won't," Freya said quietly. because I'm going to stop it. Oh, Director Hayes studied her with skeptical eyes. From what I've read, your last attempt to stop it resulted in this catastrophic escalation. What makes you think you can succeed where you've already failed so spectacularly? Freya flinched like she'd been slapped, her already fragile confidence crumbling further. Kieran felt his tiger surge toward the surface, making his vision flash gold. Careful, he said softly, but his voice carried warning that made the director take an involuntary step back. You're in our territory talking about destroying our home. I'd watch your tone if I were you. Is that a threat, Mr. Holt? It's a fact. We have 7 days to solve this problem, and we will. But we don't need bureaucrats making it harder by destroying what little confidence my mate has left. Director Hayes glanced between them with new understanding. Ah, mates. That explains the protective posturing. She closed her tablet with a decisive snap. Very well. 7 days, Miss Bloom. Contain the corruption, reverse the environmental damage, and prove this won't happen again. Fail and Hollow Oak becomes a cautionary tale in our training manuals. She left as abruptly as she'd arrived, taking the cottage's warmth with her. Kieran watched until her official vehicle disappeared down the road, then turned to find Freya staring at the floor with defeat written across every line of her body. Maybe she's right, Freya said finally. Maybe we should accept the quarantine. At least then, I can't make things worse for anyone else. Like hell. Kieran sat beside her on the couch, his voice fierce with conviction. You don't get to give up on our home because some government suit wants to play it safe. I'm not giving up. I'm being realistic. Freya's voice was hollow, empty of her usual fire. Look around, Kieran. Look at what my magic did to everything I was supposed to protect. Maybe containing the damage is the best I can do. That's not you talking. That's fear and guilt, and 3 days of magical trauma. Kieran caught her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. The Freya I know would fight for every flower, every tree, every person in this town. She wouldn't roll over and let bureaucrats decide her family's legacy was too dangerous to continue. What if they're right, though? What if I am too dangerous? Then we figure out how to make you safe again. Kieran's voice carried absolute certainty. As partners, like we promised. For a moment, hope flickered. Then it died, replaced by resignation that made his heart ache. I'm broken, Kieran. My magic kills instead of heals. I've destroyed half our town, and I don't even know how to begin fixing any of it. Her voice cracked with exhaustion. Maybe it's time to admit I'm not strong enough for this. Kieran stared at his mate, seeing the woman who'd always been too stubborn to quit reduced to hollow defeat, and felt something fundamental shift in his chest. If Freya had given up hope, then he'd have to carry enough for both of them. Fine, he said, standing abruptly. If you won't fight for our future, I will. Stay here and feel sorry for yourself if that's what you need. But I'm going to find answers, whether you help or not. The harsh words made Freya look up with surprise and hurt. Good. Hurt was better than empty resignation. Where are you going? To see what Edgar found about incomplete mate bonds, to research alternative binding methods, to talk to every magical practitioner in 3 counties, if that's what it takes. Kieran moved toward the door, his tiger pacing with renewed purpose. Someone has to fight for Hollow Oak, and if you're not ready to do it, then I'll do it alone. Kieran, wait. But he was already gone, leaving her to sit with his challenge echoing in the cottage's sudden silence. Sometimes love meant gentle comfort, and sometimes it meant refusing to let the person you cared about destroy themselves with self-pity. Freya could give up on herself if she wanted, but he'd be damned if he let her give up on them.
Chapter 25. Freya. Kieran's harsh words echoed in the cottage's sudden silence, and Freya sat staring at the closed door for several minutes before his challenge fully sank in. He was right. She was wallowing in self-pity while their home faced destruction, letting fear and guilt paralyze her when action was what Hollow Oak needed. But the thought of attempting another ritual, of risking more catastrophic failure, made her stomach clench with terror. She spent the afternoon pacing her cottage like a caged animal, her magic sparking erratically with every emotional surge. 2 more of Maisie's plants withered at her touch, and by evening she was afraid to go near anything living. The corruption inside her felt like poison, turning her healing gift into something toxic and wrong. Sleep brought no relief. The moment she closed her eyes, nightmares crashed over her like black tide. She stood in the center of Hollow Oak's town square, watching corruption spread outward from her feet like spilled ink. The Griddle and Grind cafe crumbled as twisted vines consumed its cheerful facade. The Hearth and Hollow Inn collapsed into blackened timbers, while Miriam's screams echoed from within. Moonmirror Lake boiled with toxic foam that killed everything it touched. "This is what happens when guardians fail," the Thornweaver whispered from everywhere and nowhere, its voice like rustling dead leaves. "This is what you've brought upon them with your weakness." Maisie fell to her knees as corruption ate through her fey-touched magic, her pointed ears wilting like flower petals. The Tansley brothers tried to run, but the spreading blight caught them, turning their knowledge and wisdom to ash one by one. Everyone she loved succumbed to the evil she'd failed to contain. "You could have stopped this," the ancient voice continued, "but you chose to play with healing herbs instead of learning real power. Chose to pretend you were strong enough when you're nothing but a frightened child." Kieran appeared in the nightmare as he tried to reach her across the devastated town square. But corruption rose between them like a wall, and she watched in horror as it began consuming him too. "No!" she screamed, reaching for him as his tiger form dissolved into writhing shadows. "Please, not him too!" "Especially him," the Thornweaver laughed. "The rootless tiger who thought love could overcome ancient evil. Watch him die knowing you weren't worthy of saving anyone." Freya woke gasping, her nightgown soaked with sweat and her magic crackling wildly around her hands. The bedside lamp flickered and died as her power surged out of control, plunging the room into darkness that felt too much like her nightmare. "Freya?" Kieran's voice came from the doorway, and she realized her screaming must have woken him from wherever he'd been sleeping. "Are you okay?" "Don't come in here." Her voice cracked with exhaustion and fear. "My magic's too unstable. I might hurt you." "Like hell." The bed dipped as he sat beside her, ignoring the way her power made the air shimmer with dangerous energy. "Talk to me. What did you see?" The nightmare spilled out of her in broken pieces, punctuated by sobs she couldn't control. Kieran listened without judgment, his presence gradually calming her wild magic, until the sparks around her hands faded to occasional flickers. "It felt so real," she whispered against his shoulder, "watching everyone die because I wasn't strong enough to protect them." "It wasn't real. It was fear and guilt playing tricks on your mind." His hand stroked her hair with gentle patience. "The Thornweaver feeds on negative emotions. Of course it would try to break you with nightmares. What if the nightmares are right, though? What if I really am too weak to be the guardian my family needs? We'll research alternative binding methods, figure out something that doesn't rely solely on your power. There isn't time." 7 days, Kieran. In 7 days, they'll quarantine Hollow Oak permanently. "Then we'd better get to work." He pulled back to meet her eyes in the darkness. "Starting with whatever Edgar found about incomplete mate bonds." Morning brought a careful truce between them. Kieran made breakfast while Freya showered and changed, both of them stepping carefully around the emotional landmines scattered through their conversation. She could feel his concern like a physical presence, but he gave her space to find her footing again. "Ready?" he asked as she emerged from the bedroom in jeans and a sweater that hid how much weight she'd lost during her 3-day unconsciousness. "No, but let's go anyway." The walk to the Hollow Mercantile felt like a pilgrimage through a war zone. Half the town's businesses stood empty, their owners evacuated to outlying farms or neighboring communities. Those who remained watched her pass with expressions that ranged from hopeful to fearful, everyone aware that their future depended on her success or failure. "Ignore them," Kieran murmured, echoing his advice from days ago that felt like years. "They have a right to stare. Their homes are destroyed because of me. Their homes are threatened by an ancient evil that's been planning this for decades. You didn't cause the Thornweaver to exist." The distinction felt important, though Freya wasn't sure she believed it yet. Responsibility and blame weren't always the same thing, but they felt identical when you were the one carrying both. Edgar Tansley met them at the mercantile door, his usually cheerful demeanor subdued, but determined. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he'd been researching through the night, and the stack of ancient texts on his counter confirmed it. "Found something," he said without preamble, "about incomplete mate bonds and why they fail under magical pressure." "How incomplete are we talking?" Freya asked, settling onto the stool Kieran pulled out for her. "Physically joined, but not spiritually claimed." Edgar opened one of the texts to a page covered in archaic symbols. "The bond exists, but hasn't reached its full potential, like trying to channel power through a half-built bridge." "That matches what we experienced," Kieran said grimly. Freya's magic had nowhere to anchor when the ritual demanded a complete connection. "Exactly, and here's the crucial part." Edgar pointed to a passage written in faded ink. "Incomplete bonds don't just fail to provide full power, they actually drain both partners when pushed beyond their limits." "You mean my failed ritual didn't just overwhelm me? It weakened Kieran too?" "Probably. Incomplete bonds create magical feedback loops that can damage both partners if stressed too far." Edgar's expression grew grave, which means attempting another binding ritual without completing your connection first could kill both of you. "So, we need to complete the bond." Freya's voice came out steadier than she felt. "The full claiming, not just physical joining." "According to every source I can find, yes." Edgar hesitated, then continued gently. "But there's something else. Something about the original binding that changes everything." He led them to another text, this one so old the pages crackled at his touch. The writing was in the ancient tongue, but Freya could make out enough to understand the basic meaning. "Celeste didn't sacrifice herself alone," she breathed, translating the archaic phrases. "Her mate chose to share the burden, to split the cost between them so neither had to die." "A willing sacrifice from both partners," Edgar confirmed. "Not death, but complete surrender to the bond, total trust and shared power creating something stronger than either could achieve alone." "A feedback loop of protection," Kieran said slowly. "That's why the binding lasted over a century instead of burning out immediately." Freya stared at the ancient text, seeing her ancestors' true legacy written in faded ink. Not heroic sacrifice, but partnership. Not death, but transformation into something more powerful together than apart. "She was never meant to face it alone," Freya whispered. "The guardian bloodline was meant to work in pairs, mates supporting each other through the burden of protecting others." "Which means you don't have to face it alone either," Kieran said, his voice warm with understanding. "We can share the load, make it something manageable instead of impossible." The offer should have filled her with relief. Instead, terror clawed at her throat with renewed force. The idea of completing their bond, of surrendering so completely to someone else, felt like stepping off a cliff into unknown territory. "What if I can't, even with the complete bond?" she asked. "What if we try again, and I fail you the same way I failed everyone else?" "At least we'll know we gave it everything we had." "I'm scared," she admitted. "Not of the bond itself, but of disappointing you, of being the weak link that breaks under pressure." "You're the strongest person I know," he said simply. "And even if you weren't, I'd rather face impossible odds with you than guaranteed success with anyone else." "The claiming," she said finally after a long moment of hesitation. "How exactly does it work?" Edgar cleared his throat diplomatically. That's between mates. But it involves marking each other permanently, binding your lives together in ways that can't be undone. Forever, Freya said, testing the word. Forever, Kieran agreed. No take-backs, no second thoughts, no escape clauses. The finality should have scared her as it had not long before. Instead, she felt something settle in her that had been restless for weeks. Not peace, exactly, but rightness. The bone-deep certainty that whatever came next, she wanted to face it with this man at her side. Maybe it would be enough. That love really could overcome ancient evil, or they'd both die trying. Either way, she was done running from her destiny.
Chapter 26. Kieran. Kieran left Freya at her cottage with strict instructions to rest. The weight of what they were about to attempt pressed down on him like a physical force, but underneath the nerves was something else. Anticipation. They'd finally complete the bond that had been pulling them together since their first kiss. But first, he needed advice from someone who'd walked this path before. The construction site where Emmett Hollowell was rebuilding Mrs. Patterson's storm-damaged fence sat on the outskirts of town. Far enough from the corruption zone to feel almost normal, Kieran found the former pack leader exactly where he expected, working with methodical precision while his enhanced hearing monitored everything happening in a 3-block radius. Kieran! Emmett looked up from the fence post he was setting, his gray-blue eyes taking in Kieran's obvious tension. You look like a man with something heavy on his mind. Need to talk about mate bonds and what completing one actually means. Kieran grabbed a second post and began digging, needing physical work to keep his tiger calm. Figured you'd have insight, given your situation with Katniss. Emmett's expression softened at the mention of his podcaster mate. Ah, so you and Freya are finally taking the plunge. Yes, and I'll be honest, the whole permanent claiming thing has me rattled. Kieran slammed the post-hole digger into the earth with more force than necessary. I've spent my adult life avoiding anything this permanent. And now you're about to bind yourself to someone forever. Emmett's voice held understanding rather than judgment. What specifically are you worried about? Failing her, letting her down when she needs me most. The admission came easier than expected. She's already been through hell because of incomplete bond issues. What if I'm not strong enough to anchor her properly when we attempt the binding ritual? You want to know what changed when Katniss and I completed our bond? Emmett set down his tools and leaned against the fence. Everything and nothing. That's helpful. It is, actually. Emmett's rare smile creased his weathered features. The core of who we were didn't change. I was still a grumpy ex-pack leader with trust issues. She was still a stubborn investigator who questioned everything. But the way we related to each other, the depth of connection we shared, it transformed completely. How? Before the claiming, I could feel her emotions when she was stressed or scared. After, I could feel her dreams, her hopes, the way she saw the world and her place in it. Emmett's voice grew thoughtful. It wasn't intrusive or overwhelming. It was like finally understanding a language I'd been hearing fragments of my whole life. Kieran considered this as they worked, setting fence posts with practiced efficiency. The idea of knowing Freya that completely brought a mix of feelings. Did it change how much you wanted to protect her? He asked finally. Made it worse, if I'm being honest. Emmett's laugh was rueful. When you can feel your mate's pain like it's your own, when her fears become your fears, the protective instincts get intense. Took me months to learn the difference between supporting her and suffocating her. And the magic? Did your bond affect your abilities? Enhanced them. Made both of us stronger individually while creating something entirely new when we worked together. Emmett studied Kieran with perceptive eyes. But the real power wasn't magical. It was emotional. Knowing someone loved you enough to bind their life to yours, that kind of security makes you brave in ways you never imagined. Before Kieran could respond, his phone buzzed with an urgent call from Maeve. Her voice came through tight with controlled anger. Need you at the town hall. Now. We've got a situation brewing with some of the remaining residents. What kind of situation? The kind where people are scared and looking for someone to blame. Just get here. Kieran exchanged a grim look with Emmett. Rain check on the rest of this conversation. Go, and Kieran, trust the bond. It'll guide you when logic fails. The Hollow Oak Town Hall buzzed with agitated voices when Kieran arrived. About 30 people filled the small space, their faces showing varying degrees of fear, anger, and desperation. And in the middle stood Bill Henderson, whose apple orchard had been one of the first casualties of the spreading corruption. There he is, Henderson said as Kieran entered, the tiger who's been protecting the witch that destroyed our town. Kieran's tiger stirred with warning, but he kept his voice level. What's this about, Henderson? It's about the fact that we're all going to lose our homes because you won't let us do what needs to be done. Henderson's face was red with righteous anger. That girl's magic is what started this whole mess. She's the reason half of us are homeless, the reason the lake's poisoned, the reason our children can't play in their own yards. Freya's also the only one who can stop it, Kieran replied carefully. She's working on a solution. Working on it? Mrs. Pat's daughter spoke up, her voice shaking with emotion. My mother's been in a coma for days because of her working on it. How many more people have to suffer while she figures things out? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, and Kieran could feel the mob mentality building like pressure before a storm. His tiger paced restlessly, territorial instincts flaring at the implied threat to his mate. She's doing everything she can, he said, injecting alpha authority into his voice. The corruption isn't her fault. Isn't it? Henderson stepped closer, emboldened by the crowd's support. She's the one with Bloom blood. She's the one whose family's been protecting us all these years. Seems like that protection's gone a bit sideways, don't you think? Watch yourself, Kieran warned, his control starting to fray. Or what? You'll defend her honor? Henderson's laugh was bitter. Face facts, Holt. She's dangerous. Her magic's unstable. She can't control her power, and every day she stays here makes things worse. The smart thing would be to hand her over to the regional council and let them deal with the problem. Hand her over? Kieran's voice dropped to a threatening growl that made several people take nervous steps backward. You're talking about banishing someone who's lived here her entire life. I'm talking about protecting the people who are left, Henderson shot back. The people who matter more than one girl's feelings. That's when Kieran's control snapped. He moved faster than human perception, crossing the space between them in a blur of motion that brought him nose to nose with Henderson. His eyes flashed gold as his tiger surged toward the surface, and his voice carried enough predatory menace to make the entire room go silent. Let me make something crystal clear, he said softly. Freya Bloom is under my protection. Anyone who suggests harming her, banishing her, or handing her over to government bureaucrats will deal with me. And I promise you, that's not a conversation you want to have. Henderson's face went pale, but he stood his ground. Are you threatening us? What does it sound like? Kieran's partial shift brought claws and enhanced strength, making his presence fill the small room like a physical force. Touch my mate, and I'll show you exactly what a territorial tiger is capable of. Kieran! Maeve's voice cut through the tension like a blade. She appeared at his elbow with the silent grace that made her such an effective council guard. Step back. Now. The command in her voice penetrated him just enough to make him recognize how close he'd come to violence. Henderson was pressed against the wall, his eyes wide with terror, while the rest of the crowd huddled together like prey animals facing a predator. Everyone out, Maeve announced with lioness authority. This meeting's over. Go home, lock your doors, and remember that we're all on the same side here. People filed out quickly, shooting nervous glances at Kieran as they passed. Henderson lingered just long enough to mutter something about dangerous shifters before hurrying after the others. When the hall was empty except for the two of them, Maeve turned on Kieran with barely controlled fury. What the hell was that? She demanded. You nearly shifted in a room full of terrified people. They were talking about banishing Freya. Kieran's tiger still prowled beneath his skin, unsatisfied with letting the threat walk away. Suggesting we hand her over like she's some kind of criminal? And your response was to threaten violence against people who are scared out of their minds? Maeve's dark eyes blazed with disappointment. You think that's protecting her? I think it's making sure everyone understands she's not alone. What it's doing is proving Henderson's point about dangerous shifters. Maeve's voice softened slightly. I get it. When people threaten your mate, every instinct screams at you to tear them apart, but you can't protect Freya by terrorizing the people she's trying to save. In his fury to defend Freya's honor, he just made things worse for her, given the scared residents more reason to see her as a threat that needed to be contained. Damn, he muttered, running his hands through his hair. I screwed up. Yeah, you did, but it's fixable. Maeve's expression grew thoughtful. The real question is, what are you going to do differently when this kind of thing happens again? Because it will happen again, especially if Freya's next attempt at the binding ritual goes wrong. Kieran stared out the town hall window at the devastated landscape, seeing the problem clearly now. Physical protection was only part of what his mate needed. She also needed him to shield her from the community's fear, to manage the political fallout of her magical struggles, to be the steady presence that helped her navigate challenges beyond supernatural threats. I need to be smarter, he said finally, more strategic. Protecting her means thinking 3 steps ahead, not just reacting to immediate threats. Now you're getting it. Maeve clapped him on the shoulder. Being a mate isn't just about the claiming ceremony or magical bonds. It's about becoming a true partner in every sense of the word. Speaking of which, Kieran checked his watch, noting how the afternoon shadows were lengthening. We're completing the bond. About time. Maeve's grin was sharp with approval. You two have been dancing around it long enough. Maybe once you're properly mated, you'll stop making territorial mistakes that give Henderson ammunition. Maybe. Kieran headed toward the door, his tiger finally settling into calm determination. Or maybe I'll just get better at hiding the bodies. Kieran! Kidding. He paused at the threshold. Mostly. The walk back to Freya's cottage gave him time to process Emmett's advice and Maeve's criticism. Soon he'd bind his life to a woman who meant everything to him tomorrow. They'd attempt magic that could save their home or destroy them both.
Chapter 27. Freya. Freya sat at her kitchen table, watching Maisie pace between the counter and the window. Her best friend's pointed ears twitched with agitation as she gestured emphatically with a cup of chamomile tea that was going steadily cold. "You're doing it again," Maisie announced, stopping mid-pace to fix Freya with knowing eyes. "That thing where you take responsibility for everything that goes wrong while refusing help from people who care about you." "I'm not refusing help. Kieran and I are working together on the ritual tonight." "Are you, though?" Maisie's Fey heritage showed in the sharpness of her perception. "It looks like you're still trying to carry most of the burden yourself." Freya shifted uncomfortably, her magic responding to her emotional state with tiny sparks around her fingertips. "The Bloom bloodline is my responsibility, my family's legacy to protect." "Your family's legacy, maybe. But since when does legacy mean suffering alone?" Maisie set down her untouched tea and leaned against the counter. "Your grandmother had your grandfather helping her with the garden magic. Your great-grandmother worked alongside her husband on the protective wards. Even Celeste had her mate supporting the original binding." "That's different." "How?" "Because they knew what they were doing. They had training, preparation, years of understanding their roles." Freya's voice rose with frustration. "I'm fumbling around in the dark, making it up as I go along, and people are suffering because of my mistakes. So, accept help." Maisie's tone was gentle but implacable. "Stop trying to be the perfect guardian and start being a good partner." The observation hit closer to home than Freya was comfortable admitting. She'd spent so long building her independence, proving she could handle her grandmother's legacy alone, that accepting true partnership felt like admitting weakness. "It's not that simple." Maisie moved to sit across from her, her expression serious despite the dancing light in her eyes. "Kieran's offering to share the load, to be your anchor during the ritual, to face whatever comes next as an equal partner. What's really stopping you from saying yes?" A soft knock sounded at the door before Freya could make something up. They both looked toward the door, recognizing the careful rhythm that meant Kieran was giving them time to finish their conversation. "That's my cue to leave," Maisie said, rising with fluid grace. "But think about what I said. Maybe the problem isn't your strength. Maybe it's your fear of letting someone else be strong for you. She gathered her jacket and headed for the door, pausing to squeeze Freya's shoulder. Whatever you decide tonight, make sure it's what your heart wants, not what your fears demand. Maisie opened the door to find Kieran waiting patiently on the porch. "Evening, Kieran," Maisie said with knowing mischief. "Try not to let her overthink this into the ground." "I'll do my best," he replied, his attention already focused on Freya with laser intensity. After Maisie left, silence stretched between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed. Kieran stepped into the cottage and closed the door, his movements careful and controlled despite the energy radiating from his frame. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Terrified? Hopeful? Ready to either save our town or die trying?" Freya managed a shaky laugh. "You know, the usual pre-claiming jitters." "About that?" Kieran moved closer. "I want to make something clear before we do this. I'm not just completing the bond because the ritual requires it." "I know that." "I don't think you do." He reached out to touch her face gently, his touch soft despite the intensity burning in his gaze. "Because I've spent the afternoon talking to people about what true mating means, and I realized something important." "What's that?" "I want this bond with you regardless of the crisis. Regardless of ancient evils or binding rituals or anything else fate throws at us." His thumb traced across her cheekbone with reverent care. "I want to wake up every morning knowing you're mine and I'm yours, completely and permanently." The raw honesty in his voice made tears spring to her eyes. "Even knowing what you're getting into, the responsibility, the danger, the possibility that I might fail and take you down with me? Especially knowing that." Kieran's smile was soft and fierce at once. "I want all of it, Freya. The good days and the bad ones, the magical successes and the spectacular failures, the quiet moments and the life-threatening adventures. I want a future with you in it, whatever shape that future takes." "I want that too," she finally admitted before fear locked up her mouth. "I've been so focused on duty and responsibility that I forgot to think about what I actually want for my life." "And what do you want?" Freya looked into his eyes and felt the last of her walls crumble like autumn leaves. "You. Us. A partnership where we face everything together, instead of me trying to protect you from the hard parts." "Even the claiming? Even knowing it means surrendering complete independence?" "Especially that." She stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from his body. "Maisie was right. I've been so scared of losing myself in someone else that I forgot how much stronger we could be together." Relief flooded Kieran's expression like sunrise after a long night. "Thank God. Because I was starting to worry you'd only go through with this out of obligation." "Never obligation." Freya reached up to trace the scar that bisected his eyebrow, marveling at how perfectly he fit into her life. "Love, choice, the kind of certainty that makes everything else secondary." "Good." Kieran caught her hand. "Because once we do this, there's no going back. You'll be stuck with me forever." "Promise?" "Promise." They moved to the living room where Freya. Candles cast warm light across the space, and protective charms hung from the ceiling like blessings. The cottage felt charged with potential, ready to witness something that would change their lives forever. "Tell me about the future you see," Freya said as they settled onto the couch together. "When this is all over, when Hollow Oak is safe and we're properly mated, what does that look like?" Kieran's expression grew thoughtful. "Mornings where I wake up with you in my arms, evenings spent working in the garden, you teaching me about botanical magic while I handle the heavy lifting, quiet Sunday afternoons reading in front of the fire." "That sounds perfect. What about you? What do you want our life to look like?" "Adventure," she said without hesitation. "I want us to travel to other communities that need help with magical problems. I want to learn new techniques, discover ancient spells, maybe even write down everything we learned for future generations. I realized that never leaving here, it stunted me in a sense. So like a traveling magical consultant team? Something like that. Freya grinned at the possibility. We could be the couple people call when supernatural crises get out of hand. Use our combined abilities to help others the way we're hoping to help Hollow Oak. I like it. Kieran's thumb traced across her knuckles. Professional partners and life partners, taking on the world together. Think we're crazy for planning a future when we might not survive tomorrow night's ritual? Probably, but I'd rather die having something wonderful to fight for than live safely with nothing worth protecting. So, Freya said, her voice growing husky with anticipation. Ready to make this permanent? I've been ready since the night I kissed you beside the lake. Kieran's eyes flashed with gold as his tiger stirred beneath the surface. The question is, are you ready to be claimed? The possessive certainty in his voice made heat pool in her stomach, and her magic respond with recognition. This was her mate, the man fate had chosen for her, and she was done fighting the inevitable. Claim me, she whispered. Make me yours completely. Kieran's answering smile was pure predator, beautiful and dangerous, and absolutely perfect for the woman brave enough to love him. With pleasure. Chapter 28. Freya. The firelight painted Kieran's skin in molten gold, shadows flexing across the hard lines of his chest as he rose from the couch, naked need in his amber eyes. This wasn't like the lake, wasn't need clawing through them in wild desperation. This was something deliberate, reverent, acclaiming. Freya's breath caught as he approached, every slow step a silent promise. Her heart thundered with anticipation, the incomplete mate bond fluttering between them like a live wire. Kieran knelt in front of her, his hands finding the hem of her sweater. "Let me see you," he whispered, voice thick with emotion and hunger. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat. Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. The mate bond snapped into place with enough power to light up the cottage, their magic merging completely as their souls recognized each other and bound together forever. The sensation was indescribable, like coming home and flying free at the same time, like finding the missing piece of herself she hadn't known was lost. "Mine," Kieran growled, voice rough and shaking, "forever mine." Freya turned her head as they kissed desperately. "Forever yours, and you're mine." Their bodies remained joined, their souls fully bound. The fire crackled, casting warm light over the sacred aftermath of their mating. And in that moment, held in the arms of the man who had once run from everything, Freya knew there was nowhere else she belonged.
Chapter 29. Kieran. Kieran woke to the scent of lilacs and magic that now carried his own undertones. His mate lay curled against his chest, her copper hair spread across his shoulder like silk, and the claiming marks on her neck and hip glowed faintly with residual magic from their completed bond. Home. This was what coming home felt like. His tiger purred with deep satisfaction, finally able to rest completely now that their mate was properly claimed and marked. The restless energy that had driven him since adolescence had settled into contentment so profound it felt like discovering a missing piece of his soul. But underneath the happiness, anxiety gnawed at his chest like a persistent ache. Today was the day they'd attempt the binding ritual. Tonight, they'd either save Hollow Oak or die trying. "Good morning," Freya murmured against his throat, her voice still husky from sleep and the claiming ceremony. "How do you feel?" "Like I've been waiting my whole life for this moment." Kieran pressed a kiss to her hair, breathing in her scent, and terrified about what comes next. "The ritual?" She lifted her head to study his face, her green-gold eyes bright with love and determination. "We're ready now. The bond is complete." Are we, though? He traced the claiming mark on her shoulder, marveling at how perfectly it fit her delicate skin. Because last night was about love and commitment. Tonight's about facing an ancient evil that's been planning our destruction for decades. 3 precise raps broke the moment. Expecting anyone this early? He asked, already reaching for his clothes. No. Freya sat up, the sheet pooling around her waist as she listened to the familiar rhythm. That's Elder Varric's knock. He must have news about the ritual site. Kieran pulled on jeans and a shirt while Freya wrapped herself in a robe, both of them moving with the easy coordination that came from a completed mate bond. They could feel each other's emotional state now, sense worry and determination flowing between them like shared breath. Elder Varric stood on the cottage porch looking like he'd aged a decade overnight. His usually immaculate silver braids were disheveled, and dark circles shadowed his storm gray eyes. Everything about his posture spoke of a man carrying terrible news. Elder Varric, Freya said, opening the door wide. Come in. Is everything all right? I'm afraid not. He stepped into the cottage, his gaze taking in their obvious intimacy with knowing approval. I'm glad to see you've completed the bond. We'll need every advantage we can get. What's happened? Kieran asked. The corruption site where we plan to perform the ritual. It's evolved overnight. Elder Varric moved to the window, staring out at the devastated landscape with haunted eyes. The Thornweaver isn't just waiting passively anymore. It's actively preparing for our arrival. Preparing how? Freya joined him at the window, her magic sparking with nervous energy. The entire grove has transformed into something resembling a fortress. Twisted trees that move like living guardians, ground that shifts and changes to confuse intruders, an atmosphere so thick with malevolent energy that even approaching the site is dangerous. Kieran felt ice settle in his stomach. You're saying it knows we're coming. I'm saying it's been watching us, learning our patterns, adapting its defenses based on our strengths. Elder Varric turned away from the window with visible effort. Which brings me to why I'm really here. The ritual success rate, Kieran said, reading the older man's expression. Exactly. Elder Varric's voice grew heavy with reluctant honesty. I've spent the night consulting with practitioners from other regions, reviewing every historical record of similar binding attempts. The statistics are not encouraging. How not encouraging? Freya asked, though her voice suggested she already suspected the answer. 73% failure rate. Of those failures, 85% resulted in the death of at least one participant. Elder Varric's eyes held the weight of terrible knowledge. And those were attempts against enemies that hadn't had time to prepare defenses. The numbers hit Kieran harder than he cared to admit. They were walking into a ritual with approximately a 1 in 4 chance of success, and even if they succeeded, the odds of both of them surviving were slim. There has to be another way, he said, his protective instincts raging against the idea of watching Freya face such overwhelming odds. If there is, we haven't found it. Elder Varric's voice carried the exhaustion of someone who'd explored every alternative. The regional council representative made it clear that quarantine protocols begin at sunset if we don't attempt the ritual today, and every hour we delay, the Thornweaver grows stronger. So we're trapped, Kieran said grimly. Attempt a ritual that'll probably kill us or watch our home be destroyed anyway. I wanted you to understand the stakes before you make your final decision. Elder Varric studied them both with compassionate intensity. No one would blame you if you chose to evacuate instead. Find a new life somewhere safe, away from ancient evils and impossible responsibilities. They could run. They could take their completed bond and build a life somewhere else. Let someone else worry about Hollow Oak's fate. They'd be together, safe, free from the burden of bloodline magic and community expectations. No, Freya's voice cut through Kieran's internal debate with absolute certainty. We're not running. Freya, Kieran started, but she was already moving toward the bedroom. I'm going to get dressed and prepare for the ritual, she announced, because that's what Bloom women do. We protect what we love, even when the odds are impossible. She disappeared into the bedroom, leaving Kieran alone with Elder Varric and the weight of her decision. The older man studied him with knowing eyes. You're thinking about trying to convince her to leave, Elder Varric observed. The thought crossed my mind. Kieran's voice was rough with conflict. I just found her. The idea of losing her to a ritual that'll probably fail would destroy you, Elder Varric finished gently. But would forcing her to abandon her family's legacy destroy her just as completely? Kieran thought about Freya's fierce pride in her grandmother's teachings, her determination to honor the Bloom bloodline, her absolute inability to turn her back on people who needed her help. Forcing her to choose between love and duty would break something essential in her spirit. She'd never forgive herself, he admitted. Or me. Probably not. Elder Varric's expression grew thoughtful. But there's something else to consider. Something that might tip the odds in your favor. What? Your bond is different from the historical records. Stronger, more complete, forged in crisis rather than peaceful courtship. Most of the failed attempts involved mated pairs who'd been together for years, growing comfortable and predictable. You two are still burning with the intensity of new love and fresh commitment. You think that matters? I think ancient magic responds to passion and sacrifice and absolute devotion. And I think what you have with Freya is exactly what the original binding ritual was designed to channel. Freya emerged from the bedroom dressed in dark jeans and a green sweater that brought out her eyes. Her copper hair was braided back with practical efficiency, and her expression held the kind of determined calm that meant she'd made her peace with whatever came next. Ready? She asked, as if they were heading out for groceries instead of facing possible death. Are you sure about this? Kieran caught her hands, noting how steady they were despite everything. Because once we start down this path, I'm sure. Her green-gold eyes held absolute conviction. I'd rather die trying to save our home than live safely knowing I abandoned everyone who counted on me. The courage in her voice humbled him completely. Here was a woman facing impossible odds with grace and determination, choosing duty over safety because it was the right thing to do. How could he be anything less than worthy of such faith? Elder Varric cleared his throat diplomatically. The ritual site will be prepared by sunset. I suggest you spend the day in final preparations, both magical and, he gestured meaningfully at their obvious intimacy, personal. After the elder left, they stood in the cottage's sudden quiet, holding each other and feeling the weight of what they'd committed to attempting. Tonight would either mark their triumph or their death, but they'd meet it with the kind of love that poets wrote about and ancient magic was designed to channel.
Chapter 30. Freya. Freya stood by Moonmirror Lake as the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the corrupted water, her grandmother's crystal collection vessel steady in her hands, despite the heartbreak threatening to overwhelm her. The lake now looked like a wound in the earth. Its once clear waters turned murky with decay and strange phosphorescence that pulsed like a diseased heartbeat. Still beautiful in its own way, Kieran said quietly beside her, though she could feel his disgust radiating from their completed bond. In a twisted horror movie sort of way. It used to be perfect. Her voice caught on the words. Crystal clear, full of fish, reflecting the moon so perfectly you couldn't tell where the sky ended and the water began. My grandmother used to bring me here when I was little, taught me to read the seasonal changes in the way the light danced across the surface. It will be again. Kieran's hand found her shoulder, his touch grounding her in the present. Once we stop the thorn weaver, the natural magic will restore itself. Will it, though? Freya knelt carefully at the water's edge, noting how the corruption recoiled slightly from her presence. Some damage goes too deep to heal completely. She dipped the crystal vessel into the tainted water, whispering a purification charm her grandmother had taught her. The liquid inside the container cleared slightly, enough to serve their purposes but still carrying traces of the Thornweaver's influence. First component gathered, she said, sealing the vessel with wax and protective symbols. 2 more to go. Their next stop was the Heart Oak, the massive tree that had stood at Hollow Oak's center for over 3 centuries. Freya's steps slowed as they approached, her magic withdrawing from the wrongness radiating from what had once been the town's most sacred space. The ancient oak's trunk was now twisted and blackened, its bark weeping the same dark sap that had consumed so many other plants. But worse than the physical corruption was the spiritual devastation. The tree that had once anchored Hollow Oak's protective magic now felt empty, like a bell with its clapper removed. "The Thornweaver drained it," she whispered, pressing her palm against the corrupted bark. "All the accumulated wisdom, all the stored magical energy from generations of practitioners gone." "Not gone," Kieran corrected, his tiger senses apparently picking up something she couldn't detect. "Changed. Perverted into something else, but the core power is still there." "How can you tell?" "Because my tiger recognizes strength, even when it's been twisted." His eyes flashed with golden light as his beast stirred. "Whatever the Thornweaver did to this tree, it couldn't destroy the fundamental magic, only corrupt it." Freya knelt at the oak's base, using her grandmother's silver trowel to carefully gather soil from between the massive roots. The earth felt wrong against her skin, cold and oily instead of warm and fertile. But she could sense Kieran was right. The power was still there, waiting to be reclaimed. "Second component," she said, sealing the corrupted soil in a leather pouch. "Last stop." The walk to her cottage felt like a pilgrimage through a graveyard. Every street they passed showed signs of the Thornweaver's influence, spreading beyond the initial blast zone. Gardens withered, despite their distance from the corruption's epicenter. Paint peeled from houses in strange patterns. Even the air felt heavier than it should. But the worst part was the silence. Half the town's population had evacuated, leaving empty houses and shuttered businesses that made Hollow Oak feel like a ghost town rather than the vibrant community she'd grown up loving. "People will come back," Kieran said, reading her thoughts with the accuracy their completed bond allowed. "Once this is over, once they know it's safe, they'll rebuild." "If we succeed." "When we succeed." His voice carried absolute conviction. "Failure isn't an option, Freya. Too many people are counting on us." Inside her cottage, Freya retrieved her grandmother's silver athame from its place of honor above the fireplace. The ceremonial knife was a work of art, its blade inscribed with protective runes, and its handle wrapped in leather that had been touched by 7 generations of Bloom women. Holding it made her feel connected to her ancestors in ways that transcended mere inheritance. "Tell me about it," Kieran said, watching her examine the blade with reverent care. "It was forged for my great-great-great-grandmother by the same metalsmith who made weapons for the original Supernatural Council." Freya traced the intricate runes with her fingertip. "Each woman in our line has added her own protective charm to the metal, layering spells until it became more magical focus than simple tool." "And now you'll add yours." She revealed her fears she'd been trying to suppress all day. "If I survive long enough." "Hey." Kieran moved closer, his presence immediately calming her spiraling anxiety. "We're going to survive this, both of us, and you're going to have decades to add your magic to that blade." "How can you be so sure?" "Because giving up isn't in your nature, and because I'll be there to catch you if you fall. We're partners now, Freya. True mates. That means sharing the load instead of carrying it alone." The reminder of their completed bond sent warmth flooding through her chest. She wasn't facing this alone anymore. Whatever happened at the ritual site, she'd have Kieran's strength supporting her, his power complementing hers, his absolute faith anchoring her when doubt threatened to overwhelm her resolve. "Ready to scout the location?" she asked, tucking the atame into her bag beside the other components. "As ready as anyone can be to visit a supernatural nightmare." The corrupted grove that had once been the site of Celeste's original binding lay deep in the woods surrounding Hollow Oak, hidden from casual discovery by layers of protective spells that had kept it secret for over a century. But as they approached the ancient site, it became clear that secrecy was no longer an issue. The Thornweaver had transformed the grove into something from a horror story. Twisted trees moved with malevolent intelligence. their branches reaching toward them like grasping fingers while their roots writhed beneath the surface like massive serpents. The ground itself seemed alive, shifting and changing with each step as if the earth was trying to swallow them whole. And over everything hung an oppressive atmosphere so thick with malevolent energy that breathing felt like drowning in liquid hatred. Christ, Kieran breathed, his tiger retreating deeper beneath his human facade. No wonder Elder Varric looked like he'd seen a ghost. "It knows we're here," Freya whispered, her magic recoiling from the waves of malice washing over them. "I can feel it watching us, cataloging our strengths and weaknesses." "Good." Kieran's voice carried grim satisfaction. "Let it watch. Let it see exactly what it's up against when true mates decide to fight." They circled the grove's perimeter, noting how the corruption had spread outward in perfect concentric circles from the central ritual site. Ancient stones that had once marked sacred space now glowed with sickly phosphorescence, and the air itself shimmered with wrongness that made Freya's eyes water. "The binding circle is still intact," she observed, pointing to the ring of standing stones at the grove's heart. "Damaged, but not destroyed." "Think that matters?" "I hope so. Because if we have to recreate the entire ritual space from scratch, we'll need a lot more time than we have." The sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold that looked almost cheerful compared to the diseased grove below. Evening was approaching fast, and with it the deadline for their desperate attempt at salvation. "We should head back," Kieran said, noting how the shadows between the twisted trees seemed to be reaching toward them with increasing hunger. "Get some food, make our final preparations." "One more minute." Freya stood at the edge of the corruption, feeling the Thornweaver's attention focus on her like a predator sizing up prey. "I want to understand what we're really facing." The ancient evil's presence pressed against her mind with suffocating weight, showing her visions of hollow oak consumed by corruption, of Kieran dying because she wasn't strong enough to protect him, of her grandmother's legacy crumbling to ash because the last Bloom woman had failed when it mattered most. But instead of breaking under the psychological assault, Freya felt her determination crystallize into something unbreakable. This thing had murdered her family's garden, poisoned her beloved lake, driven half her community from their homes. It thought fear would make her weak, doubt would make her hesitate. It was wrong. "I'm coming for you," she whispered into the diseased grove. "Tonight, with my mate at my side and my ancestors' blessing, I'm going to finish what Celeste started." The Thornweaver's answering laughter rustled through the corrupted trees like wind through dead leaves, but Freya heard something else beneath the mockery. Something that sounded suspiciously like concern. Good. Let the ancient evil worry about what two young mates with nothing left to lose might accomplish when love and duty aligned. As they walked back toward town, Kieran's hand found hers and squeezed gently. "Feel better?" "Actually, yes." Freya smiled despite everything. "I know what we're up against now, and I know we're strong enough to beat it. Even if the odds are terrible? Especially then, Bloom women have never been known for taking the easy path." The cottage came into view as the last light faded from the sky, its windows glowing with warm lamplight that promised a few hours of peace before they faced their destiny. Chapter 31. Freya. The first knock came just after sunset, soft and hesitant on Freya's cottage door. She opened it to find Mrs. Patterson standing on the porch, her weathered hands clutching a small bundle wrapped in blue cloth. "I hope I'm not intruding," the elderly woman said, her voice carrying a tremor that spoke of carefully controlled emotion. "I just wanted to thank you before tonight." "Thank me?" Freya stepped aside to let her in, noting how Mrs. Patterson's eyes took in the ritual preparations with something that looked like awe. "I haven't done anything yet." "You've done everything." Mrs. Patterson's voice grew stronger. "You've carried a burden that would break most people, faced an evil that terrifies seasoned council members, and you're still willing to risk your life to save the rest of us." She pressed the wrapped bundle into Freya's hands. "It's not much, just some lavender and sage from my kitchen garden. The corruption never touched it, so maybe it'll bring you luck." Before Freya could respond, more footsteps approached the cottage. Twyla Honeytree appeared on the path, her wheat-colored hair catching the lamplight as she carried something that glowed with faint magical energy. "Am I interrupting a gathering?" Twyla asked with gentle humor, though her light brown eyes held the kind of worry that came from genuinely caring about someone's welfare. "Just offering support," Mrs. Patterson replied. "Figured our girl could use some encouragement before she saves all our hides." Within the hour, Freya's small cottage had filled with people she'd known her entire life. The Tansley brothers arrived with ancient texts and blessing oils. Their usually cheerful demeanor subdued but determined Miriam Caldwell brought protective charms woven from inn linens that had sheltered travelers for decades. Even people who'd questioned her abilities in the past appeared at her door with awkward but sincere good wishes. "I never expected this," Freya murmured to Kieran as they watched Edgar Tansley carefully anoint her grandmother's athame with oils that had been blessed by 7 different magical traditions. "They love you," he replied simply. "Maybe they didn't always understand what you were trying to do, but they've always known you were fighting for them." Twyla approached with something cupped in her palms, its surface shimmering with the kind of magic that came from pure intention rather than formal spellwork. "I made this from herbs that somehow survived the corruption. Don't ask me how they managed it, but maybe whatever protected them will protect you too." The charm was simple but beautiful, a small pendant woven from stems that still held traces of their original color, despite everything the Thornweaver had done. When Twyla fastened it around Freya's neck, warmth spread through her chest like liquid courage. "Thank you," she whispered, tears stinging her eyes at the unexpected show of community support. "All of you. I don't know what to say." "Say you'll come home safe," Miriam said with maternal firmness. "Both of you. We've lost enough to this evil already." "We'll do our best," Kieran promised, his arm sliding around Freya's waist with protective warmth. "But right now, we need some time to prepare ourselves mentally." The hint was taken with gracious understanding. People began filing out with quiet well wishes and promises to keep watch until morning. "How do you feel?" Kieran asked, settling beside her on the couch. Humbled, terrified, grateful. Freya leaned into his warmth, marveling at how perfectly she fit against his side. "I always thought being a guardian meant protecting people who saw me as separate from them different. But tonight..." She turned to face him. "I can't fail them, Kieran. Not when they're trusting me with everything they love." "Then we won't fail." His hand cupped her face with gentle certainty. "But right now, I don't want to think about ancient evils or impossible odds. I want to think about us." "What about us?" "About how we want to spend what might be our last night together." His thumb traced across her cheekbone with reverent care. "Do we want to spend it worrying about tomorrow, or celebrating what we've found with each other?" The answer came without hesitation. Celebrating. They made love with tender intensity, their bodies joining with the desperate sweetness that came from knowing how precious their time together was. Every touch carried weight, every kiss held the possibility of being their last. Every whispered endearment became a promise that transcended whatever fate awaited them. Afterward, as they lay entwined in her bed with moonlight painting silver patterns across their skin, conversation flowed between them like shared breath. "Tell me something I don't know about you," Freya said, tracing lazy patterns across his chest. "I used to write poetry," Kieran admitted with embarrassed honesty. "Terrible, sappy stuff about finding someone worth staying for." "That's not terrible. That's beautiful." She pressed a kiss to his collarbone. What else? I was scared to claim you because I thought you deserved better than someone with no roots, no family connections, no legacy worth sharing. His voice grew quiet. Took me too long to realize that maybe I could build something worthy with you instead of inheriting it. And now? Now I know that home isn't where you come from. It's who you choose to build a life with. His arms tightened around her. What about you? What don't I know? I used to dream about traveling the world, learning magical techniques from different cultures, maybe even writing a book about botanical magic. Freya's voice carried wistful longing. Grandmother always said duty came before personal dreams, but sometimes I wondered what it would be like to choose adventure over responsibility. Maybe we'll get the chance to find out. After we save Hollow Oak, after things settle down, maybe we could travel together, combine your botanical expertise with my security skills, and see what the world has to offer. You'd want that? Even knowing it would mean leaving the community you've worked so hard to belong to? I'd want anything that made you happy. Kieran's voice carried absolute sincerity. Besides, home isn't Hollow Oak anymore. Home is wherever you are. They talked until the moon reached its zenith, sharing dreams and fears and quiet hopes for a future they might not live to see. When midnight chimed from the town clock, they knew it was time. The walk to the corrupted grove felt like a funeral procession, their footsteps muffled by fallen leaves that crackled with unnatural energy. The ritual components felt heavy in Freya's bag, weighted with the hopes of everyone they'd left behind and the terrible responsibility of either saving or failing their entire community. Still time to change your mind, Kieran said as they approached the grove's edge, though his voice suggested he already knew her answer. Never. Freya's grip tightened on his hand. We do this together, or we don't do it at all. The Thornweaver's fortress had grown even more horrifying in the hours since their scouting trip. Twisted trees writhed with malevolent intelligence, their branches reaching toward them with hungry intent. The ground beneath their feet pulsed like a living heart, and the air itself felt thick with hatred so ancient and deep it made breathing feel like drowning. But at the grove's heart, the original binding circle remained intact. Ancient stones carved with protective runes still glowed with faint light, and the ritual space carved into living rock spoke to generations of sacred work performed on this ground. Celeste stood right here, Freya whispered, her magic responding to the residual energy left by her ancestors' sacrifice. She faced the same evil we're facing, with odds just as impossible. And she won. Kieran's voice carried fierce conviction. Just like we're going to win. Freya began unpacking the ritual components with hands that shook only slightly, arranging the corrupted water, poisoned soil, and blessed athama according to patterns her grandmother had taught her. Every movement felt weighted with ceremony. Every breath carried the awareness that this might be their last chance to save everything they loved. Ready? She asked, taking Kieran's hands as they stood within the ancient circle. Ready? His eyes held steady determination. Whatever happens, I love you. I love you too. She began the incantation in the old tongue, her voice growing stronger as the familiar words flowed from her lips. As the ancient words of binding filled the corrupted grove, Freya felt their combined magic rise like liquid fire, flowing between them with power that made the very air shimmer. This was it. This was their moment to either save their world or die trying. The Thornweaver's answering roar of fury shook the twisted trees and sent shockwaves through the poisoned earth, but Freya kept chanting, kept channeling power, kept believing that love could overcome any ancient evil. Chapter 32. Freya. The binding spell took hold with a surge of power that made the ancient stones ring like bells, their carved runes blazing with light as Freya's magic wove together with Kieran's protective energy. Golden threads of force spiraled around the corrupted grove, creating a shimmering barrier that pressed inward toward the Thornweaver's prison with relentless pressure. "It's working," Kieran said through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing as his tiger's strength flowed into the spell. "I can feel the binding taking hold." "Keep the barrier stable," Freya replied, her voice steady despite the enormous power flowing through her body. "I need to reach the original binding and weave our magic into its foundation." But as she reached deeper into the ancient spell, probing for the threads of magic that had held the Thornweaver captive for over a century, something pushed back. The attack came without warning, slamming into her mind with the force of a psychic sledgehammer. Suddenly, she wasn't standing in the grove anymore, but watching hollow oak burn while she cowered in the shadows, too weak and scared to help. "Look at what your cowardice has wrought," her grandmother's voice whispered from all around, thick with disappointment that cut deeper than any blade. "I spent my life protecting this town, only to leave it in the hands of a granddaughter too selfish to sacrifice for others." "That's not real," Freya gasped, fighting to maintain her concentration on the binding spell. "It's just the Thornweaver trying to break my focus." But the visions kept coming, each one more devastating than the last. She saw Kieran writhing in agony as corruption ate through his body, while she watched helplessly from across the grove. His dying words echoed in her mind. "Why weren't you strong enough to save me?" She saw Maisie falling to her knees as black veins crawled up her arms, her pointed ears wilting like flower petals while her fey heritage proved useless against the Thornweaver's hunger. "You promised you'd protect us," she whispered, before collapsing into dust. She saw Twyla's cafe crumbling as twisted vines consumed its cheerful facade, Miriam's inn collapsing while the elderly woman's screams echoed from within, the Tansley brothers turning to ash as their knowledge and wisdom meant nothing against her failure. "This is what happens when guardians think love is more important than duty," the Thornweaver hissed, its voice like rustling dead leaves. "This is what you've brought upon them with your weakness." "No," Freya choked out, her magic wavering as the psychological assault intensified. "I'm not weak. I'm strong enough to protect them." "Are you? Then why is your power failing? Why can you feel the binding spell cracking under pressure?" The terrible truth was that she could feel it. The golden threads of force holding the barrier were beginning to fray, her magic stuttering as doubt and fear gnawed at her concentration like acid. Every vision, every whispered accusation, every image of the people she loved dying because of her inadequacy made it harder to maintain the spell. "The guardian bloodline ends with you," her grandmother's voice continued, each word a knife to her heart. Generations of sacrifice and service, destroyed because the last Bloom woman cared more about her own happiness than her duty. "That's not true," Freya whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. "You chose love over responsibility. Chose a rootless tiger over the stability Rowan offered. Chose to risk everything on emotions instead of making the practical decisions a true guardian would make." The binding spell shuddered, its golden light flickering as Freya's resolve wavered. She could feel Kieran struggling to compensate for her faltering power, pouring more of his tiger's strength into the barrier, but it wasn't enough. The Thornweaver's psychological warfare was working exactly as intended. "You're going to watch everyone you love die," the ancient evil whispered with malicious satisfaction, "and you'll know it's your fault for being too weak to save them." That's when Freya's magic finally broke. The backlash hit her like a physical blow, sending her flying across the grove to crash against one of the twisted trees with bone-jarring force. Pain exploded through her ribs and shoulder, but worse was the sight of the binding spell collapsing in a cascade of dying light. The barrier shattered like glass, and corruption exploded outward from the Thornweaver's prison with renewed fury. Black sap began weeping from every surface, the twisted trees writhed with increased malevolence, and the very air grew thick with hatred so ancient and deep it made breathing feel like drowning. "Freya!" Kieran's voice cracked with desperation as he fought to maintain some semblance of the binding spell alone, his power insufficient to contain an evil that had just grown stronger from feeding on her fear and doubt. She struggled to her feet, pain shooting through her injured ribs, and felt her heart stop at what she saw. Kieran stood at the center of the ruined ritual circle, blood streaming from his eyes and nose as he poured everything he had into a desperate attempt to hold back the Thornweaver's expansion. His eyes had gone completely gold as his tiger fought to provide strength his human body couldn't sustain. "I can't hold it much longer," he gasped, his voice thick with strain and blood. "Freya, I need you." But she was frozen, watching her mate sacrifice himself to compensate for her failure, knowing that every drop of blood he shed was her fault. The visions hadn't been lies after all. She really was too weak to protect the people she loved. "Let him die," the Thornweaver whispered seductively. "Let them all die, and you can stop pretending to be something you're not. Stop carrying a burden you were never strong enough to bear." "No." The word came out as barely a whisper, but it carried absolute conviction. "No?" The ancient evil's laughter rustled through the corrupted trees. "You think saying no will change what you are? You think denial will make you strong enough to matter?" "I think," Freya said, pushing herself away from the tree despite the pain radiating through her body, "that you're wrong about what makes me strong." The Thornweaver's laughter faltered slightly. "What?" "You showed me visions of failure, of everyone I love dying because I'm not good enough to save them. But you missed something important. You missed the part where I'm not carrying this burden alone anymore." "Your mate is dying," the Thornweaver snarled. "Look at him bleeding, look at him failing. This is what your weakness has cost him."
Chapter 33. Kieran. Pain exploded through Kieran's skull as he watched Freya's magic crumble under the Thornweaver's psychological assault, her body flying across the grove to crash against a twisted tree with sickening force. The binding spell shattered like glass, and suddenly he was alone, holding back an ancient evil with power that burned through his system like liquid fire. His tiger roared with helpless fury, claws extending involuntarily as every predator instinct screamed at him to hunt, to fight, to tear apart the enemy that dared threaten his mate. But this wasn't an enemy he could sink his teeth into. This was corruption made manifest, hatred given form, evil that attacked the mind rather than the body. Blood ran from his eyes and nose as he poured everything he had into maintaining some semblance of the barrier. His human body pushed far beyond its limits while his tiger fought to provide strength that was never meant to sustain this kind of magical assault. "Look at you," the Thornweaver whispered, its voice sliding through his mind like oil on water. "Bleeding yourself dry for a woman who couldn't even maintain focus when it mattered most." "Shut up," Kieran gasped, his vision blurring as more blood flowed. The barrier flickered like a dying candle, corruption pressing against its edges with relentless hunger. "You could save yourself, you know? Walk away from this farce. Leave the failed guardian to face the consequences of her inadequacy. A rootless tiger has no business meddling in bloodline magic anyway." The words struck at fears Kieran had carried since adolescence. The deep-seated belief that he didn't belong anywhere, that his lack of pack connections made him less than other shifters. His power wavered as doubt crept through his resolve like poison. "She's dragging you down to her level," the ancient voice continued with malicious satisfaction. "You could have been so much more without the burden of her failure. Strong, independent, free from the weight of impossible responsibilities." I said, "Shut up," but Kieran's voice lacked conviction, the Thornweaver's psychological warfare finding every crack in his emotional armor. The barrier shuddered, golden light dimming as his concentration fractured. He could feel the corruption pressing closer, testing for weaknesses, ready to explode outward the moment his strength finally failed, and it would fail. His human body couldn't sustain this level of magical output much longer. "You've never belonged anywhere," the Thornweaver whispered seductively. "Foster homes that didn't want you, Packs that wouldn't claim you? A town that only tolerates you because you're useful? Why die for people who see you as expendable? Because, Kieran's knees buckled, his power flickering dangerously. Because they're mine to protect. Are they? Or are you just playing pretend, like you've done your whole life? Pretending to belong, pretending to matter, pretending someone like you could ever be worthy of a guardian's love. That's when Kieran felt it. A familiar presence pushing through the pain and despair, reaching for their connection with desperate determination. Freya. She was fighting her way back to him, despite the obvious agony radiating from her crumpled form. Kieran. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the Thornweaver's psychological assault like sunlight through storm clouds. I'm here, I'm with you. Freya? He turned toward her, noting the way she struggled to her feet despite what had to be cracked ribs and a dislocated shoulder. You should run, get to safety while you still can. Not without you. She stumbled across the grove, her magic sparking weakly but growing stronger with each step. Never without you. The trust in her voice, the absolute faith that he was worth saving despite his fears and inadequacies, hit Kieran like lightning. This woman who could have chosen safety, who could have run from the impossible task fate had dropped in her lap, was instead walking back into danger because she believed in him. She's going to get you killed, the Thornweaver snarled, its composure cracking as it realized its psychological warfare was failing. Her weakness will destroy you both. Her strength will save us both, Kieran corrected, his power surging as Freya drew close enough to touch. Because that's what real partnership means. When her hands closed over his, everything changed. The moment their skin connected, their bond flared with recognition and shared purpose that went beyond anything they'd experienced before. But this time was different. This time, instead of just sharing power, they were creating something entirely new. Kieran's protective fury merged with Freya's healing magic in ways that defied every law of supernatural energy he'd ever learned. His tiger's strength became her anchor, while her botanical power became his focus. His territorial instincts transformed into shields that could turn away psychological attacks, while her nurturing nature became a force that could heal corruption at its source. My God, Freya breathed, her eyes wide with wonder as their combined magic painted the grove in shades of gold and green. I can feel your absolute determination to protect. It's like having unshakable faith flowing through my veins. And I can feel your connection. Kieran's voice carried awe as their powers continued to merge and strengthen. It's like touching the heart of creation itself. The Thornweaver's shriek of rage shook the twisted trees as it realized what was happening. The two separate sources of power it had been fighting were becoming one unified force, stronger than the sum of their individual abilities. This changes nothing, the ancient evil snarled. You're still just two children playing with forces beyond your understanding? Maybe, as Kieran, but we're two children who love each other enough to face impossible odds. And apparently that's more dangerous than you thought. The barrier reformed around them, no longer golden light, but something that shifted between colors like aurora, beautiful and terrible, and absolutely impenetrable. Where before Kieran had been bleeding himself dry trying to hold back corruption, now their combined strength made the task feel manageable, sustainable. You think love makes you invincible? The Thornweaver hissed. Let me show you what real power looks like. The grove around them began to convulse as the ancient evil gathered itself for one final, devastating assault. Trees twisted into new configurations, the ground cracked and heaved like an earthquake, and the very air grew thick with malevolence so profound it felt like drowning in liquid hatred. But Kieran felt no fear. Beside him, Freya's magic sang with harmonics that matched his tiger's protective fury note for note. Whatever the Thornweaver threw at them next, they'd meet it together as true partners whose bond had been forged in crisis and tempered by absolute trust. Ready? Freya asked, her eyes blazing with power that made her look like an avenging angel. Ready, Kieran confirmed, his amber gaze steady as stone.
Chapter 34. Freya. The moment their powers fully merged, everything changed. What had been a desperate struggle against an ancient evil transformed into something glorious, their combined magic flowing between them like liquid sunlight, while the corrupted grove began to sing with harmonies that spoke of life returning to poisoned earth. Freya felt her magic reach deeper into the soil than she'd ever thought possible, guided by Kieran's unwavering strength and her own renewed connection to the growing things that called Hollow Oak home. "Can you feel that?" she whispered, wonder coloring her voice as their unified power spiraled downward through layers of earth and time. The original binding. It's still there, waiting for us. I feel it. Kieran's voice carried the same awe, like finding treasure buried in the dark. Freya's magic touched the ancient spell with reverent care, marveling at the elegant construction her ancestor had created over a century ago. Celeste's binding was a masterwork of protective magic, woven from love and sacrifice and absolute determination to protect future generations from the Thornweaver's hunger. But it was also failing, its golden threads frayed by time and weakened by decades of bearing an impossible burden alone. She never meant for it to last forever, Freya realized, her consciousness flowing along the spell's intricate patterns. The original binding was designed to hold until the next generation could renew it. Celeste knew her descendants would need to add their own strength to the foundation. "Then let's give her what she was waiting for," Kieran said. "Show me what you need." Working together, they began weaving their combined power into Celeste's creation, like golden threads strengthening ancient fabric. Freya's botanical magic merged with the earth-based spells that formed the binding's foundation, while Kieran's protective energy created new barriers around the Thornweaver's prison that pulsed with tiger strength and territorial certainty. The difference was immediate and profound. Where the original binding had been elegant but fragile, their reinforced version blazed with power that made the grove ring like a bell. Every stone in the ritual circle flared with renewed light. Every carved rune glowed with energy that spoke of permanence rather than temporary containment. "It's working," Freya breathed, feeling the spell lock into place with satisfying finality. "The binding is holding." The Thornweaver's response was immediate and devastating. Its rage shook the twisted trees until their branches cracked, split the poisoned earth with fractures that ran for yards in every direction, and filled the air with a scream so full of fury and frustration that birds took flight for miles around. But underneath the ancient evil's rage, Freya heard something else, something that made her heart soar with hope and triumph. Defeat. The Thornweaver knew it had lost. The psychological warfare that should have broken their concentration had instead forced them to discover the true strength of their bond. The corruption that should have overwhelmed their individual powers had instead taught them to work as a unified force. Every weapon the ancient evil possessed had been turned against it by two people who refused to face impossible odds alone. "You think this changes anything?" the Thornweaver snarled, its voice carrying desperation beneath the threats. "You think pretty lights and renewed spells will hold me forever?" "I think," Freya said, her voice ringing with absolute conviction, "that you've never faced a binding spell powered by true mates who love each other more than they fear death in a long time." The ritual circle blazed brighter, light pouring from the ancient stones with enough intensity to banish every shadow from the grove. Where corruption had writhed and twisted, clean earth appeared like a promise of spring after the longest winter. Where poisoned trees had reached with grasping branches, healthy wood stood straight and strong, their bark already showing the first signs of healing. The Thornweaver's prison snapped into its final configuration with an almost musical chime, new constraints layering over old ones until the ancient evil was contained by magic so dense and powerful it would take centuries to even begin fraying at its edges. "This isn't over," the Thornweaver hissed, its voice already growing distant as the binding spell pulled it deeper into magical sleep. "There will be other guardians, other chances to break free. Maybe, Freya agreed, watching the last traces of corruption flee before the advancing light. But they'll face guardians who know the secret now, guardians who understand that the real power isn't in individual strength, but in the bonds between people who choose to protect each other. The ancient evil's final shriek faded into silence, leaving behind a grove that looked nothing like the nightmare they'd entered hours earlier. The twisted trees had straightened, their branches reaching toward a sky that no longer seemed threatening. The ground beneath their feet felt solid and fertile, ready to support new growth when spring returned to the mountains. Even the air smelled different, clean, pure, free from the taint of hatred that had poisoned it for so long. The binding spell had snapped back into place, and the Thornweaver was locked away with its corruption.
Chapter 35. Kieran. The moment the binding spell locked into place with a resonance that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, Kieran felt something fundamental shift in his chest. The mate bond, which had been strong after their claiming ceremony, suddenly snapped into a configuration with enough force to make his knees buckle. His tiger roared with pure triumph, the sound echoing both in his chest and through the grove as every cell in his body recognized that Freya was his in ways that transcended the physical world. Not just his mate, not just his partner, but literally the other half of his soul, bound to him by magic older than civilization and stronger than death itself. Kieran, Freya's voice sounded distant, concerned. Are you okay? More than okay. He straightened slowly, marveling at how different everything felt now that their bond was truly complete. Suddenly, movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention. All around them, the corruption that had plagued Hollow Oak for weeks was reversing itself with visible speed. Black sap that had oozed from twisted bark flowed backward into the earth like water running uphill, while withered plants straightened and regained their color, as if someone had hit reverse on a nature documentary. Look, he breathed, pointing to a massive oak tree whose branches had been skeletal and dying just minutes before. Now it stood tall and healthy, its bark gleaming with new growth and its canopy full of leaves that rustled with returning life. It's spreading, Freya said with amazement, watching the wave of renewal flow outward from where their joined hands still touched. The binding spell isn't just containing the Thornweaver, it's actively healing the damage. Because that's what your magic does. Kieran squeezed her fingers gently. It nurtures, it heals, it helps things grow. And now it's got the power it needs to fix everything that was broken. Exhaustion hit him like a freight train as the adrenaline of battle finally faded, leaving behind bone-deep weariness that made standing feel like a monumental effort. But it was good exhaustion, the kind that came from accomplishing something impossible and living to tell about it. Easy there, Freya said, steadying him as he swayed slightly. You've been pouring your life force into that binding spell for hours. Your body needs time to recover. So does yours. He noted the pale cast to her skin, the way her hands trembled slightly with magical depletion. We both need food, rest, and about 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep. After we make sure everyone knows we succeeded, Freya gestured toward the edge of the grove where familiar figures were approaching with cautious hope. Looks like our audience is ready for an update. Elder Varric led the small group of council members who'd maintained vigil throughout the night, his storm-gray eyes wide with amazement as he took in the transformed grove. Behind him came Maeve, Edgar Tansley, and Miriam Caldwell, all of them looking like they'd aged years in the span of a single evening. Is it over? Elder Varric asked. It's over, Kieran confirmed, his arm sliding around Freya's waist to support them both. The Thornweaver is bound, the corruption is reversing, and Hollow Oak is safe. Thank the mother, Miriam whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pressed a hand to her heart. When that grove lit up like a beacon and we heard that creature screaming, we feared that we'd made things worse. Freya's smile was understanding. For a while there, so did we. But it turns out love really is stronger than ancient evil. Love and partnership, Kieran corrected gently. The binding spell worked because we stopped trying to handle it alone. Maeve stepped forward with her usual directness, but her fierce expression was softened by something that looked suspiciously like pride. You two look like hell. When's the last time either of you ate something? Yesterday? Maybe the day before? Freya's answer was vague enough to make everyone wince. Time kind of blurred together during the crisis. Right. We're getting you home, getting food into you, and making sure you sleep before anyone asks you to do anything more heroic, Miriam declared with maternal authority. The town will still be here when you wake up. The walk back through the forest felt like a dream sequence, with evidence of renewal visible everywhere they looked. Trees that had been twisted and dying now stood straight and strong, their bark showing healthy growth and their branches full of returning life. The very air smelled different, clean and pure instead of tainted with corruption. But the most magical part was the sound. As they made their way along the forest path, birds began returning to trees that minutes ago had been too poisoned to support life. First one tentative chirp, then another, then a growing chorus of song that spoke of joy and celebration and the simple pleasure of being alive in a world that was healing. Listen to that, Freya said softly, pausing to tilt her head toward the canopy, where a cardinal was building a nest in branches that had been blackened stumps just hours before. They know it's safe now. Animals always know, Edgar commented, his usual cheer returning as the reality of their success sank in. They can sense things we miss. The fact that they're coming back means the corruption is truly gone. Not gone, Kieran corrected, thinking about the ancient evil now locked away beneath layers of protective magic. Contained. The Thornweaver still exists, but it's bound so tightly it would take centuries to even begin weakening the spell. And by then, there will be other guardians, Freya added, other people who understand that partnership is stronger than individual power. As they reached the edge of the forest and saw hollow oak spread before them, Kieran felt his tiger settle into deep contentment. The town looked exactly the same as it had hours ago, with the same cozy buildings and familiar landmarks. But everything felt different now. This was home, not just the place where he lived, but the community he'd helped save, the people he'd fought to protect, the life he'd built with the woman at his side. The rootless tiger who'd spent decades convinced he didn't belong anywhere had finally found his place in the world. Look, Freya said, pointing toward the town square where early risers were beginning to emerge from their homes. People are coming out. They can sense that something's changed. She was right. Despite the early hour, residents were stepping onto their porches and into their gardens, faces turned toward the forest with expressions of cautious hope. Mrs. Patterson stood beside her restored herb garden, tears streaming down her weathered cheeks as she watched healthy plants sway in the morning breeze. The Hendersons were walking through their apple orchard, marveling at trees that showed the first signs of recovery. They're going to want answers, Maeve observed. Explanations about what happened, how you fixed it, whether it'll happen again. And they'll get them, Kieran said. But not today. Today we rest, recover, and figure out what comes next. What does come next? Elder Varick asked as they reached the town's outskirts. The crisis is over, but there will be rebuilding to do, people to bring home, systems to restore. Community work, Freya said simply. The same kind of partnership that saved us tonight, applied to everything else that needs fixing. As they made their way through Hollow Oak's awakening streets, surrounded by friends and neighbors who trusted them with everything they loved, Kieran felt a sense of completion that went beyond successful missions or saved communities. He'd found his mate, his purpose, his place in a world that had always seemed too big and uncertain for someone with no roots. And standing beside the woman who'd changed everything just by believing he was worth saving, he finally understood what home really meant. It wasn't where you came from. It was who you chose to stand with when the world needed saving. And he'd chosen perfectly.
Chapter 36. Freya. 3 days after the binding ritual, Freya stood in her grandmother's garden watching miracles happen in real time. Where blackened earth had stretched like an open wound just a week ago, new growth sprouted with unprecedented speed. The heritage roses had not only returned to life but were blooming with vigor that surpassed anything in her family's records. their petals so vibrant they seemed to glow in the afternoon sunlight. "It's not natural," she murmured to herself, kneeling beside a rose bush that had grown 3 feet and produced dozens of blooms in the span of 72 hours. This level of recovery should take months, not days. "Nothing about what we accomplished was natural," Kieran said from the cottage doorway, carrying 2 cups of coffee and wearing the kind of satisfied expression that made her pulse quicken. Why should the healing follow normal rules? Because magic has laws, just like everything else. But even as she said it, Freya could feel the truth humming in her bones. Their completed mate bond hadn't just made her stronger, it had fundamentally changed the nature of her power. Where before her magic had been healing and nurturing, now it actively encouraged growth and renewal on a scale she'd never imagined. Maybe the laws are different when you're working with a mate whose tiger believes absolutely in your ability to fix anything broken. Kieran settled beside her on the garden path, close enough that their shoulders touched. Maybe partnership creates possibilities that individual power can't reach. She then heard voices carrying across the morning air from the direction of town. Cheerful voices, filled with excitement and celebration rather than the fear and desperation that had characterized Hollow Oak for weeks. "Right," she said, accepting the coffee cup with hands that only trembled slightly. "Today's the Harvest Festival. I'd almost forgotten." "The town's been planning it since dawn," Kieran said with amusement, apparently saving the community from ancient evil calls for immediate celebration. "Twyla's been cooking since 4 a.m. The Tansley brothers have been stringing lights all morning. And Mrs. Pat keeps telling anyone who'll listen that this is the best harvest festival in 30 years. They're really going through with it, even after everything that happened?" "Especially after everything that happened." Kieran's gaze held gentle understanding. "People need to celebrate surviving, Freya. They need to mark the moment when their world went from ending to beginning again." The festival preparations were visible from their vantage point in the garden, with colorful banners stretched between lampposts and tables appearing in the town square, despite the early hour. What should have been a subdued gathering of grateful survivors was shaping up to be the kind of joyous celebration that made Hollow Oak famous throughout the Blue Ridge Mountains. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," Freya admitted, "for people looking at me like some kind of hero when all I did was figure out how to accept help." "You saved their homes, their families, their entire way of life." Kieran's voice was gentle but implacable. "Let them thank you. Let them celebrate what you accomplished." "What we accomplished," she corrected. "The binding spell worked because we did it together." "I know that, and you know that, but the rest of the town is going to want to make a fuss over their guardian. Might as well accept it gracefully." They finished their coffee in comfortable silence, watching Hollow Oak transform from a town recovering from crisis into a community ready to celebrate survival. By noon, the sounds of music and laughter were drifting across the lake, carried on autumn breezes that smelled of apple cider and wood smoke instead of corruption and decay. "Ready?" Kieran asked, rising to his feet and offering her his hand. "No, but let's go anyway." The walk to town felt like stepping into a fairy tale. Every garden they passed bloomed with impossible abundance. Every tree stood straighter and stronger than before. Even the lake reflected the sky with crystal clarity that made the surrounding mountains look like a painting. The accelerated healing that had begun in their garden was spreading throughout Hollow Oak with each passing hour. "Freya!" Mrs. Pat's voice carried across the square the moment they appeared. "There she is! Our hero!" "Oh no," Freya muttered, but it was too late to escape. Within minutes she was surrounded by townspeople eager to express their gratitude, their relief, their amazement at what she'd accomplished. Neighbors who'd looked at her with suspicion just days ago now treated her like she'd personally hung the moon, pressing forward with thanks that made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. "Thank you for saving my garden," Mrs. Pat said, tears streaming down her weathered face. "I thought I'd lost everything my grandmother planted." "Thank you for bringing my daughter back," another voice added. She woke up from that coma this morning, asking for breakfast like nothing had happened. "Thank you for giving us our home back," said Henderson, the apple farmer who'd wanted her banished just days earlier. "I don't know how to repay what you've done for us." Kieran's presence at her back felt like an anchor in the storm of gratitude, his protective hovering keeping the crowd from overwhelming her, while his quiet confidence reminded her that she deserved their thanks. When someone pushed too close or spoke too loudly, he simply shifted position, his tiger's authority creating space without him having to say a word. "This is surreal," she whispered to him during a brief lull in the crowd. "A week ago, half these people wanted me gone." "A week ago, they were scared and looking for someone to blame," he replied. "Today, they're grateful and looking for someone to thank. Both reactions are human nature." "Freya!" Twyla's voice cut through the crowd as the fey-blooded cafe owner approached with her arms full of autumn flowers. "I made you something special for the celebration." The crown of flowers was simple but beautiful, woven from blooms that had somehow survived the corruption and now glowed with renewed life. When Twyla placed it on Freya's head, the gathered crowd broke into spontaneous applause that made her want to hide behind Kieran's broad shoulders. "You look like a harvest goddess," he murmured, his voice warm with pride and affection. "Beautiful and powerful and absolutely perfect." "I look ridiculous." "You look like exactly what you are, the woman who saved us all." The celebration continued around them, with music and dancing and enough food to feed twice Hollow Oak's current population. Children who'd been evacuated just days ago ran through the square with shrieks of delight, their parents watching with the kind of relaxed happiness that came from knowing their world was safe again. But the moment that meant the most came when Rowan appeared at the edge of the crowd, carrying a bouquet of flowers from his restored farm, and wearing an expression of genuine warmth despite the complicated history between them. "Congratulations," he said simply when he reached them, his brown eyes holding nothing but sincere admiration. "You did something amazing, Freya, something no one else could have accomplished." "Thank you." She accepted the flowers with hands that shook slightly, noting how carefully he avoided looking at the way Kieran's arm encircled her waist. "That means a lot, coming from you." "I hope we can still be friends," Rowan continued, his voice steady despite what this conversation must cost him. "I know things are different now, but you've been part of my life for too long to just disappear completely." "Of course we can be friends." Relief flooded through her at his gracious acceptance of how things had changed. "I'd like that very much." "Good." Rowan's smile was genuine, if tinged with sadness. "And Kieran, take care of her." Kieran replied simply, "I will." After Rowan melted back into the crowd, Freya found herself fighting tears. "He's a good man," she said finally. "Yes, he is." Kieran's voice held no jealousy, only respect for someone who'd handled defeat with grace. "This community is full of good people. That's what made it worth saving." As evening fell and the celebration continued around them, Freya looked out over the town square filled with friends and neighbors who'd trusted her with everything they loved. The magnitude of what they'd accomplished still felt surreal, but seeing the joy and relief on familiar faces made it real in ways that magical theory never could. They'd saved Hollow Oak, not just from the Thornweaver, but from the fear and suspicion that had threatened to tear the community apart. And standing in the center of it all, crowned with flowers and surrounded by people who no longer looked at her like a burden to bear, Freya finally understood what her grandmother had tried to teach her about the true responsibility of the guardian bloodline. It wasn't about carrying impossible burdens alone. It was about building connections strong enough to share any load and trusting that love would always be more powerful than fear. The Harvest Festival continued late into the night, but for Freya, the real celebration was the simple knowledge that they'd all come home.
Chapter 37. Kieran. The ancient oaks in the council glade seemed less imposing, their shadows more welcoming than threatening, and the circle of standing stones hummed with peaceful energy instead of the oppressive weight of crisis. Even the autumn light filtering through the canopy looked softer, more golden, as if the grove itself was celebrating Hollow Oak's salvation. Today, Varric's silver braids were decorated with small autumn flowers, and his eyes held warmth instead of their usual, careful neutrality. The other council members flanked him in ceremonial robes that Kieran had never seen before, their faces solemn but pleased as they prepared for what was clearly a formal recognition ceremony. Kieran Holt, Elder Varric began, "You stand before the Hollow Oak Council not as a temporary consultant or crisis responder, but as someone who has proven himself worthy of permanent recognition." "Sir?" Kieran kept his voice respectful, despite the confusion flooding through him. He'd expected a brief thank you and dismissal, not whatever formal proceeding this was turning into. "Your actions during the Thornweaver crisis demonstrated courage, loyalty, and sacrifice that go far beyond professional obligation," Elder Varric continued. "You risked your life not once but repeatedly to protect this community and its people. You stood with our guardian when others wavered, supported her when doubt threatened to overwhelm her, and proved that true strength comes from partnership rather than individual power." Kieran felt heat rise in his cheeks as the formal praise continued, his tiger shifting restlessly beneath his skin. This kind of public recognition made him uncomfortable, but he could see Freya watching with pride, and that made the embarrassment bearable. "Therefore," Elder Varric said, "the Hollow Oak Council formally recognizes you as a full member of our community, with all the rights, responsibilities, and honors that entails. You are no longer a visitor in our town, Kieran Holt. You are home. Home, not just a place he was allowed to stay, not just a community that tolerated his presence, but somewhere he truly belonged." "I don't know what to say," he managed, his voice rough. "Say you'll accept the position we'd like to offer you," Elder Varric replied with something that might have been a smile. "Hollow Oak needs a liaison with regional supernatural authorities, someone who can navigate bureaucratic challenges and represent our interests when dealing with government officials. Your security background and crisis management experience make you uniquely qualified for the role." "You want me to be your political troubleshooter?" Kieran asked, intrigued despite himself. "We want you to use your skills to protect this community in ways that go beyond physical threats," Miriam Caldwell said from her position in the circle. "You've already proven you understand how to handle difficult people and impossible situations. Now we're asking you to do it officially." The offer opened possibilities Kieran had never considered. A role that would let him use his experience to help the entire community, not just react to crises, but prevent them from happening in the first place. It was purpose on a scale he'd never imagined, responsibility that went far beyond his usual temporary assignments. "I accept," he said without hesitation, with gratitude. After the ceremony concluded and the formal congratulations were exchanged, Kieran found himself walking through town with Emmett Hollowell as they discussed what his new role might entail. "You realize what this means, don't you?" Emmett asked as they passed the Hollow Mercantile, where Edgar was hanging fresh autumn decorations with obvious contentment. "You're not just accepting a job, you're accepting a future here." "I know." Kieran paused to watch a group of children playing in the town square, their laughter echoing off buildings that showed no trace of the corruption that had threatened to destroy everything. "A few weeks ago, that would have terrified me. Now it feels like the most natural thing in the world." "That's what finding your mate does to you," Emmett said with knowing amusement. "Changes everything you thought you knew about what you wanted from life. Did you ever think about it? Taking a more active role in council business?" Kieran asked, genuinely curious about how other shifters navigated the balance between independence and community responsibility. "All the time, especially after Katniss and I completed our bond." Emmett's expression grew thoughtful. "There's something about having a mate that makes you want to build things instead of just protecting them. Makes you think about legacy, about the kind of world you're leaving for future generations." "Future generations," Kieran repeated, the words settling in his chest with unexpected weight. "I never used to think that far ahead. And now? Now I catch myself planning decades into the future and automatically assuming Freya will be part of all of it. The admission came easier than expected. It's like my brain has rewired itself to think in terms of we instead of I. Welcome to being properly mated, Emmett said with a grin. It only gets worse from here. They continued walking until they reached the Silverfang Tavern, where Maeve was polishing glasses behind the bar with the kind of fierce satisfaction that suggested she'd heard about the council ceremony already. Well, well, she said as they entered. Look who's officially one of us now. About time the council recognized what the rest of us have known for years. Which is? Kieran settled onto his usual bar stool, noting how the familiar routine felt even more comfortable now that he knew it was permanent. That you belong here, you stubborn cat. Maeve's smile was sharp with affection. I always knew you'd find your place eventually. Just took you longer than most to stop fighting what was obvious to everyone else. I wasn't fighting anything, Kieran protested. I was being practical about temporary arrangements. Right, temporary. Maeve's laugh was rich with amusement. Nothing says temporary like spending 15 years building a life somewhere. 15 years of being ready to leave at any moment, he corrected. There's a difference. Was a difference, she said, emphasizing the past tense. Now you're planning to stick around permanently, help navigate politics, maybe even think about adding little tigers to the family tree someday. The casual reference to children made something flutter in Kieran's chest. The idea didn't terrify him the way it would have just weeks ago. Instead, it felt like a possibility, like another piece of the future he was building with Freya. One step at a time, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Uh-huh. Maeve's knowing grin suggested she could see right through his attempted deflection. Just remember to invite me to the wedding. What wedding? The one you're going to propose for as soon as you work up the courage to admit you want forever with that witch of yours? Kieran nearly choked on his drink. I'm not ready for marriage proposals. Aren't you? Maeve leaned against the bar, her dark eyes holding the kind of perception that came from knowing someone for decades. It looks like you're a man who's finally figured out what he wants from life. And what you want is a future with Freya that's as permanent as you can make it. Before Kieran could formulate a response, the tavern door opened to admit Freya herself, glowing with happiness that made his heart skip beats. She spotted him immediately and crossed the room with the kind of unconscious grace that never failed to mesmerize him. There you are, she said, settling beside him with easy familiarity. I've been looking everywhere for you. We need to talk about our future. Our future? Kieran's voice came out slightly strangled, Maeve's words about proposals still echoing in his head. About staying in Hollow Oak permanently, Freya clarified, though something in her expression suggested she was thinking about more than just geographic location. Building a real life here together instead of always being ready to leave at a moment's notice. You want to stay? The question carried more weight than it should have, considering they'd already talked about making Hollow Oak their base of operations. I want to build something lasting with you, she said simply. Put down roots, invest in this community's future, maybe expand the apothecary into a proper teaching center where we can train the next generation of botanical practitioners. The casual way she included him in her long-term planning, the automatic assumption that he belonged in her vision of the future, made warmth spread through his chest like liquid sunshine. This wasn't Freya asking him to stay. This was Freya assuming he would stay because he belonged here as much as she did. A teaching center sounds perfect, he said, his voice steady despite the emotions churning beneath the surface. We could probably get council funding for educational initiatives, especially if we frame it as community defense training. See? You're already thinking like someone who plans to stick around for decades. Freya's smile was soft with affection. I love watching you realize you have a home here. Decades. The word resonated in ways Kieran wasn't prepared for, painting pictures of a future so detailed and appealing it took his breath away. He could see himself at 40, 50, 60, still waking up beside Freya in their shared bed, still working together to protect and nurture their community, still discovering new depths to a love that had already transformed his entire world. What? Freya asked, noting something in his expression. You've got that look like you're planning something important. Just thinking about the future? He said carefully. About building something permanent. Good, because I've been thinking about it too. Her hand found his across the bar, their fingers intertwining with practiced ease. About what permanent really means when you're talking about forever. And after what the council set up, I didn't figure it was so bad to talk about. Forever's a long time, he said softly. Not long enough, Freya replied without hesitation. Not nearly long enough for everything I want to do with you. Across the bar, Maeve was polishing the same glass for the third time, while wearing an expression of barely contained glee that suggested she could hear every word of their conversation. But Kieran barely noticed her knowing smirks or Emmett's amused chuckling from his corner booth. All he could focus on was the woman beside him, the mate who'd given him purpose and belonging, and a future bright enough to chase away decades of lonely wandering. The woman who deserved to know that he was ready to make their temporary arrangement as permanent as humanly possible. Maybe it was time to stop thinking about proposals and start planning one.
Chapter 38. Freya. The sacred grove had been one of Hollow Oak's most treasured spaces before the corruption, a place where generations of supernatural practitioners had gathered for important ceremonies and seasonal celebrations. Now, 2 weeks after the binding ritual, Freya knelt among the ancient oaks with her hands pressed to earth that sang with renewed life, marveling at how much stronger her magic had become since completing the mate bond. "Feels different, doesn't it?" asked Elena Voss, a hedge witch who'd returned from evacuation the day before. "The magic here, I mean, more vibrant than before." "The binding spell didn't just contain the thorn weaver," Freya explained, her power flowing into the soil with unprecedented ease. "It strengthened the natural magic that protects Hollow Oak. Everything's more responsive now, more eager to grow and heal. Around them, other nature practitioners worked to restore the grove's sacred plants, their combined efforts guided by Freya's enhanced abilities. What should have taken months of careful cultivation was happening in days, with rare healing herbs sprouting from seeds and saplings growing with visible speed. "This is incredible," murmured James, kneeling beside a patch of moonflowers that were already showing buds despite being planted just hours ago. "I've never seen botanical magic work this efficiently." "That's because you've never seen it enhanced by a completed mate bond," said Kieran from where he stood watching their work with quiet pride. "Freya's magic has reached a whole new level since we finished the claiming." The casual way he spoke about their bond, with no embarrassment or awkwardness despite their audience, made warmth spread through Freya's chest. Their relationship had deepened daily since the ritual, their connection growing stronger without threatening either of their individual identities. Instead of losing herself in the bond, she'd found aspects of her personality that had been dormant before, as if Kieran's presence gave her permission to be more fully herself. "Speaking of which," Kieran continued, approaching with an envelope in his hand, "this came for you through council channels. Looks official." Freya accepted the letter with soil-stained fingers, noting the elegant script and formal seal that marked it as correspondence from another supernatural community she'd been receiving similar letters for the past week, word of their success apparently spreading throughout the regional magical network. "Another consultation request?" Elena asked with interest. "From the Asheville Pack Council," Freya confirmed, scanning the letter's contents. "They've got some kind of blight affecting their territory's sacred sites. They're asking if we'd be willing to come assess the situation." "That's the third request this week," Kieran observed. "News is definitely traveling about what happened here." "What are you going to tell them?" James asked. Freya looked around the grove where their restoration work was proceeding at impossible speed, then at Kieran, whose quiet confidence in her abilities made even the most daunting challenges seem manageable. "I'm going to tell them we'll consider it after we finish establishing the teaching center." The decision to expand Bloom and Blossom into a proper educational facility had crystallized over the past few days, fueled by conversations with practitioners like Elena and James, who were eager to learn advanced techniques. It felt like the perfect way to honor her grandmother's legacy while building something entirely her own. "You're really going through with the school idea?" Elena's eyes lit up with excitement. Because I would love to be your first official student. We're really doing it, Freya confirmed, glancing at Kieran for the silent support that had become second nature between them. The council's already approved funding for renovating the old Grange Hall, and we've got enough interest to start with a class of 6 students next month. What kind of curriculum are you planning? James asked. Practical botanical magic with emphasis on community applications, Freya said, her voice growing stronger as she talked about the project that had captured her imagination. Healing techniques, protective wards, ecosystem restoration, crisis management, everything someone would need to serve as their community's nature practitioner. And I'll handle the security and crisis response training, Kieran added, because saving communities requires more than just magical knowledge. Their different approaches to leadership had proven complementary in ways that surprised them both. Where Freya's instinct was to nurture and guide, Kieran's was to protect and strategize. Where she saw potential that needed encouragement, he saw vulnerabilities that needed strengthening. Together they created an educational approach that addressed both magical and practical concerns. It sounds amazing, Elena said. When do applications open? Technically, they already have, Freya replied with a grin. You just submitted yours. The afternoon passed quickly as they continued their restoration work, the sacred grove transforming before their eyes into something even more beautiful than it had been before the corruption. By sunset, ancient oaks stood straighter. Sacred herbs bloomed with unprecedented vigor, and the very air hummed with magic that felt both familiar and refreshingly new. Good work today, Kieran said, as the other practitioners began gathering their tools and preparing to head home. Same time tomorrow? Absolutely, Elena replied, her dirt-stained hands testament to the hard work they'd accomplished. This is the most fun I've had with magic in years. After the others left, Freya and Kieran walked slowly back toward town, enjoying the peaceful evening and the satisfaction of work well done. The path wound through forests that showed signs of accelerated healing everywhere they looked, with new growth sprouting from earth that had been poisoned just weeks before. Penny for your thoughts, Kieran said when they paused beside Moonmirror Lake, its waters once again crystal clear and reflecting the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. Just thinking about how much has changed, Freya replied, settling beside him on the bench someone had placed overlooking the water. A month ago, I was convinced I was failing at everything that mattered. Now I'm planning to teach other people how to do what I barely understood myself. Now you're accepting that you've always been stronger than you realized, Kieran corrected gently. The teaching center isn't you pretending to know things you don't. It's you sharing knowledge you've spent your whole life accumulating. Knowledge and perspective, she added. The whole point is that we learned something important during the crisis. Something about partnership and shared strength that needs to be passed on. Exactly. Kieran's arm settled around her shoulders with easy familiarity. Which is why those consultation requests keep coming. Other communities can sense that we've figured out something they need to learn. We make a good team, Freya said, leaning into his warmth as evening coolness settled over the lake. The best team. His voice carried a note she couldn't quite identify, something that made her look up at his profile in the starlight. Actually, that's something I wanted to talk to you about. Our teamwork? Our partnership, our future, everything we've been building together. Kieran shifted slightly, and Freya felt, rather than saw him reach into his jacket pocket, I've been thinking about permanence lately. Permanence? Her heart began beating faster, though she wasn't sure why. About making our bond as official in human terms as it is in magical ones. Kieran turned to face her fully, and in the starlight, she could see something glinting in his hand. About asking you to marry me. The world seemed to stop. Freya stared at the simple but elegant ring he held, its band carved with protective runes that caught the moonlight like captured stars. It was perfect, understated but meaningful, exactly what she would have chosen for herself. Kieran, she breathed. I know we're already mated, he said quickly, the words tumbling out like he'd rehearsed them, but was still nervous about the delivery. I know the magical bond makes us partners in every way that matters. But I want the human ceremony too. I want to stand up in front of our community and promise to love you for the rest of my life. I want to make it official in every tradition that exists. You want to marry me, she repeated, still processing the enormity of what he was offering. I want to marry you, build a life with you, maybe even have children with you someday if that's something you'd want. I want forever, Freya, the real kind, with paperwork and ceremony and rings that tell everyone who looks that we belong to each other. Tears were streaming down her cheeks now, but they were happy tears, joyful tears that spoke to dreams she'd barely dared admit to herself. You beautiful, wonderful man. Of course I'll marry you. The ring slid onto her finger like it had been made for her, which, knowing Kieran's attention to detail, it probably had been. When he kissed her, it was with the kind of desperate relief that suggested he'd been more nervous about her answer than his confident proposal had indicated. I love you, she whispered against his mouth. I love you so much it sometimes scares me. Good, he said with satisfaction, because I plan to spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret saying yes. They sat by the lake until the moon reached its peak, talking about wedding plans and honeymoon destinations, and the life they were going to build together in the town they'd helped save. But underneath all the practical planning was something deeper, something that felt like a future she'd never dared imagine. So, Kieran said eventually, ready to go tell Maeve she was right about me proposing? Ready to go tell everyone, Freya replied, admiring the way her ring caught the moonlight. Ready to start planning the rest of our lives. Chapter 39. Freya. 1 year after the night they'd saved Hollow Oak from ancient evil, Freya stood in her childhood bedroom adjusting the simple circlet of wildflowers that crowned her copper hair, marveling at how perfectly everything had fallen into place. Outside her window, the forest hummed with celebration as the entire community gathered for what had become both a wedding and a harvest festival, marking not just their personal commitment, but the anniversary of their town's salvation. Stop fidgeting, Maisie commanded from her perch on the bed. You look absolutely perfect and you know it. I'm not fidgeting, I'm making final adjustments, Freya protested, though her hands did seem to be moving restlessly around the neckline of her dress. There's a difference. Uh-huh. Tell that to the flowers you've been rearranging for the past 10 minutes. Freya looked down at the wildflower crown that had somehow become completely disheveled during her supposed adjustments, and sighed. I'm nervous. Sue me. Why? You're already mated to the man. This is just making it official for the human side. Because... Freya paused, trying to articulate feelings that seemed too big for words. Because it feels like the ending of one story and the beginning of another, like we're stepping into something permanent and wonderful and slightly terrifying. That's exactly what you're doing, Maisie said gently, moving to help rearrange the flower crown with practiced efficiency. And it's going to be beautiful. The dress had been her grandmother's, altered to fit Freya's smaller frame, but retaining the elegant simplicity that had made it perfect for a woodland ceremony. Cream-colored silk flowed to her ankles with sleeves that caught at her wrists, while the bodice was embroidered with botanical designs that seemed to shift and shimmer in the autumn light. Around her throat lay her grandmother's silver pendant, its protective runes now joined by the engagement ring Kieran had given her, both pieces humming with magic that felt like blessings from past and future. There, Maisie said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Perfect. You look like a forest goddess getting married in her natural habitat. I look like myself, Freya replied, studying her reflection in the antique mirror. Just more so, somehow. That's what love does. It doesn't change who you are, it helps you become more yourself. Maisie's smile was soft with affection. Are you ready? Ready! The walk from cottage to grove felt like floating, with autumn sunlight filtering through trees that had grown stronger and more beautiful since their near destruction. Every step carried the scent of wood smoke and apple cider, of celebration and community, and the kind of happiness that came from surviving impossible odds together. The sacred grove had been transformed into something from a fairy tale. Chairs arranged in concentric circles around the ancient ritual stones created an intimate amphitheater, while garlands of autumn flowers draped between the oak trees cast everything in golden light. At the center of it all stood Kieran, and the sight of him made Freya's breath catch in her throat. He wore a dark suit that brought out the amber flecks in his eyes, his sun-streaked hair styled but still showing traces of the unruly waves she loved to run her fingers through. But it was his expression that made her heart stutter. Nervous anticipation mixed with such profound love that she could feel it across the grove, like warmth from a fire. Miriam stood ready to perform the ceremony, her eyes bright with joy. The entire community had gathered to witness their union, faces beaming with the kind of happiness that came from celebrating people they genuinely cared about. "Breathe," Maisie whispered as they reached the grove's edge. "Just breathe and remember that he loves you exactly as you are." Freya took a deep breath and stepped into the sacred space, feeling every pair of eyes follow her progress toward the man who'd become her entire world. But Kieran's gaze was the only one that mattered, as he tracked her movement with an intensity that made everything else fade into background noise. "You're beautiful," he said when she reached his side, his voice rough with emotion. "Absolutely gorgeous." "You clean up pretty well yourself," she replied, her own voice shaky with tears she was determined not to shed until the appropriate moment. Miriam cleared her throat. "Shall we begin?" Kieran had asked her personally to officiate the wedding, and Freya was surprised at how well she was holding it together, given how much she had teared up when he had asked. The ceremony was everything Freya had dreamed of, and nothing like she'd expected. Instead of formal religious language, Miriam spoke about partnership and community, about the bonds that held people together, and the courage required to build something lasting. When she asked for their vows, Kieran stepped forward with hands that trembled only slightly. "Freya, a year ago, I thought I knew what I wanted from life. Independence, freedom, the ability to walk away when things got complicated. Then you showed me what partnership really means, and everything changed." He paused, swallowing hard before continuing. "I promise to love your chaos as much as your strength, because both make you who you are. I promise to support your dreams while building my own, because we're better together than apart. I promise to face whatever challenges come with the confidence that, together, we can handle anything, because that's what you've taught me about love." Tears were streaming down Freya's cheeks, joyful tears that spoke to dreams fulfilled and promises that felt as solid as the earth beneath her feet. "I promise to be your partner in everything," Kieran continued, his own eyes bright with unshed tears. "Your support when doubt creeps in, your anchor when storms threaten, your safe harbor when the world gets overwhelming, but most of all, I promise to love you exactly as you are, for as long as we both shall live." When Miriam turned to her, Freya's voice came out stronger than she'd expected, carrying across the grove with the same quiet conviction that had seen them through their darkest moments. "Kieran," she said, reaching for his hands and feeling their completed bond hum with recognition. "You taught me that being strong doesn't mean carrying burdens alone, that accepting help isn't weakness, it's wisdom. That partnership means enhancing each other rather than diminishing ourselves." She took a shaky breath, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they were promising each other. "I vow to trust you with my fears as well as my dreams. Because you've earned both, I vow to build something lasting with you, not just for us, but for the community we love. I vow to face whatever comes next, with the confidence that we're stronger together, than either of us could ever be alone. "And I vow to love you," she finished, her voice breaking with emotion. "Not just for who you are now, but for who you're still becoming. For as long as we both shall live, and probably longer than that." The kiss that sealed their union tasted like autumn and promises, like home and adventure and everything good that the future might hold. Around them, the grove erupted in cheers and applause, their community celebrating not just a wedding but the triumph of love over fear, partnership over isolation, hope over despair. "Ladies and gentlemen," Elder Varick announced with obvious satisfaction, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Holt, partners in life and guardians of our community's future." More cheers, more applause, more joy than Freya had thought possible to contain in one moment. But underneath all the celebration was something deeper, the quiet satisfaction of knowing they'd found their place in the world, together. The celebration continued until the stars came out, with dancing and music and enough food to feed twice their number. But eventually the last guest departed, the last light was extinguished, and Freya found herself walking home beside her husband under a sky full of possibilities. "Ready for the rest of our lives to begin?" Kieran asked, as they approached the cottage that had become their shared sanctuary. "More than ready," Freya replied, her hand secure in his as they stepped across the threshold into their future together. "Bring it on."
Chapter 40. Kieran. The cottage door closed behind them with a soft click that seemed to echo through Kieran's entire being. After hours of celebration, surrounded by their community's joy and well-wishes, they were finally alone, his wife. The word sent a thrill through him that had everything to do with the woman standing before him, still crowned with wildflowers and glowing with happiness. "So," Freya said, her voice carrying a note of nervous excitement, "we're married." "We are." Kieran moved closer, noting how the lamplight caught the gold flecks in her green eyes. "How does it feel?" "Different. More." She reached up to touch his face, her fingers tracing the scar that bisected his eyebrow. "Like the world just acknowledged what we already knew was true." "Exactly." He held her hand over his heart. "Can you feel it? How much stronger the bond is now?" "I can feel everything." Her breathless voice whimpered as their connection flared with recognition. "Your contentment, your desire, your tiger's satisfaction at finally having me completely." "Not completely, not yet. The claiming ceremony made us mates, but tonight makes us married, bound in every tradition that matters." He began working at the small buttons that ran down the back of her dress, his fingers moving with deliberate care despite the hunger building in his system. The silk was soft under his hands, but not as soft as the skin it revealed inch by inch. "Well, it looks like the screen is fogging up from all this heat." "Unfortunately, that means it's too steamy for this platform to handle. To abide by this platform's guidelines and keep bringing you free content, we have to remove the spicy scenes. Luckily for you, you can always find them at millytadenbooks.com. To make up for interrupting you, get a 30% discount on us when you use code RODEO30. As they collapsed together, breathing hard and glowing with residual magic, Kieran felt his tiger purr with satisfaction, so deep it vibrated through both their bodies. They were sealed as mates in every tradition that mattered, bound by magic and love and promises that would last lifetimes. "Forever," Freya whispered against his throat, the word carrying weight that made his chest tighten with emotion. "Forever," he agreed, knowing with absolute certainty that he'd finally found his pride of two. They were complete.
Chapter 41. Freya. Freya knelt beside Elena in the teaching garden behind their expanded shop, watching her student carefully transplant a young moonflower with the kind of focused attention that spoke to genuine understanding. 6 months of training had transformed the shy hedge witch from someone who could barely coax weeds to grow into a practitioner, whose botanical magic hummed with quiet confidence. "Remember what we discussed about root systems," Freya said gently, noting how Elena's magic responded to the plant with intuitive care. They need space to establish themselves before they can support others. Like people, Elena murmured, her hands glowing with soft green light as she settled the moonflower into enriched soil. We have to be strong in ourselves before we can help our communities. Exactly. Pride swelled in Freya's chest as she watched Elena work. The analogy wasn't one they'd explicitly discussed, but seeing her student make those connections independently meant the deeper lessons were taking root. Their teaching center had grown beyond anything Freya had imagined when they'd first renovated the old Grange Hall. What started as a simple herbalism program had evolved into something closer to a magical academy, with students traveling from across the Blue Ridge Mountains to learn not just botanical techniques, but the philosophy of community service that made Hollow Oak special. "Miss Freya," called James from across the garden where he worked with 2 newer students on protective ward cultivation. "Can you look at these barrier roses? Something feels off about the magical resonance." "Coming." She squeezed Elena's shoulder encouragingly before making her way to where James knelt beside a row of flowering bushes that were meant to form living protective barriers around homes and businesses. The roses looked healthy enough to casual observation, but when Freya extended her magical senses, she immediately understood James's concern. The plants were trying too hard, pushing themselves beyond sustainable growth in an attempt to please their cultivators. "What do you think is happening here?" she asked, instead of immediately providing the answer, watching James's face as he considered the problem. "They're overeager?" He touched one of the blooms gently, his magic probing with the careful attention she'd taught him. "Like they're responding to our anxiety about getting it right instead of our actual intentions." "Good. And how do we fix that?" "Ground ourselves, center our energy, let them feel our calm instead of our worry." James's voice carried growing confidence as he worked through the solution. "Plants mirror our emotional state more than our conscious desires." "Perfect. Show the others." As James began guiding the newer students through grounding exercises, Freya felt that familiar surge of satisfaction that came from watching knowledge take root and flourish. This was what she'd been meant to do, not just grow things herself, but help others discover their own capacity for nurturing magic. "You're glowing again," Kieran's voice carried from the garden gate where he stood watching her work with obvious pride. "That happy witch glow that means you're exactly where you belong." "Am I?" She rose from beside the roses, brushing soil from her hands as she moved toward him. "I thought that was just normal post-wedding bliss." "That too." His grin was warm with affection and something else, something that made her pulse quicken with anticipation. "But this is different. This is you being brilliant at something you love." The past months had brought changes she couldn't have imagined when she'd nervously opened Bloom and Blossom's doors. Their consulting work had expanded beyond Hollow Oak to include communities throughout North Carolina and Virginia, with requests coming in faster than they could handle. Just last week, they'd returned from helping a pack in Tennessee, whose territory had been affected by magical drought, and next month they were scheduled to assist a coven in Georgia with curse breaking. But the real transformation had been in their daily life together. The tentative partnership that had begun during crisis had deepened into something playful and profound, filled with shared jokes, comfortable silences, and the kind of domestic harmony that made even mundane tasks feel like celebrations. "Speaking of being where we belong," Kieran continued, his tone held a note of nervous excitement that made her look at him more closely. "I have something to tell you. Something important. Good important or crisis important?" She moved closer. "Because if we have another magical emergency, I need at least 10 minutes to finish with the students." "Definitely good important." He caught her hands, his touch warm and slightly trembling. "Life-changing important." "Kieran, you're making me nervous. Just tell me." "You're pregnant." The words hung in the garden air like magic themselves, carrying weight that made Freya's world tilt sideways. "I'm... what?" She pressed a hand to her stomach, suddenly hyper-aware of her body in ways she hadn't been moments before. How do you know that? I haven't even suspected. Tiger senses. His grin was soft with amazement. I caught the scent change this morning when you were getting dressed. Had to double-check with my enhanced hearing, but yeah, there's definitely a tiny heartbeat in there. A baby! The reality of it was still sinking in, bringing with it a rush of emotions so complex she could barely sort them out. We're having a baby. We are. Kieran's hands moved to frame her face, his touch gentle as he studied her expression. How do you feel about that? Terrified, ecstatic, completely unprepared. She laughed shakily, tears starting to stream down her cheeks. Like my entire life just changed again in the best possible way. Good, because I've already started making lists of things we need to do to keep you both safe. Magical protections for the cottage, dietary adjustments to support shifter pregnancies, consultations with practitioners who specialize in mixed supernatural births. Kieran. She pressed her fingers to his lips, stopping the nervous flow of planning. Breathe. We have months to figure all that out. I know, He took a shaky breath, his control cracking enough to show the vulnerable hope underneath. I want to do this right. Want to be the kind of father who protects and supports instead of abandoning when things get difficult. The pain in his voice made her heart ache with understanding. His own childhood had been marked by abandonment and instability until Miriam had taken him in, and she could feel his determination to give their child something better through their bond. You're going to be an amazing father, she said firmly, the kind who teaches our children to be strong and kind and brave enough to protect what they love. You think so? I know so. She reached up to trace the scar that bisected his eyebrow, marveling at how much gentleness lived in this man who projected such alpha strength. I've watched you with the younger students, seen how patient you are when they're struggling. You're already nurturing, Kieran. You just do it by making people feel safe enough to grow. The kiss he gave her was soft with gratitude and promise, filled with the kind of tender emotion that made her magic respond with warm, golden light. Around them, the garden seemed to pulse with approval, as if the plants themselves were celebrating the news of new life taking root. Miss Freya? Elena's voice carried from across the garden. Is everything all right? Your magic just got really bright. Everything's perfect, Freya called back, not moving away from Kieran's arms. Just some good news. The best news, he corrected, his hand settling protectively over her still flat stomach. Though we should probably tell the students before my tiger starts getting territorial about people working too close to you. Already getting overprotective? Already planning to wrap you in cotton wool until this baby arrives safely. His grin was unrepentant. You might as well accept it now. The afternoon flew by in a haze of whispered conversations and shared glances, their secret adding an extra layer of magic to everything they did. Freya found herself studying the teaching garden with new eyes, imagining a toddler with Kieran's amber eyes and her copper hair playing among the herbs while learning the basics of botanical magic. Ready to head home? Kieran asked, appearing beside her with the kind of perfect timing that came from being deeply attuned to each other. I'm thinking we should celebrate tonight, both Elena's success and our news. More than ready. She leaned into his warmth, feeling the satisfaction of work well done settle around them like a comfortable blanket. What did you have in mind? Dinner at the moonlit meadow, a walk by the lake, maybe sometime planning our future as a family of 3. Sounds perfect. She turned in his arms, looking back at the teaching garden where tomorrow's students would continue learning and growing. You know what the best part is? What? Our baby is going to grow up thinking this is normal. Magic lessons in the garden, shifter families living next to witch families, everyone working together to protect what matters. She pressed her hand over his where it rested on her stomach. They'll never know a world where love isn't stronger than fear. Lucky kid, Kieran said softly, his voice thick with emotion. Lucky us, Freya corrected, standing on her toes to kiss him as the setting sun painted their garden gold.